Introducing the Brawl Stars Championship 2021. We're here to give you the latest scoop on the tournament, which comprises 8 seasons, each with 3 stages every month. Each season begins with the Championship Challenge, a global event where those who win 15 games before 3 losses advance to the next stage. The second stage of each season is the monthly qualifier, where players form organized teams and battle it out for points and glory within each region. And you guessed it, the third stage is the regional monthly final, where the top 8 teams from each qualifier play in broadcasted matches for even more points towards the World Finals. Now listen here, folks. Each region has allocated World Final slots. Here to help us take a regional tour is none other than our friend Spike. This year, we have 7 amazing regions competing in the tournament. Europe, the Middle East, and Africa. Latin America, South. Mainland China. North America and Latin America, North. East Asia, Eastern Europe and Central Asia, and of course, Southeast and South Asia, Australia and New Zealand. Winners take home cash from a stash of over $1 million. We can't wait to see you there.
Hello and welcome everybody to the Brawl Stars Championship Series. This is the NA LATAM region. My name is PrettyHair. I will be your host for portions of today. And right now I'm joined by none other than ReddySet. You know him, you love him. How are you today, buddy?
Been feeling so excellent, man. I mean, PrettyHair, we have seen so many shakeups just following the last monthly finals in July, and over the course of the month, the scene has been shaking up so much. Some new characters creeping their way into the meta, as well as some new players advancing their way into the meta. It is going to be super, super exciting. Who comes out on top of NA, at least for August?
Yeah, man, it is really, really heating up, guys. If you're new here, let's take a look at our seasonal format. This season is actually coming, pretty close to being wrapped up. We've got some teams in the EMEA region. They've got tons of spots. They've got about 5 on the line, so some of those teams are already starting to clinch, but the point race in North America and LATAM is heating up. ReddySet, this is, it is honestly too close to call at this point. It's probably going to take today's games to actually start getting some clarity on who is actually going to be clinching the spots.
Yeah, I mean, it is pretty much between 3 teams at the moment. It's STMN, it's IX, or it is none other than Tribe Gaming, who have been consistently sitting at the top of NA. We have some other competitors who could be trying to snipe one of those spots. I would say namely O.O, sitting in 4th place. But in order for them to take one of these finals, they would have to win 2 monthly finals in a row and then hope that STMN doesn't get very far in our subsequent qualifiers. It's almost impossible, but it's not completely impossible, and they've been so dominating, so I wouldn't count it out just yet, but keep that in mind. It is a little unlikely, though. Our other teams are definitely looking to disrupt the lead that Tribe, STMN, and IX have on each other so far.
You can see these little 2 trophy indicators indicating that there is only 2 spots up for grabs here in North America and LATAM North. Tribe Gaming and STMN currently in 1st and 2nd, but you can see only 95 points separates Tribe Gaming from IX Gaming. So the top 3 here are absolutely still in contest. Every match today here matters for these top 3. Like ReddySet was highlighting, nobody really has a chance to break into this top 3 unless something goes astronomically wrong for one of these top 3 teams. So we're going to focus on where things are likely to be. One of these 3 teams could be knocked in or out depending on how everything heats up and how everything ends up shaking out on the day. These points have never been close. This is one of the closest, most competitive regions. They are competing for their share of that $1 million prize pool at the end of the season. I cannot wait to see how it all shakes out. Let's take a look at the bracket, though. Let's start breaking down some of these matches, highlighting maybe some potential upsets if we've got any. STMN and Aqua will be going head-to-head first. I think the big story here overall on the day, STMN and IX Gaming on the same side of the bracket, likely to clash in the semifinals. That is certainly going to have implications when it comes down to the points and how they're being distributed. Those 2 teams are fighting for that 2nd place spot and that 2nd place at the World Championship. Reddy, what are your thoughts on today, man? It's definitely going to be a barn burner.
Yeah, I mean, well, we have a couple things to consider. First of all, STMN, they are facing off against Aqua for our first match of the day. Now, Aqua, they managed to eliminate IX in the quarterfinals last time, so that allowed STMN to go on later in the bracket. Guys, here are your players. Bobby, OG, and Zar, some new portraits as well, it would seem, versus Slash, Minwoong, and Jigsaw. I love OG's cat. We love having new friends here on the NA broadcast. PrettyHair.
Yeah, it's awesome. I love these guys. They go way back. I've been casting them and their games for a long, long time. Aqua, definitely a little squad of, we'll call them rising stars for now. They don't have a chance to make it to the World Championship given the points and the way things are shaking out in North America, but they do have the chance to play spoiler with a couple of big upsets. Now, this is just a quarterfinal. This is a best of 3. These matches can happen quick. If you blink, you may miss it. This one, I don't know if I'm expecting this to go super, super fast, though, ReddySet. I don't know if this is shaken up to be an upset or not, but Aqua have definitely shown us that they have what it takes to potentially play spoiler on some of these top teams.
Yeah, I mean, Aqua, they have some phenomenal and very well-known players in NA. I would say Minwoong, Jigsaw, slash former 2019, or I guess standing 2019 world finalist, right? This is a very nice squad of players. They're going to get all started on Factory Rush. We also have our bands flying in for both teams: Leon, Sprout, Piper, and Gene. It's going to leave Primo available. It is going to leave Bell available. The Dino Bull is also going to be in the works. And of course, everyone's favorite spin to win brawler, it is Stu, who's going to be available to be played here on all these maps. And he is pretty strong, most notably on the first two. So this is going to be an exhilarating one without a doubt.
Give me your thoughts on some of these bands. Leon, Piper, not necessarily super common bands. Gene, while very common to be seen, played, not very banned out. Sprout, I think I would say the same. Is this team's just saying we're going to leave almost everything strong open and just see kind of who is best with it?
Yeah, that's pretty much exactly it. When you leave those super strong brawlers open, it is absolutely out of confidence either that your enemy is not going to want to play against them and they'll be banning them instead. Keep in mind, these are blind bans. That plus just the confidence to say, yeah, this really strong brawler is going to be in play, but we'll play him better. That is exactly the case on the right side. Two amazing Stews going at it. We're looking at Czar and Slash, some of the best Stews in the business in NA. There's a breakthrough from Czar. Slash zooming out of the way, and Aqua are going to be able to keep that chokehold on mid. Jigsaw still hanging out here at mid. Bobby taps him once in, does get the kill. Jig isn't able to bank that bolt, and Aqua are forced to retreat as STMN takes the bolt lead. Yeah, we did see that first siege actually go to a tie, so it is going to be a very high-powered bot for siege number 2, and it looks like it is going to go to STMN.
Look at Slash dancing back and forth on the right-hand side of the map. That was looking grim for our hero, but manages to pull out the 1v1. Frankly, he's been getting the better end of the two trades, the two times these Stews have clashed hard head-to-head. Czar's got to get something going here. STMN have something going, though. It's a level 10 siege bot in the first offense of the first game of your monthly qualifiers.
Ouch, and this is kind of rough actually because Jigsaw did not have the Bell Super available to put that damage amp on the bot. It's going to be a good opportunity for Czar and OG to get on this side, or perhaps not. Aqua actually put up a really good defense regardless of the lack of a damage amp. And with that, it is going to be an Aqua push for the final siege unless STMN get a massive clutch here on the defensive mid. Slash gets the kill on the Bobby. Czar could be soon to follow. No, Czar picks up the kill. Jigsaw and Minwoong still trying to play control over here, and it is looking like Aqua are going to be getting the final siege. They just picked up one bolt, and that was enough to deny that bot or the tie to STMN. The percentage to beat is 21%. Are they going to be able to get that damage on the Ike? It all depends on this defense.
I don't know. The big cactus goes down. They're diving in. They know they have to get this damage done here and now. Are they able to do it? 3% separates the two. The last shot from Jigsaw will do enough. The bot gets there, and down we will go. You can see just how important it is for the actual players, brawlers, to get onto the Ike. The bot can't really do it by himself. He's there to soak up some damage and do what he can, but you can see the difference made in just a little bit of DPS uptime from Bell and from even the Spike Super, right? Every single point of damage matters when it comes down to a margin this tight.
Yeah, I think this was a really good job of STMN by playing control there towards the end. They were just 2 bolts short of a great comeback or possibly even a tie on that final siege, but it just couldn't happen. Look at the stat comparison between these two Bells. It's pretty clear that Bobby was actually getting a really, really nice defense. Jigsaw, while getting good mid control, just didn't have the damage amp available when it was absolutely most necessary, and that was really the main thing that accounted for the damage that was incurred on Aqua's Ike. We'll see if that happens once again. It's not a mistake that Jigsaw wants to make once again, as that was a pretty close end of the game. STMN Esports, they are switching up the lane matchups just a little bit. They are running OG over here on the right, but Aqua had the same idea. It is still Czar versus Slash on the Stu 1v1 on the left side, and yeah, the complete mirror match here in Factory Rush.
One of the large cacti there, unfortunately, doesn't get down in time to save the life of Minwoong. Game number 2 here. Aqua, this time around, 8 seed. This is a 1 versus 8 matchup here, folks. This is the 8 seed taking a game off of the 1 seed. So This is what we mean when we say, though they may be low-seeded, Aqua certainly have the talent and what it takes to play spoiler today. So keep your eyes glued to your screens for this first matchup. It means so much for STMN because these points are extremely close in North America. 10 bolts captured for STMN, though, means they will likely be going 11 now on a pretty high-powered offense here. The defense from Aqua last game was very, very good. So with 3 more bolts up for contest, 2 players going down, and that big level 11 bot burning a trail down mid. Down. The damage amp is there this time, Reddy. That was not the case last time. Is he going to be able to make it to the Ike? No, it's going to be another rock-solid defense from Aqua. Only 8% damage done. STMN looking like they want to just play control here again, Reddy.
Yeah, so STMN, they're 1 bolt down, so they are still going to have the upper hand on Aqua for the final siege. They weren't able to get too much on the Ike that time, so they're either going to be prepared for a good defense or a good bit of control, and it looks to be the latter. STMN with undeniable control of mid at this point. Aqua, unfortunately, doesn't look like they can come back in any regard. It is going to be a 1-1 set here, and we'll be heading into game number 3 shortly. Well, STMN, now they get to sit back and relax a little bit, kind of debrief. Aqua, much of the same. They're going to have to think about what went wrong in this game because it is a mirror matchup, and typically the mirror matchup is quite telling of which team has the better mechanics and the better synergies. At the moment, it does appear to be STMN Esports.
Great stuff from them to be able to bounce back. That was kind of the story of game number 1. They wanted to go for, mostly just playing control. They didn't really go all in on the Ike at any point, but it was a loss of control that cost them game 1. Game 1, was that a after seeing how game 2 goes, do we look back at game 1 and say this is maybe a bit of a fluke here for Aqua? Do we expect STMN to be able to close out this set in Siege?
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure. I mean, I think it was just a very close game in game number 1. For that second siege, it was narrowly in the lead for STMN, and that forced them to use the bot. Aqua got that final siege, and as we know, that final siege is so important. Yeah, let's kind of zoom out a little bit and take a look at OG. 45% of the team damage and 5 kills to 1 death. Guys, Spike is such a good brawler for control. With Curveball, Spike is able to get just a massive area of control. He picked up so many bolts too. I mean, OG definitely laid down so much control in this last game and game number 1 as well.
When you look at Spike picking up 11 bolts, it's not the most mobile brawler in the game, certainly. There's a stew.
Not the most tanky either.
There's a stew on the field as well, and you've still got Spike picking up that many bolts. I think that just speaks to the level of control that STMN have achieved. I do want to shout out Bobby as well. I think he's been playing an incredibly strong Bell mid here, being everywhere he needs to be, helping out the right teammates at the right times, hitting big shots here from lane to lane, and doing a good job kind of just staying alive. I don't think I've seen him really get picked much this set. And that is vital for this control. Longest range brawler on the squad right now. Those damage amps have been on point. OG is racking in the bolts, big damage, lots of kills, but I think Bobby's impact can't be understated here so far in this set.
Yep, Jigsaw trying to diff Bobby on the Bell 1v1, though he is going to be forced to back up. A new challenger approaches. Slash is trying to pick up a couple. He is going to walk over those bear traps if he's not careful. Great dodges onto OG, though. Never mind, though he does take out 2 bear traps in the process, which is amazing value, in fact, for Aqua. It is going to make it a lot easier for them to retake on the next siege because there is no way that they're going to be able to take this siege. Just not enough bolts and not enough time. STMN are going to be getting this one, but it could be an Aqua comeback for the final siege, and it is going to determine who has a huge advantage in set number 2. Whoever takes the win here, they are just 1 game away from match point when we move into set number 2, and it is not a great situation to be in if you are on the receiving end of that stress.
No, just, knowing that STMN wants to play for control here. Jigsaw's trying to tank this bot up a little bit. Doesn't want too much damage to go out if he can help it. That's a pretty big offense. The biggest we've seen so far from STMN, despite them getting so many offenses, period. They have been playing exclusively here for control of mid. Spike Super's going to go out, zoning out Bell from likely contesting this bolt. STMN are trying to catch up here. They're doing an okay job of 2 bolts on Slash and a 3rd with a very favorable spawn here. I think that's going to be Aqua going on our final siege here. OG's going to try to pick up a few, but it's just not going to be enough. Aqua have the chance here to close out set 1.
Yeah, and they actually did opt to take a little bit of damage on the Ike, 33%, in order to get that early retake of mid. It proved to be so vital, and it is actually appearing to pay off. There's the damage on the Ike. Is it going to be enough? Yes, in fact, and it is, in fact, going to be Aqua to take game number 3 in set number 1, and STMN kind of frozen in their spots. I would definitely be quite taken aback because now STMN are in a really rough spot. They were most certainly not planning to have such a rough time in the quarterfinals. Their eyes are on the prize for that number 1 spot, but they could lose that if they're not too careful when we move into parallel plays for set number 2.
I mean, the number 1 spot is, you know, that's blue sky. That's best case scenario if I'm STMN. I'm fighting to hold on to second and one of those world qualifier spots, right? IX Gaming are 21 points behind them, so a loss in the quarterfinals would almost certainly mean that IX is going to be taking over that second spot today. So Aqua, we talked about it. This is the 8th seed versus the 1 seed, but it sure doesn't feel like it. Game 3 looked a lot like game number 1, though, ReddySet. Let's be honest, the first couple of sieges going well for STMN, but it all comes down to, frankly, not even a very big bot, a level 9 bot. What is it that's allowing Aqua? Is it just by factor of the last siege that is allowing them to go more all in and not having to worry about getting mid control back?
Yeah, I would definitely say it is absolutely due to our second siege being pretty close and then just very slightly in STMN's favor. They managed to take the bot, but now Aqua has a huge bolt lead on them. And I think Aqua did a phenomenal job of retake there to deny a handful of bolts to STMN. That way STMN was not able to eclipse their bolt lead. It's not necessarily going to be much of a similar story when we move into parallel plays. There are no sieges. There are no necessarily last-minute comebacks. This game is all about control, and sometimes you can't go for the clutch out of desperation, but let's be honest, folks, it is unlikely to happen. May the best team win, and for STMN, hopefully they don't lose game number 1. Otherwise, it is going to be Aqua heading to a match point.
That's right. Let's talk about brawlers, though. I mean, some great calculated risks taken by Aqua in set number 1 to be able to grab that win. This is a quarterfinal. Remember, folks, best of 3, meaning if Aqua can take this set, they're moving on and they're leaving STMN to a memory. The number 1 seed taken out in the quarterfinals. I don't know that I've never casted that happening. Certainly, I don't even know that has ever happened. The fact that we're having this conversation this late in the season 2. Man, this is really something special. Normally, you know, spots are getting clinched. The games are kind of a sure thing. It's a quarterfinal. It's the first seed taking on the 8th. You kind of know what's coming, but not today. This has been an electric set so far between these two teams. Almost the same compositions being run. Swapping out the Byron for the Spike here. Lots of strong brawlers available. ReddySet. Is this the comp to take Aqua to a victory here and move on to the semifinals?
Good question. I mean, I think this is a very strong comp from Aqua as well as from STMN. I was definitely anticipating the Colonel Ruffs as a counter to Stu, and as a response, Slash is pretty much forced to take this 1v1 on the right side versus Czar. OG opting for mid versus Jigsaw. Bobby kind of getting outranged here, but he is still able to defend this left point very well. Ouch! Slash goes down to the pinch on the right lane, and STMN are going to further their lead over here on the right side. Jigsaw is going to opt to heal up his teammates, potentially get some healing on the Slash so we can push in, but it is kind of an uphill battle. Those sandbags are definitely going to be coming down sometime soon, and there they are. Bobby does get taken down, though, and Aqua will finally get a good amount of capture on the enemy side.
OG powered up by Colonel Ruffs. Doesn't want to lose that buff. Nice job. Czar is playing out of his mind right now. Charging up the right-hand side lane a couple of minutes ago, and now just, it feels like absolutely dominating the team fight up on this side of the map. 98, 99, and 100. STMN will take game number 1, frankly, pretty convincingly there. That's almost a 60% differential. That was not really close. No siege bot to save them this time around. You brought that up, Reddy. This one comes down to straight up team fighting, straight up hitting your shots, playing the map, and controlling these hot zones.
Yeah, no siege bots to come and save the day.
Right
no map
there,
maker,
baby.
No
Ooh.
random bots. Yeah, this was an amazing bit of teamwork between Zara and OG. And I think this is actually, really telling of STMN synergy and really hopeful for how they progress in the monthly finals, because typically it is OG and Bobby working as a duo, but you saw the synergy between both Zara and OG, and that, I think, really does speak volumes about how they've been advancing across the course of this year. So now STMN, they have a little bit of time to breathe as, well, one match has gone by. They are not at the mercy of the match point, but it could very well change if Aqua is able to change around the narrative here in game number 2.
Well, an early pick on Zara. The stats didn't lie for the Stu player for STMN. In game number 1, he had an amazing performance, but so far so good for Aqua in game number 2. They're off to a great start here. Hits the bear trap, dashing around Zar. Misses that shot, won't be able to hit a follow-up dash here. Slash is getting pushed out of the left-hand hot zone as well. Both Stews, in fact, will go down at almost the exact same time, but it is still a nice, fairly comfortable Aqua lead. They seem to be going pretty all in for this far hot zone before they fall back to try and capture their own. And I'm just wondering if that might come back to haunt them, as it's just going to take a long time to catch up.
Yeah, and it is going to get a lot tougher to defend here, as we do see Slash go down, but Bobby used his last sandbags, and that's really the main counter to Stu from STMN Esports. It's the whole point of really running Colonel Ruffs. Yes, you're able to power up your teammates, but it's those sandbags that allow you to get the counter, and Bobby just doesn't have anything to use versus Slash now, except for having his teammates help him out on the pinch and that knockback available with the super. Zar is not going to be able to get the kill on Jigsaw. Neither is OG. He slips away with the 1 HP. Always a fun occurrence. Jigsaw able kind of sit through the cracks here and rotate over to the right. Aqua, it is all out defense as they are sitting on 69%. And all they have to do is defend for 1 minute, 20 seconds. Yeah, definitely a long time, but not an impossible feat to take them to the match point.
Golly. This has been one heck of a back and forth here so far. STMN now just trying to move into what is a completely captured point for Aqua. They just have to get this map control, and that's a great way to get it started there. Slash goes down. Min Wong starting to back up. Jigsaw pretty low HP as well. Slash has the respawn here. The 1v1 between him and Zar is going to be very critical. Bobby hitting some big shots though as well. Throws one over to Min Wong here. These next kills could decide the match. Just trying to, I think, kite STMN away. It's a good effort by Slash, but Zar and the gang are descending upon this point. And I don't know if there's anyone from Aqua that can stop them here. Both members landing shots, and there's another one from OG. The top right hand of your screen, they are closing the gap and now pulling ahead.
Yeah, but Aqua really trying to push on the left, but STMN Esports takes the lead, and now they're forced to play for defense. Once again, they're going to turn that into an offense. Jigsaw gets slowed down. Zara and OG are all over Min Wong. That life plant heals him up a little bit, but doesn't permit him to get over to the left side. Bobby goes down. Jigsaw advances over to the left, but it is done and dusted. 5% lead for STMN Esports is going to be the difference maker here in set number 2. And it's going to take us right into set number 3. Super, super close there towards the end. And I think really what the end of the game was all about was STMN punishing the aggression from Slash. Slash is a very aggressive player. That's his playstyle, and it benefits him very well because, well, he's playing Stu here, and that is his whole kit pretty much.
Yeah.
But STMN, they were playing passive and just taking advantage of that aggression. And once they're able to see a hole in that defense, they completely hammered down on it and took a 5% lead.
Incredible stuff here, man. This is basically how set number 1 went. STMN bounced back in game number 2 of set number 2, and everything rides on game number 3 here for Aqua. I mean, they got to find a way to figure this out, man. This could be an incredible performance here from OG. We got to stop and talk about this for a moment. Bell with 8 kills, 175 DPS, and only a single death to his name. OG has been having himself one hell of a day here in the quarterfinals.
He has been having a fantastic day, no doubt. I mean, I would say a lot of those kills, right, are from holding down that spawn point on the left side of parallel plays. You are able to pretty effectively spawn trap your enemy. It might look like you, on your side of the map, have an easy passage to that closest hot zone, but no, it is just a massive choke point, and your enemies are definitely going to focus in on it. Y'all, we are heading into Kaboom Canyon for set number 3, and we love this map. We used to call it Colette Canyon, but it is going to be a much different story today. Bell is available, and, well, some other brawlers that outrange Colette as well. It's looking to be some sort of Bell, Brock, Nanny. Those are predictions for our upcoming set here. And those all outrange Colette. Her main counter is being outranged, but we did see a little bit of Byron. Maybe Byron Colette could be making a re-entry in set number 3.
There it is. Clean sweep there in set number 2 for STMN Esports. They need to keep it going, though, if they want to survive, move on, and frankly have a chance at maintaining, in the running for that second spot here. Aqua is just looking to play spoiler. They don't really have a chance at making the top 2 in NA. And right off the rip, we're seeing the walls get destroyed. We got Crows, we got Bells, we got Brocks, we got Stews, we got Bees. Frankly, pretty varied brawler selections here. Zara going all in on Jigsaw, but unable to get it done. And Bobby, low HP, just trying to keep everybody in combat, keep them poisoned, keep them bleeding, allowing a chance at stabilization here. Doing a good job juking out shots here, but that supercharged shot from B almost takes him down from full health. Always have to be hyper aware of that. I mean, this is with no walls here ready. This is just going to be a straight up aim fight here. Whoever lands these shots, you got some potential for the all-in from the Crow and the Stew. But a lot of this, I think, rests on OG to poke people out and open up those opportunities for those aggressive brawlers to actually get in there and try and make a difference.
Ooh, Zarya is going to push through on the right side, and he's going to be hiding behind this obstacle as well. He is running the first Stew star power, which is an interesting one. Does get pitched so hard by Jigsaw and Slash, and they're able to push up on the right side, but not for very long. OG is going to hold it back a little bit so Zarya can resume his position on the right lane. And I want to address something. This is pretty much long-range bounty. This is bounty with a safe, is what I've heard these long-range heist maps called recently, because it does seem to depend on whether you get a kill and then, oh, now I attack the safe.
Yeah, that is certainly what it's feeling like here. And the noose starting to tighten here. Some big shots landing from Slash. Down goes the honeypot and out trades Bobby. This is an aggressive high mobility composition drafted by STMN, but they've just struggled to get the picks they need and to stay alive to actually translate any of that into damage on the safe. Finally, the first damage of the game is done with only 30 seconds left. OG might be looking to move in here, landing a couple more shots. I think this one's going to come down to the wire. It's going to come down to a couple of percentage points, and every point matters here. Only 4% separates these teams for now. Maybe it looks like enough for OG as he's sort of backing off, maybe looking to just play some defense. The move has to be made by Aqua, though. They have to get in there, and as Zar finds an opening into the back of the safe, he is just going to go ahead and tee off for a long time. It finally pays off. That mobility, that aggression. A little bit of damage done there, starting to creep back in, but it will be STMN that do manage to close out game 1.
Well, Aqua, they had their chance. They took set number 1, and they were looking to be in shape to take down STMN, but now it is completely flipped around. STMN are at that match point. Look at Slash. At the last moment, he kills Bobby, and now he focuses in on that safe, but we know how B does on this safe. It's just 1,000 damage at a time, and it is pretty low DPS, unfortunately. Yeah, look at the comparison here, right? Brock played here for a couple things. You get the free wall break, and you also get lots of damage on the safe with Incendiary, but Jigsaw was denied repeatedly access to the safe, and that was really just up to good play by STMN to deny him access to their safe.
Yeah, it's incredible when you see the numbers stack up there. OG continuing to have a pretty damn good day, getting not only the first damage points onto the safe, but the ones that I think mattered the most. It's only a 4% lead, but you only need 1% to win the game, so they kind of fall back, play a little bit of defense. I like the way that STMN did play that. That's when you saw Aqua was forced to sort of make the move, right? The countdown's happening. It's time to make something happen. That's where this aggressive composition from STMN really started to shine a little bit, when they didn't have to worry about closing the gap and they knew their enemies were going to come to them, into their wheelhouse, into their range, the range of this Crow, the range of this Stu. That's when STMN really started to blow this game wide open.
Right, well, let's see how game number 2 goes. It's a match point for STMN, and Aqua are going to be switching Slash over here onto the Stu. Now, some notable differences between the two Stus, though. Slash is using Gas Heal, and Zara is using the range star power to get more range on his super. We'll see how this showdown goes at mid. Slash is definitely looking for more than just one target at a time. He combines with Min Woon to get the kill on OG. Zara rushes forward and does get the kill, but a little bit of damage on the safe. Actually, a lot of damage, especially if we compare this to our last game, where this was pretty much the extent of damage that Aqua was able to do to the safe over the entire game. We still have a minute and a half left. There's a kill on the Zar. Min Woon goes down though and is back to a 2v2 here at mid.
Shots on a Jigsaw there in the bush. OG finds it. One more would do the trick here. Nice moves from Jigsaw, but eventually Zar is going to find him, take him down. Lots of bear traps in mid to get through. So STMN so focused on popping those. Slash maybe thinking he had an opportunity where one just was not to be found. Ends up going down there. Now respawned. No damage on the safe here yet for STMN. Damage amp is going to land on the Stu. That's going to make things much harder for him to get in and actually make a difference. Bobby likes his opportunity. Bobby's going to get in there, find 2 frags, a little bit of damage onto the safe. Not too greedy, not too much. They don't even actually take the lead off of that, but they do manage to wrestle back control of mid and probably feeling good about their chances. If this comes down to an all-in, I like STMN here. I think they have the mobility to get in there and make a difference here. It's a very, very tight game. A little bit more damage landing onto the safe as well. Zar needs to find this kill onto Jigsaw. Will find it. The shots are good, but Min Wong getting some damage out as well. This lead is starting to get away from STMN. 20 seconds left on the clock. Slash is threatening to go in there and do even more damage to the safe, and he will, landing a total of 4 shots. 13. This countdown, it's happening, whether STMN like it, whether they're ready for it or not. A couple of members brawling it out on the safe, but the lead is just too great. I think Aqua are going to be able to take this one, and they will. An early lead turns into, you know, just a bigger and bigger gap that's just creeping away and away. That's going to tie this set up. ReddySet, it's coming down to game number 3 of set number 3 here in the first quarterfinals. I mean, you could not ask for a more competitive quarterfinal than what we are seeing here today.
No doubt, and this could be Aqua getting their second upset in a row. First it was IX, now it could be STMN.
Well, it's only fair that they give both of them a little bit of help, you know?
That's true, that's true. It's the equalizer. It's the equalizer, without a doubt. I mean, the only thing that needs to fall into place now is that IX takes the win overall today. We'll see if that happens. Look at the comparison. I mean, Jigsaw, I wanted to say it Jigsaw diff for pretty much the entire match there, because he was doing such a phenomenal job at getting crucial kills when it mattered the most and getting that long-range damage on the safe while still staying safe at mid and maintaining his presence and therefore maintaining control for his team.
Yeah, it's going to come down to an absolute photo finish here between these two teams. We talked a little bit about a potential semifinal between our second and our third place teams here in North America. But if Aqua have anything to say about it, that semifinal is never going to come to pass. This is going to be a really, really exciting match because there is so much riding on this next game for STMN. They want to move on just so they can have a chance at holding on to their second spot here. IX are absolutely nipping at their heels. And shout outs to Aqua, right? Despite not really having much on the line here in terms of the rest of their season, they are absolutely coming out here, playing their hearts out, giving it all they got, and putting on one hell of a show in our first match of the day.
Yeah, it is really an interesting situation, right? Because, you know, Aqua getting the win here, it's not just about getting an upset, right? Because these players, they have a lot of respect for each other and have played with each other a lot in the past. Y'all, it is money on the line, and that could be one of the main motivators here, as well as just the spirit of competition. Let's see if things change up here in our final game. There's nothing after this unless we somehow see a tie in Heist. And we are going to see some kind of tie, yeah, the mirror match as well.
There's no blue star here to break the tie in this here bounty-esque game of Heist. Long-range brawlers, no walls, no collision blocking their shots. It's just a couple of players and their aim. Who's going to come out on top here? Czar in and out, getting some good damage. Slash pursuing, catches on fire from the dash. They're taking a lot of damage, has the damage amp applied to him as well. And in fact, will go down. One more shot on the Jigsaw would take him out. OG looks like he wants to get in there, land another shot on the safe. It's only 14%, but that type of margin this early on is fairly significant. Bobby's getting some good shots out onto the safe as well. This is looking very good for STMN.
All right, we see Minwoong with the aggressive super. Bobby responds, taking out Jigsaw. Slash in reposition. Czar is able to cycle out that super once again while getting the kill onto Slash. And STMN Esports are now trying to retreat through these bushes. Minwoong does mark them up with that poison, though, and reduces their damage in the process. Czar now looking for the kill on Jig. There's the mark on a Bobby, though, and Slash is looking for a kill here. He's not quite able to get it, though. He is able to rotate over the right, but Bobby takes him out. STMN now going on the offensive once again.
This is looking like trouble here for Aqua. STMN just seem to be in full control, calm, cool, and collected, executing time and time again in every single one of these team fights. The shots are landing in the right places. They're moving in. They're taking risks that are paying off, and Aqua just cannot seem to get their feet under them. Bobby goes in again, looking for another opportunity. Everything is working out for Bobby this game on this Crow. He has been everywhere, in and out on this map. I don't think he's even died yet. This has been an absolute, oh my goodness. There it is, finally goes down, but the damage has already been done. 29% left on the safe. Flawless execution from STMN in the game that mattered most. And it looks like they will be moving on to the semifinals. Congratulations to them. That spoiler is not going to be played today by Aqua. STMN will be moving on to the semifinals, awaiting the winner of the next matchup. Could potentially be IX. That would mean a lot for the standings, as those two teams are the 2 and 3. But congratulations to both Aqua and STMN. I think this was a great quarterfinal, one of the best, most competitive that I have yet to see. STMN just a little bit better down the stretch.
Yeah, and this was such an interesting match because the entire time we're thinking, okay, Aqua, they're the guys who upset, and they take it all the way to the double match point. It was such a close match, and here was set number 1. I mean, Aqua kind of brought STMN Esports to their knees. STMN had to come back in full force, and it did get hairy at sometimes. Bobby here on the Colonel Ruffs did run out of sandbags versus Slash on the Stew, and that's really the entire purpose of playing Colonel Ruffs here, is to counter the Stew, and they were still able to do it. Congratulations to STMN to advance on to the semifinals, where, well, they could face off against IX. That rival in the semifinals will be determined with our next match.
It certainly will here. We're taking a look at OG. I think just had a hell of a set overall, hell of a match overall. Everything he seemed to play was just looking great. Most used brawler today was Bell. Lots of really powerful stuff open, including the Primo. Didn't see the Primo, but I think that just came down to the maps and modes that were being played.
Yeah.
More than anything, obviously, in a different timeline, that would kind of come out. But today was all about Bell. I think very versatile, long range, damage amp, control, has the cleave damn, like she's got it all. And whenever she's open, she's likely to be played in most of these games.
Yeah, it's just like such a powerful brawler as well, and one that we can definitely be anticipating to see in our upcoming games, provided they're not banned out, y'all. Our next match coming up is going to be Gallant Esports versus IX Gaming.
Yeah.
Gallant Esports, this is one of our first times at seeing them back in the monthly finals in quite a while. They used to be Valhalla, and now they are Gallant. So just a little bit of a refresher if this team roster seemed a little bit familiar to you.
That name
IX
does
Gaming,
ring a bell.
Yeah, a little bit. IX Gaming, though, I think that one might be a little bit familiar. Guys, they were knocked out for their second World Finals spot in our last monthly finals, and they're not going to be facing the same situation as STMN last time. They are going to have to face off against STMN if they advance on to the next round. Second, Charles and Chepo from IX, Jaws Herrero and Steven from Gallant. And Also, Charles, right, recently advanced from the IX Academy roster to the main IX Gaming team. And we have, as a result, seen a bit of a decline in the Academy team, but he has been fulfilling such an amazing role on the main roster. Can't wait to see what IX are going to do with Charles as we get into Minecart Madness.
Yeah, congratulations to Charles stepping up. Ultimately, you know, you wish the Academy team well, but you got to put your best foot forward as an organization. And IX Gaming, with so much on the line here, they're extremely close in points to that second place spot here in this region. And that second place spot in this region anyway does mean a trip to the World Finals. That is what every team here, at least these top three, have their eyes set on. Everyone else here is just trying to put on a show and potentially play spoiler. Stu will take a seat. Buzz takes a seat. Primo, we do have the overlap there, so only 3 brawlers banned out. Bell is open, ready. Taking a look at what is available and what is being played. What are your thoughts? What should we expect?
Minecart Madness, definitely anticipate the Bell, definitely anticipate the Crow as well. I think these are important bans. Stu was, you know, kind of overseen in our last game when it came to the ban phase. So it is going to be a much different looking Brawl Stars game from our first match. We also see the Sprout coming out from both sides. Interesting, we don't see the Bell or the Crow from either side, though. Another thing to note is that Jean is in play as well. Or never mind, we do see Bell in play. If someone fire me right now.
There it is. I would never let you go. This cast just wouldn't be the same without a little ReddySet in our lives. BB does manage to actually get up here, start to mix things up a little bit. Lands a quick shot onto Charles. Out go the clones, and the nice shot from Guerrero is going to be enough to take him down. 5 gems for Gallant Esports before they have to back off IX Gaming. Not off to a great start here on Minecart Madness so far here. The difference in composition is interesting to note here between both of these squads. We'll see which one pays off. The newly stepped up member Charles lands himself. Nice pull, follows it up there. 2-7 though. Gallant Esports still in a really strong spot. All 7 of these gems are on Guerrero, on Sprout, who has incredibly long range, can play extremely defensive. Second's going to try to bunker down in these bushes, but the countdown is going to start here. I don't know if I love Jaws' chances of actually escaping with that gem. The minecart is going to zone out a little bit. Guerrero taking a lot of damage here from the pull and the clones. But ultimately, just needing one more. Nice bank off the minecart. Doesn't actually mean anything, but a small comeback in the works here for IX Gaming. Only 1 gem is needed for Gallant Esports to actually start this countdown once again. Guerrero's going to grab it, throw down the wall, and just start running away. See if he can survive the countdown. IX Gaming have got to make a move.
This is incredible, and Jaws, look, he has that knockback ready as soon as these guys try and push in. Chepo and Charles trying to coordinate an attack over here. There's a damage jam. Jaws with the smack and the bubble, and that is game number 1 going to Gallant. Typically, I would not, approve so much of the BB here, but Gallant Esports, they are really put it to work, pushing up on the left lane or mid or wherever. Did such a great job at this game, and I wouldn't call this the best display of how Jaws was performing on the BB, but look here towards the end. He did get really great defense over here, and that is something that is quite risky on Minecart Madness, is retreating too early. But BB permitted them to just lock things down completely.
Yeah, I mean, let's be honest. It's BB. It's a melee brawler. Minecart Madness. That map gets chopped up by the minecarts, you know, every few seconds. That's a brawler that's going to do a lot better when you have to come to her, and I think she was really set up to succeed there. Obviously, it's not too hard to just start swinging and throw the bubble at 2 brawlers that are pixel stacked on top of each other and that have to come to you because of the timer. But ultimately, I think it's a great job by the rest of Gallant Esports to put that BB in that position. They got off to a really hot start, Reddy. My concern is if they run that composition back and they don't get that hot start, and this BB has to be the one that's pursuing and trying to make things happen, that's where I think we would see a little bit of the weakness highlighted there. So it's a risk to play that type of composition, but it panned out in game number 1. I don't know if we see the run back in game 2 though.
Yeah, I mean, really Gallant, they just need to win one more game here. I think BB was just a bit of a, you know, surprise pick for IX Gaming, so they were not anticipating that very much, and that was the whole strat. They are not going to be sticking with the BB. Gallant Esports, they're switching up, and yeah, but just as I sort of anticipated, IX, they are not going with the Tara anymore. It is about Gene now, and they're ditching that Sprout as well. Second was actually playing pretty aggressive for a Sprout, and so it makes complete sense that he'd want to switch to a brawler that is able to play a little bit more aggressive and actually benefit from getting in close range and getting on top of those gems.
Sandy Ruffs and Gene, can they get it done? Again, decent start here for Gallant Esports. In the quarterfinals, I was not ready to see such competitive games here. Normally, these can go pretty quick. That's the warning that I issued earlier, but IX Gaming starting to look a little bit more themselves this time around with a 4-3 lead here. Make that 4-4, tied up by Gallant Esports, who have map control both of mid and have forced IX Gaming basically all the way back into their spawn. Pretty interesting look here. Down goes the Sandstorm. Everyone is stealthed up, making their move, looking for control back of mid, and they will have it. Simple as that. One Sandy super later, and we're good to go.
Yeah, Sandy is just such a crucial brawler to the composition that IX is running. Charles was able to get so aggressive on the right lane. Look, he's just going to go for this 1v1 on the bottom right, though Steven and Jaws are keeping up the mid fight with Guerrero kind of out of the question. Charles is able to farm up a super off of this one and try and flush out Gallant from their hiding spot, and he does succeed actually. Rude Sands is appearing to not be in play here. Guerrero throws down the super to block things off and establish a little bit of control for himself. He is going to have to retreat from Charles. He is still able to pick up that next gem though, and IX Gaming won't be able to interrupt just by keeping control of mid. They got to get some kills here.
They certainly do. Jaws at 180 HP. Second has the magic hand ready to go. He's going to restart the countdown. But IX Gaming need gems. They need map control here. Chepo takes out the big cactus. 12 seconds on the clock. That goes down below 10. No supers available for Gallant Esports. I don't know how they're going to manage to find their way out of this one. It's a timer stop there. Full stop by IX Gaming. They get enough gems, and now they will start the countdown. But they can't back out yet, ReddySet. They need to make sure that they control this mid for at least another gem length.
Yeah, this is actually a really powerful position for IX as they have second all powered up, sitting on the Genie, has 12 gems. There's just nothing that Gallant Esports can do at this point. It didn't appear like there was much that they could do earlier. Charles and Chepo had the angles on them, and second, sitting there with the super, they could not afford to approach the one brawler that was able to, you know, play aggressive, wasn't holding onto any gems, was Sprout, right? And Sprout is not going to benefit from those close range situations. There's it's just really unfortunate that that was the brawler that was not holding any gems. Let's get some highlights of our previous game, and this is what we saw. Charles lurking around this block of walls, and Chepo just getting the angles here around the blocks. This was pretty much all over by the point that IX was able to pick up gem number 12. There was just nothing that Gallant could do to push out.
Well, Charles has a great game, I think, just sort of hanging out in the bottom right-hand corner. It's a great strategy, and it shows off IX's just knowledge of the game, and that type of mental math pays off in gem grab. When you know the position, even though you're down and the countdown's going, they stay calm, cool, and collected. Grab that 10th gem, even things up, stop the countdown, hold on to mid long enough to get the 12th gem before they retreat out. And a very wise man named ReddySet told me one game ago that minecart madness, it's very risky to retreat too far, too early, and I think that's the trap we saw Gallant Esports fall into.
Yeah, and it's for a couple of reasons too. One, because it is so hard to retake when your enemy starts spawn trapping you. Two, because your enemy can spawn trap you and then interrupt the countdown if you're backed all the way up. And, you know, if we're playing a brawler that's able to get in and out like Mortis, who is not super uncommon here with Sprout in play, it's certainly a possibility in game number 3. It is, yeah, not the position you want to be in. And if a minecart is well timed, it can block you off from even getting close to catching up to that sneaky Mort. We're getting into game number 3. No Mort, but we still see Sprout from Gallant Esports. Unfortunate that there was no Mort from the likes of IX Gaming, who are running the exact same comp as last time. Gallant Esports, though, they are switching up Guerrero. He's going to be on the Amber now to break open some of these bushes.
And we'll have to see here next game wins. Simple as that. These quarterfinals continue to heat up here in North America and LATAM. Second gets out with 2 safely. There's the minecart. winds and serpentines its way all the way from top to bottom here. Very, very low HP duel happening here between Guerrero and second. The juke is good. He's going to use the minecart as cover to get himself out. Has the magic hand charged and will land it, pulling Amber into trouble. Very nice pull there from Gene to take control of the map here. Charles in a rough spot. Second's going to try and grab these gems. He gets one, but leaves the other. That one goes to Joss. It's a 6-3 lead so far in favor of IX Gaming.
All right, let's see if they're able to further this lead. Lots of walls broken open, but it is going to give second perhaps a little bit of an upper hand. Guerrero is going to lock down this left lane, and here comes the minecart to interrupt even more. That gem is going to be on the opposite side. Second doesn't want to push up and get trapped behind the minecart, though. A little bit of wall break from Chepo on the left side. Jaws now finding the opportunity to push up. Second flashes that super. He wants to get someone, but Gallant Esports there, just barely out of range. That pull, though, is going to be absolutely crucial. It can turn the game around if it connects with really anyone.
Chepo goes down. No gems in hand, so no love lost there. 8-7 now. Gallant Esports have wrested back the lead. It's tied up. It's going to be a close one, folks. I don't think we would expect anything else at this point. Countdown is going to start on the next gem for Gallant Esports, but remember game 2. They can't retreat too early, or else IX are simply just going to be able to tie this one back up. There it is. Ooh. Big kill there. Dropping all of the gems. Jaws only needs to grab a few before full retreating. Has 4 in hand. If he dies, the timer will reset, but he will not. Down go IX. Gallant Esports, relatively unknown team, come in and take the first set. I don't know what is happening here in the quarterfinals today of North America. Is this just the weight of what is at stake here for these top teams? I mean, is it nerves? What is going? Normally these are pretty quick, clean quarterfinals in North America, but not today, my friend.
Yeah, and surprisingly, these are like the top seed teams almost getting upset by the lower seeded teams. I wanna hand it actually to Jaws here towards the end, because he was getting such great dodges versus Chepo. That minecart came in at just the wrong time, and he was able to dodge it out and not let that countdown get interrupted. We saw that in game number 3, though. In game number 2, it was, of course, that victory by IX. Second, trying to escape, but here comes Jaws. Picks up a few gems. Minecart approaching, and Chepo is looking to get the kill, and here are the dodges, the jukes from Jaws. As Chepo, unfortunately, was not able to get the kill, not able to get that knockback either. That was totally crucial, and I think Guerrero also, though, did just such an amazing job on Sprout.
Absolutely. 4 kills, 1 death, 200 DPS, a little bit of gems collected. A little bit more than his share of the damage as well. An absolute rock-solid performance from the Sprout player for Gallant Esports. They take the first set. This is a best-of-3. We're still in the quarterfinals, so this could be over in the next set. And now the story would completely flip here. STMN almost getting upset in their quarterfinal. Now we've got IX Gaming up against the ropes. They have to win Brawl Ball to stay alive here and move on to even have a chance at taking this quarterfinal. A loss for STMN or IX Gaming would be catastrophic. Those are the 2 teams that are closest in the standings. Tribe is pretty comfortably in first place. And if one of these, 2-3 seeded teams overall in the region get knocked out early today, Reddy, that's going to more or less clinch their spot as well, right? These 2 teams are threatening Tribe Gaming. So as soon as one of them slips and falls, Tribe Gaming is more or less locked in, because they do have a pretty good lead, right? We're looking at, I think it was like 405, 426, and then Tribe Gaming is all the way up near 500 points. So they have a solid lead. A lot is on the line here, folks. Gem grab goes the way of Gallant Esports, the underdog. I don't know what else to say, man. We're going to Brawl Ball here, and it is all on IX Gaming to rally to make sure that they maintain their chance here at the World Finals.
Yeah, and admittedly, Brawl Ball is one of IX Gaming's better modes, but also keep in mind the brawlers that are banned out here. A bunch of tanks, just 3 brawlers banned. And let's take a look at the comps now. Second is going to be on the Surge. And this is interesting because typically we would see Charles on the Surge and we'd see Chepo on the Roughs as well. But things are switching up, and IX Gaming are going to get this first goal in explosive fashion. 25 seconds. And that is already the first goal for IX.
That that looked convincing to me, ReddySet. I don't know how you feel about that. In goes the Headstrong. Another kill lands. My goodness gracious. Blink.
Wow.
And you might have missed it. This game could be over before it really gets going. Second, Blinks back out. It's just Jaws here. He's going to feebly attempt to get that ball cleared back to midfield. And what is that? A 41-second game of Brawl Ball there? I mean, absolutely lightning quick victory there for IX Gaming. How do you break that one down? Is that a composition? Is that just, oh my God, what is happening? This is, is this just panic setting in? What the heck was that?
I mean, I would say a great way to sum it all up is just IX diff here. IX, they're looking to be more in shape, more towards what we have traditionally seen from them. This was an outcomp. I think the Surge versus 2 throwers was pretty much the win right there on the comp choice. So we'll see if that changes up in our next game. But this is a great prediction from IX onto the throwers coming out from Gallant Esports. So IX have bought themselves a little bit of time. This is pretty much the same story that we saw with STMN and Aqua. Though IX, if they are keeping in with the same pattern that we saw in match number 1, they are going to win game number 2 in a sweep for set number 2. And IX being good at Brawl Ball like this, as previously evidenced by our first game of set number 2, I think it is quite likely.
Yeah, man. After a rock-solid performance there on Sprout, Agent 002 on the tick, Guerrero, everyone's struggling, really. Nothing to speak of statistics-wise there for Gallant Esports in game number 1. Have to switch up the composition here. Obviously, IX get the better read during the blind pick. Brawl Stars is blind pick, so you can just get out-comped, and that can happen. You can get outplayed really before the game even gets going. Does that happen again? If I just do that again, if I'm IX, I think I'm at risk of being counterpicked a little bit. So what do you think the play is here for the composition for IX? Did they stick with the same thing? Clearly, if it wasn't broken, there wasn't any issue with it. But if I'm Gallant, I'm not likely to pick the same thing again. So maybe that counterplay is not there for IX.
Yeah, I mean, I'll tell you one thing, and that is that if I were able to always accurately predict what they're going to be playing, I would be making lots of money as a coach. But IX, they're just kind of different. They are a little bit unpredictable here. Charles is going to be picking up the Sandy this time in second on the Rico. They were prepared for the BB this time, it appears, but Gallant Esports were prepared for the counter to BB, so they are not going to play it at all. It is... well, once we see, Steven is going to be on the bell. It is almost a mirror match. Steven and Charles are going to be the difference makers in that regard.
Ball clearing up here for IX Gaming, looking like a completely different team here. Second knows the angles on this Rico. Kills not falling just yet. Ooh. Now they come through, and now the goal is scored. IX Gaming, you said IX diff. And I ain't got nothing else. Nothing in terms of analysis for me aside from that. This is just looking like a bit of an outclass from between IX Gaming and Gallant Esports and Brawl Ball. Minecart Madness was a bit of a different tale here, but now it has been all IX Gaming so far in Brawl Ball. Out goes the headstrong Chepo dancing around this Rico. Kills have to happen sooner rather than later. Second has an opportunity to grab the ball, but will instead get out of combat. Get a little bit of regen going, maintain his positioning before retreating as the respawn comes in from Gallant Esports.
Okay, Charles and Chepo both looking for the angle on Guerrero. Guerrero gonna cover his retreat, but still take lots of damage. There's the head first. It does make contact with Jaws. Jaws goes down, and Chepo's able to farm out yet another one. Second gonna be able to see for that end of the corner. And IX, they take set number 2 in a 2-0 sweep. Okay, PrettyHair, are we ready for the pattern to hold true once again? I think it could very well happen. The potential upset comes in set number 1 with a 2-1 victory for the underdog, then 2-0 for our anticipated victor. And with that, we'll be heading into set number 3. But first, some highlights from set number 2. This was such a fast set. Chepo, Charles, second, the synergy between these guys, as well as their ability to predict what the enemy is going to play. Nothing short of, as we have put it, diff, just different.
Them boys are simply built differently here in Brawl Ball. Absolute light show performance. They grab the 2-0 in what feels like 5 minutes of gameplay. And we're going to be moving on to a set number 3. Can Gallant Esports rally after that beating. I don't know how. It really just depends on these players, right? That's going to be either really easy to shake off or really difficult, right? They're either they're gonna take that personal, they're gonna get a little embarrassed by that, or they're gonna say, well, that was that. I guess we'll move on now, and we're gonna shrug that off. That was really quick. That was really clean. Nothing else you can say about that. We just got outplayed, and let's move on to the next one. I hope it's the latter, so we can continue to see the quality of game that I have now come to expect from the quarterfinals here in North America. I mean, this has been an awesome show so far. But deep down, part of me wants to see that showdown in the semi between IX Gaming and STMN Esports. Dry season, bounty, that is what separates a winner here in the quarterfinals. Is it going to be Gallant Esports? Is it going to be IX Gaming? We just don't know. Given what's available here, what's banned, if you can remember, Reddy, what are your early predictions here for compositions?
Sprout, Tick, absolutely going to be strong here. Bell, yet another one. Brock also left open and available. I want to see a Brock Chepo today, but I think we might be just as likely to see a Charles on the Tick or a Tick Chepo. I mean, second is pretty good at the Sprout and the Tick. So, I mean, really, IX, we're looking at a pretty versatile team, and Gallant, kind of an unknown enemy here. We can anticipate, something pretty strong from them, though I'm not exactly sure what to say about the individual players and what brawlers to expect from them.
This is, it seems like a little bit more of a thrower day from what I've seen so far in Minecart Madness. We had a lot of Sprout, had a lot of Tick in Brawl Ball, so maybe just given the fact that these players are sort of already warmed up and getting going on those characters, they might lean that way. Bell, like we mentioned, even in our first match, that character just seems so versatile and so good at almost anything that you put her in, that I feel like it's pretty likely to see that character picked up as well. Excited to see this one, man. This is what it all comes down to. Gallant Esports have really put up a strong fight here. I think as long as, they don't get steamrolled over, and just given the nature of this game mode, they can't have the game be over in 40 seconds. Technically, of course, you could always find some type of gigantic lead, but we typically don't see that in Bounty, man. Typically, Bounty games are a little bit slower paced, a little bit lower scoring here at this level of play, and it mostly will come down to 1 or 2 kills, and then somebody's forced to make a move as the countdown ticks.
Yeah, I mean, Bounty is just one of those modes where aggression, like trying to play the objective, is high risk and low reward. Lots and lots of passive gameplay, but maybe IX Gaming has the confidence here to start playing aggressive and try and dominate the enemy here. Gallant, they are going to be able to pick up that blue star, and it is going to be forcing IX to push in here. And Chepo is forced back on the right side. Charles in second, also trying to cover their retreat. Steven farms up the super. This is going to be a huge advantage for Guerrero in the chip damage that he's able to pump out, as Gene Charles in second having some trouble dealing with that damage rolling out on the left side. On the right side, though, Chepo and Jaws are having a fun Tick situation. Both have the supers, but neither really want to use it yet. It's sort of the game of chicken.
Well, let's keep in mind the blue star here is in the hands of Gallant Esports, so eventually somebody's going to have to make a move. Nice wall break there. Not easy to do, or, well, it's not easy to plan how it's going to go when you throw out the headstrong there from Tick. These Ticks are nose to nose right now, and throwers are not great at dealing with those close range encounters, so some teammates are definitely going to have to rotate in for help. Out goes the headstrong. Somebody needs to help this poor man. Jaws goes down. First actual kill of the game, only results in a 1-star lead, but Gallant Esports still have the blue star, so if the tiebreak ends up deciding this game, it will go their way for now. Chepo moving in and feeling confident, I think, in his positioning. Out goes the headstrong. Shield will be there to answer, but Chepo is literally trapped in a corner. Unless his teammates body block for him, I think he might die in this corner.
Okay, Guerrero and Steven both ready to play aggressive because they have to. Guerrero doesn't want to lose that blue star, but he just might have to risk it. Does get damaged by that bear trap, but isn't going to suffer deadly damage from it. IX Gaming really pushed back, and there's the pull on a Chepo, and Gallant are going to be at the match point.
Wow, there it is. Sometimes that's how it goes when there's only 1 or 2 kills decide. Well, we brought it up. It's a 1-star lead here. And at the last moment, when it matters most, Bounty is over in an instant, and it only matters what the star count is at that instant. And this time around, it was actually a fairly big swing. It wasn't actually killed. Gallant Esports do lock down 2 frags at the last possible second there to get themselves 6 stars. They had the blue star as well. Guerrero, perfect positioning, perfect timing, perfect target selection. I mean, pick an attribute to award this guy with, and he is going to be worthy. Very, very close. Obviously, 1 kill, 2 stars, game 1 death, same exact statistics. Doesn't matter. It really comes down to when those kills are happening in Bounty. Great play there from Gallant Esports. It's hard to see that, right? Normally, like, when you're the team that's forced to make a move and to take that risk, you sort of just walk into the lion's den a lot of times. But Gallant Esports, they held fast and they played it well, and they risked their blue star as well in the last possible second. I mean, you can't really draw it up any better than that, really. That's exactly what Gallant wanted to get in there and do, and that's exactly what they did. Congratulations to them. 1 game now separates Gallant Esports from a very big upset, and IX Gaming falling, knocked out in the quarterfinals, and possibly the most important match for them this year.
Yeah, and I mean, this is the situation that we face as well in set number 3, is that after 1 game, 1 team is going to be at match point, and IX Gaming definitely have to be very, very nervous here, because in a mirror match, they lost in just the last couple of seconds. So perhaps a comp change here. It is do or die, no doubt. Yeah. Something risky could be definitely called for, but it's not going to happen at all. It is not a mirror match either. Double throwers and front rush from Gallant Esports. IX Gaming now are going to try and push up, but they're not going to be able to grab that blue star right off the bat. They need a kill here. Chepo is looking for a kill, but second gets taken down in the process of that push. There is the super from Guerrero. That hedge to block off the left lane, and IX Gaming, this is the deadly situation they were faced with at the end of the last game, and now it's just, well, a few seconds in, and they're already backed up to that wall. Double throwers, it's so strong, and it's so hard to push out of if you don't have brawlers who are able to go over the walls and make a huge impact, like Mr. Jack Chepo over here. He is going to push up, though. Doesn't have a super to get that. Is forced to pop that last hurrah. IX Gaming really, really in a hairy situation at the moment.
Out goes the Colonel Ruff super as well for IX Gaming. Going to give that one likely to Jack Chepo so he can be a little bit more effective in this poke damage war. It's just so tough for Chepo as he is 1 thrower against 2. Quite literally double the firepower coming out for Gallant Esports. More and more of them are starting to get juiced up as the Colonel Ruff supers come out to match. 39 seconds on the clock. 3 stars is the difference right now. Steven has the blue star if this ends up coming down to a tie. Only Jaws is worth 3 stars right now, so as long as Jaws does not go down, I think Gallant Esports are going to be in a pretty good position here. IX Gaming have to make the move, and against double thrower, the name of the game is going to be poke when it comes down to it. The magic hand just barely missing there. Second needed to hit that. I don't know. This is looking grim. ReddySet, 7 seconds on the clock. The headstrong goes out. Second could go down. It's a 5-0, 5-3 now as Jaws goes down, but it is going to be Gallant Esports upsetting IX Gaming in the quarterfinals and dashing the hopes in a very important matchup. No longer is there going to be an STMN versus IX Gaming semifinal. This is certainly going to have very, very large implications for how the points are distributed today and the overall region standings. This is a spicy, spicy upset by Gallant Esports.
Jaws Guerrero and Steven, massive win for them as they head into the semifinals, and for IX, a crushing defeat. Even though it was so close, this is not the team I can safely say that they were expecting to go down to. Here was Jaws on the left side. Look, he was just barely able to dodge Chepo there. Great jukes, and that was really the playmaker in game number 3 of set number 1. Here in set number 2, this is when we saw IX, the IX that we're used to, and we saw the IX comps that we're used to in set number 3, but just not the IX win that we are more accustomed to. Unfortunate there for IX, they're going to have to fight so hard in the next monthly finals in order to take the lead over STMN. At the moment, it does look like an STMN and Tribe finals for the World Finals, but it could very well change. It's just August. We still got September and October. Let's get to Gallant's stats, though. Jaws was just doing so well this entire time, and so was Chepo. But at the end of the day, it was the teamwork and, well, the net win for Gallant.
To be honest, man, it's pretty close in terms of statistics, but it all matters when those kills happen in Bounty. Incredible performance by Gallant Esports, and congratulations to them on a very hard-fought quarterfinal. These quarterfinals have been banging today so far. My goodness gracious, you guys are certainly in for a treat. We got a lot more action coming up for you. We have O.O taking on CultuBGBG, the Lab versus Tribe Gaming as well. I'm obviously looking at Tribe Gaming versus the Lab. If today is the day for upsets, I mean, that's kind of been our theme so far in the quarterfinals. That's really something that needs to happen if IX are going to maintain a chance here. Like, we need more upsets to happen for Tribe Gaming. So much will become clear after this month's monthly finals in this region, but until then, man, we can do nothing but sit and wait.
Yeah, if we see the Lab take down Tribe, I would definitely say that would be the most upsetting. Originally, Tribe was supposed to face QSJ, but they just weren't able to play in the monthly finals. Their team wasn't able to play, and QSJ, they were doing so well this last month. It's one of the rosters that I was talking about, or referring to earlier when I was saying, man, we got some like new teams entering the scene and completely shaking things up. But I think the bigger shakeup would be if the Lab, 9th seed in the monthly finals, were able to take down Tribe here. So we will see how that fares when we get into our next 2 quarterfinals.
Yeah, a lot of good action here to break down, but first we're going to take a quick break and hear a word from our sponsors.
Shake out those sombreros. It's the Fire Fiesta. Featuring Amber, the high flyer fire supplier for hire. Poco and Frank perform a brain-melting medley of the Sleepy Tune. And what's a show without a topless appearance from El Primo? But now, it'll set your fans on fire.
Welcome back, Brawl fans, and welcome back to you, Mr. Ark. An incredible day so far in North America and LATAM. Upsets threatened in match 1, upsets happening in match number 2. What have been your thoughts so far on today's action?
I mean, the way today's going, honestly, I don't think we can take anything for granted, right? I mean, some seriously amazing games already so far. Today, I have my heart in my mouth watching STMN and Aqua, and I praise Aqua for giving them a really good run for the money early on, and IX as well going out to Gallant. That's a huge upset today so far, and looking ahead of things, I don't know. I don't want to jinx anything, so I'm being very careful of my words here.
Well, we got O.O up against CultuBGBG here. I'm going to go ahead and refer to them as CB from now on because that's a mouthful otherwise. The quarterfinal, this quarterfinal in particular, are not quite as much riding on, what could happen either way in this matchup. But let's just go ahead and put on our thinking caps. If one of these teams goes on to win, who do you think might be more likely to actually get an upset in the semifinals or something like that?
Yeah, that's a really valid question. For me, I would say that O.O have had a really good week. They were coming second in the Kesso Cup for North America. Not to take anything away, of course, from CultuBGBG. I'm going to say that instead of CB because I really love the ring of the words. But O.O are doing so well. They've been like continuously harnessing their skill, and I feel like they're on a good pace right now to be able to cause an upset. Whether or not they'll be able to take on Tribe, who have beaten them in the past couple of times, I don't know. But I think that they would be possibly more up there in terms of their competition.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be one to watch here. If the quarterfinals that we have already seen have shown us anything, it is that nothing can be taken for granted. Certainly a great way to put that. Ring of Fire, double swoosh gem grab, and a backyard bowl brawl ball if necessary. These are still quarterfinals, so they are still best of threes. Ring of Fire on Hot Zone. I love the music. Love this map. So much fun. So much flavor here in the Lamporium, and so many friends to be seen. Definitely a fun one here. I think this one, obviously based on how the bands go, sort of has an idea of how we like to play this one. We're going to be headed to the band screen here very shortly, and then I'll throw it over to Ark to kind of give his breakdown, his analysis. We've got Gene taking a seat. Stu's gone. Amber's gone. Buzz is gone. Kind of the same-ish theme from the other quarterfinals, Ark. A lot of powerful stuff is open here. A lot of these teams leaving some pretty big names available for grabs.
Yeah, I mean, Piper being a really common pick in NA does spring to mind, but again, Belle is on the cards here, and she could be even better in that respect. I was looking for a Leon ban, as we have someone today. I was just literally thinking earlier today, we're going to see Leon bans now around the theme of Hot Zone, and not going to happen this time around. So we could see a little bit of Leon play as well. That brawler getting a ton of airplay recently as a result of that new gadget, the Lollipop drop, definitely causing a lot of unpredictability, and with that comes a definite defensive side of things as well. Stu out of the mix, I think it's a wise thing, just because Stu is running Riot, and I do love, and it's great to be backcasting for NA, because I do love to see some versatility. They like to play a lot of kind of zero drag on their Stu as opposed to the Gasser Hill, and various other things that are quite unique. I think Gene as well, always good to get out as a gem carrier for double switch as well as Amber. So I think those two bans are very specific to gem grab, but overall there's definitely still some heavy hitters to look out for regardless of these bans.
This map in particular, usually I feel like Lou is pretty strong, but then Reddy was telling me how, if Belle is open and Lou is not always looked at quite as much, both of those brawlers are open. So I'd be kind of interested to see how that is going to be playing out. If you have any thoughts on those two characters on this map?
Yeah, for me, I think that Belle will definitely be a really, really solid mid to have. Lou has been really, really great in Ring of Fire in recent time, but has been dipping down just a little bit in terms of the meta recently. Still viable, I feel, but just a little bit less so. I feel like Rico is a bit underplayed at the moment and could well come into the mix, but I wouldn't be surprised to see Brock. And I kind of love that, watching NA and LATAM North, like the amount of places that you can play Brock. I've seen STMN using it in double swoosh, so if you can play it there, you can play it anywhere as far as I'm concerned.
Right. Alrighty, folks, we want to give a little something special to those of you who are here watching the live broadcast, the raffle. If you've been here in the last couple of broadcasts, you kind of know what's going on here. Evil Gene, what a skin. Up for grabs now. Type hashtag Gene65 and your in-game player hashtag from your player profile in the chat within the next 10 minutes, and you will be entered for a chance to win one of 15 Evil Gene skins up for grabs. Only one of these, one entry matters per player, so you don't have to spam it. Hashtag Gene65 and your unique player tag is how you enter. That's going to be rocking and rolling for the next 10 minutes. Thank you guys so much for being here. Thank you so much for watching along, and good luck to all of you out there in the raffle. The stage is set. Our third quarterfinal is ready to begun. Again, one more time. Gene, Stu, Amber, and Buzz are our bands. We're going to be playing Hot Zone on Ring of Fire, Gem Grab on Double Swoosh, and then we will head to Backyard Bowl for Brawl Ball, only if necessary. And if the quarterfinals that we've already played have shown us, I'm expecting that Brawl Ball to be necessary. These have been some incredibly close games here. Not normally the case in the quarterfinals, but with so much on the line today, everybody has shown up to play.
Already, I'm loving the amount of Rika that I'm seeing, and I think, again, it's a really underrated lane, so great to see how Luffy and Angel are going to be coping on that side of things. I'd imagine running Bouncy Castle, healing coming in from Fade from that Herbal Tonic, and Buzz a bit of a outlandish pick to have here. I think it can fare well, but one that I've not really seen too much. I think Ruff's definitely on the more common side of things, as Angel starts to creep round behind is Libby here, and some pressure being applied then for CultuBGBG. We're a little bit behind on points, but now with a couple of takedowns, might be able to contest the mid.
The more you say CultuBGBG, I kind of get it. I kind of get why you like saying it. And I might retract my statement about calling them CP earlier, man. That is what a fun team name. Pretty close so far, folks, here. 15% to 14%. O.O very slightly with mid control, only as a result of the Barley Super for the time being. Bear traps from both Bells are present. on the objective here, and TogaPlay does go down finally. Interesting position here from Luffy. Nice moves though. Does have both the healing and the speed to get out of danger when it matters most. Holding control of this position, not for long though, as TogaPlay respawns, comes in, lands a massive shot. But O.O, Arc, they have already built themselves a pretty massive lead.
Yeah, they can kind of afford a little bit to come back now, as Luffy didn't quite connect there. Would have liked to have surely got the takedown, but the super did not find its way towards the other side of the field, and now low on HP does go down. This could be a good chance, really, if CultuBGBG could recollect themselves and able to do so with a nice takedown from Fade, however. And now that Barley pick really coming into its own, being able to move up from that right-hand side L wall up until that little kind of like mini L wall, let's say. And I think that's actually going to be a great advantage point if Fade can hold position here. The super coming in as well. Great last cool value coming in for Fade, and I really like the way that O.O are playing right now.
He's got the spot. This is it. Barley just needs to get to this tiny little jar elbow. There's no real reliable wall break until Colonel Ruffs gets that super online. If he wants to drop it there, that would, I think it's got to be the play. At this point though, the lead is so great. I don't know if I can see CultuBGBG having a chance to bring this one back. They will reclaim the elbow from Barley. Out goes the super, destroying the wall. It might be too little too late though, as the match has now concluded. 100% captured for O.O. A little bit too little too late there on the wall break. Barley got to his spot. He was too dominant there. He can't do it alone though, so you got to shout out to his teammates to get him in the position to actually be successful. It's a risk. Drafting that you mentioned, Barley is a bit of a strange pick here, but we can certainly see when it gets to the situation or the spot on the map that it wants to, can certainly have an impact.
Yeah, I think it's a really, really versatile brawler, and one that I definitely don't think doesn't work here. It's just something that I've not seen it too often played out. But Fade just goes to show how viable it can really be, and can, for that very reason, cause a big ruckus. As you know, a lot of the time, brawlers that you're not really expecting can do the things that you fear the most. And in that respect, you know, looking on the other side of the comp for CultuBGBG, you know, they didn't really have. The comps are very similar. I mean, the Bell and the Rico, this is the thing they're going to have to consider moving into this next game, is like, you know, do they mix things up or play it the same? If they do that, I think they're going to have some sort of wall break to really take away the effectiveness of what Faye was able to achieve there.
Because even if you take out Barley there, obviously a thrower is great in that position because they just get to throw over the wall. But that elbow is just a very strong position on this map in general to be able to peek and poke around and have a nice little safe retreat to get to. That's sort of where that map control shifts. You know, taking control of each other's elbows is kind of the way that this one goes. I expect to see the Bell run back. That was really strong. She's just got the range, the bear traps that go onto the point. There's too much that she offers. We're starting to see on a lot of maps and a lot of modes, Bell is very just generally strong. The Surge, though, this is something we actually frankly see a decent bit of on this map. This is the play. You get to the elbow, you blink in, and you try and get that takedown, but TogaPlay unable to do so. He gets pinched out. We'll trade when it's all said and done, though. Bear traps from both Bells will make it successfully onto the objective. And Fade is already in his spot, Arc. Are we just going to see a run back here from game number 1?
Yeah, it's where he likes to be. You know, it kind of fulfills the role of the Sprout pick, which is probably the more common of the throwers that we tend to see in Ring of Fire. But I like the Surge pick as well. But, you know, you've really got to kind of commit to that first TP through the wall to at least get a stack and just kind of not necessarily worry too much or value too much your life. You've got to get those stacks in early on. And all that kind of really served to do for CultuBGBG was to kind of put themselves out of position and allow Luffy to really go to town, as he is doing so really nicely there. Gets that side lane taken really well care of. And the super from Angel did not really hit the mark.
Yeah, it certainly didn't. Luffy trying to go for the retreat here, just out of range of Javier's Bell. TogaPlay struggling here on the Surge, cannot get anything going. And Luffy hits the retreat. Not before he takes out Angel. Gets a quick bouncy castle heal off and then moves into position now, controlling the elbow of his own. But again, too little too late is kind of the theme here that I keep finding myself coming back to. 84-24, a massive lead for O.O. And Barley looks like he's moved in, ready to close out the final 7%.
It just feels to me like, honestly, O.O have come very well prepared as they take this first set and not really giving much of a look in for CultuBGBG. Again, the Brawlers were not bad choices on their side of things. They were just not really able to make them work in the way that they should and fare against a comp like that. I mean, O.O are just looking very fierce at this moment in time, and CultuBGBG need to up their game now. There's not much time for them to really turn this around, and we are already flying through hot zone into our next game mode.
Yeah. You know, part of me kind of wants to self-dub Fade as the MVP of that one, but I feel like Luffy just had a really good game controlling this surge and making sure that no impact was able to be made and just sort of dominating that lane. Fade, it's hard to give Fade the MVP because he sort of gets to that elbow and there's nobody to really contest him. Luffy, look at this man. He had to fight tooth and nail for this lane to get his ground. He had to earn it, landing big shots there. So, I mean, really a lot of the members of O.O playing their role well. Congratulations to them. Looking dominant here in the first set. We're going to be moving on to Gem Grab on Double Swoosh, if I'm remembering correctly. And I do remember that you brought up Gene being banned out. He's a potential very good gem carrier for Gem Grab. So that's going to be off the table here for Double Swoosh. What are your expectations given what we have seen banned out and what we've already seen these teams sort of lean into wanting to play today?
I feel like for me, it's going to be an interesting one. My personal preference here when a Gene is banned, I mean, Belle for the lane, you know, you kind of consider her as a mid, but not for me. I think that you got to keep her on the lane side. And maybe bring in Sandy for the mid. That's kind of my go-to. I feel like Sandy with that Sandstorm provides a lot of unpredictability into the mid. I feel like Tara's in the lanes are a really good way to go and just a good way of turning that game, especially when Amber's banned. Being able to kind of creep around with a bit more maneuverability goes a long way. We shall see. We shall see what teams choose and decide to go with here, but that would be my kind of preference.
A lot of stuff is open here. Brawl ball only if necessary. Remember, folks, we're still in the quarterfinals, despite how tight these matchups have been, how competitive these games currently are. One single set separates O.O from a victory and moving on here, potentially looking to play spoiler for the winner of the Tribe Gaming set that's coming up next. But here and now, it's Gem Grab, it's Double Swoosh. Thank you guys so much for joining us. Remember that raffle is going on right now. Hashtag Gene65 and your player ID. You probably still have just a couple of minutes to get in there before we draw our winners. 15 Evil Gene skins are going out today, folks. So make sure you grab yourself a spot and a chance at that raffle. 1 minute left, guys. Get in there now. Only one entry matters per person, so don't spam the chat. I know that's kind of a futile effort, but I'm going to keep saying it here. CB versus O.O. Do we see the bounce back here? We've seen all of the quarterfinals so far go to 3. It's time for O.O to either decide if they want to be in that company or if they just want to close things out here. Rosa getting in there, mixing it up early. Fade with an early elimination. 2-for-1 trade in the first team fight.
Okay, well, I wasn't expecting max mid, but let's see how it fares. I think the spike pick works really well here. Tara, Rosa can work very well, but can also be shut down pretty well by Tara if you're kind of very alert to the presence of it and able to shut it down early on. The moment Fade is just patiently waiting back as he knows he can't really contest this, and the shot there from the mid from Toga Play going to connect. I feel like, honestly, that CultuBGBG have a bit of a better comp going on here, and it's going to be a testament to O.O. They're able to make this work. Because, again, max mid, oh, that's a really important takedown, and 5 gems straight into the pocket of CultuBGBG.
The raffle has now concluded. Thank you, everybody who came out and entered, and congratulations to those of you who are going to be lucky enough to grab one of those 15 Evil Gene skins. Red team countdown has begun. 10 gems to a hot nothing for O.O. CultuBGBG looks like their risks are paying off. That pull is not going to land. 7 seconds on the clock. Luffy just so low HP. Oh, but we are going to see a timer reset. I don't know if this is going to end up mattering too much, though. When it's all said and done, Javier does manage to grab those 10 gems again. The timer will restart, just nowhere near it. It's all coming down to this lead arc. There's nowhere near a chance of the comeback here in terms of stopping the timer via gems. This kill has to happen, but it just won't. Game number 1 will go the way of CultuBGBG.
Yeah, nicely done. And I feel like, again, a lot of the reason behind that was simply that the comp wasn't on point at the beginning. I think Rosa, you know, in this day and age now, we saw her being so prominent in Double Switch last year. But this year, I just feel like there's too many counters and too many opportunities to really take her out. Even with that Amber ban in play, I feel like it's going to be a troublesome thing to work and power your way through. You're just going to kind of end up feeding a Tara. And you know, that was the mistake for me. I think that, again, Spike being used there, it goes to show like how viable that brawler can be. No deaths at all on the side of Javier there, and the 5 kills, 40% team damage too. It's a very, very strong lane, especially with Curveball in play. So definitely some better options here for O.O, and big credit as well for CultuBGBG. If they can bring this back, it will go such a long, long way in taking things to the third and final set.
Let's see if that's the way it plays out here. All Spike all the time, massive DPS stat put up here, and the gems collected only because a teammate died, but just a really strong, dominant win there. We mentioned kind of a little bit, this is a pretty quick game overall with just 10 gems deciding it. Rosa versus the Tara over there in the right lane. Bit of a pick there to play the Rosa. It worked out initially, very, very early elimination there, but Tara, you mentioned, can, if you're aware of the Rosa, be a very good answer for that. Even with the speed boost and ready to rock and roll, Rosa was just dealt handily with by the super, healing clones, and just the massive amount of damage Tara can put out if she's landing all 3 of those attacks.
Exactly that. You know, it's a big risk to run, I feel, with that particular brawler. If you're in a really solid spot and you're able to go on the aggressive, and you know, you're preying on your opposition coming towards you rather than you having to contest the side, it can work far better in your favor. But ultimately, Tara's a safer bet. I think that's the adaptation that O have got to make and match that right hand side lane with that Tara. Try to gain an early advantage, maybe pop an early gadget for the support from beyond to try to locate your opposition. And I would probably match the Spike on the left-hand side lane as well. I mean, we have seen other options with things like Ems being quite rife, but less so at the moment. Ems kind of dropped off a little bit for me on Double Switch to the recent meta. I think they're just got to kind of match it, go with the match, and that's probably the way to go.
Yeah, that may the best player win. We're loading in here to game number 2 of set number 2 here. O.O with a 1-0 set lead, and it is a Pam. I don't remember the last time that I saw a Pam here in the Brawl Stars Championship Series. Early damage going slightly in favor of O.O. The Tara is going to be run back here. Nice shots landing. Nice rotation from Luffy from mid. Bell mid has been a staple in almost every single quarterfinal so far. She's been available in every quarterfinal so far. That's kind of an interesting note here. Normally a character that is very, very much banned out almost all of the time.
Yeah, for me, I think that Pam's actually now in a pretty decent place. You know, since the introduction of her new gadget, the Scrap Sucker, I think goes a long, long way here. It's definitely causing a few issues for O.O early on, but at the same time, though, if Fade can connect here, it's actually popped this gadget very early and given the alert and awareness to CultuBGBG now, who are going to be very much aware of the Sweet Dreams inbound if they're not aware of their range, and yet there it is. It's going to be wasting that. So it's down to really Livy on this right-hand side to get the pinch on, and does a really nice amount of damage onto Angel already. Luffy with 7 gems is going to be cautious, but this is a much, much better start for O.O.
And Pam is now in place. Javier as that super down, and everybody just kind of rocking and rolling. 3-8 though. Luffy in a pretty comfortable spot here. Fade looking to move in on Javier. So much damage could be pumped out. There goes the Sandstorm as well. Everybody just rallying around this Pam super. Going to try to weather the storm here. The blue team countdown has been started, and there is no real comeback in sight here for CultuBGBG. Luffy is tucked away safely, deep, deep, deep in his own spawn. Nobody even coming even close to contesting that. So it looks like we will be going to a game 3 here on Gem Grab. O.O have saved themselves having to go to a 3rd set yet. Another win here in Gem Grab, and they would close this out. For the first time today, a quarterfinal would not be going all 3 sets.
Yeah, it's kind of a weird thing to say that, but you're absolutely right. Yeah, I mean, that's just how today has gone so far. And again, another reason why we can't take anything for granted at this stage. You know, set point then for CultuBGBG and a chance to cling on, but O.O on match point, and that's a big old mountain to stand on top of. If they can just keep things going with this comp idea and not go back to anything too experimental, I think they should have this one in the bag. But again, only 1 win away from bringing this to the 3rd and final set. So
Easy Livy there, 39% of his team's damage, 6-0. Pretty dominant performance there. Kind of rocking and rolling in mid. Belle Mid has been, like we said, extremely versatile brawler. Interesting that we're seeing her as available as she has been today. Normally a character that is very easy to just ban away, but a lot of teams just almost letting everything go. All the top tier stuff, it has been available. Stu, I think, was the only sort of like top tier ban, if I'm remembering correctly here. We've even seen a decent amount of it in some of our earlier quarterfinals. The rally has to happen, though. Do we see the Pam run back? You mentioned the new gadget coming in. A character that I think just risky in the sense that it can take her a little bit to get set up and get going where she needs to be and controlling the space that she's so clearly designed to do.
I think she's okay in doubles for sure. I wouldn't really go as far to say that it would be my go-to. I think there's some stronger options available. And again, you know, with a Sandy Sandstorm, you can maybe seek out your position a little bit, and Fade can be, I think it's the wisest move to stay stubborn with the Sandy pick, to be honest, but I'm not too sure about double-siding this long-ranged idea with the Piper and the Bell for me on this CultuBGBG comp. I think it could be a bit of a range overload. I mean, Easy Livy just needs to push forward with Curveball, and that's some good little hiding jukes there from Angel to keep his awareness under wraps there. But I think with that break now, that's going to cause some problems. And already a nice homemade recipe connection. Angel, having made that play there, could very well make this viable now.
Out go the attacks from Spike, getting good damage onto Angel. And Libby trying to move his way in and clean up this kill onto Angel. Nice poke damage coming out, 3 to 4 here. Kind of closer than these gem grab games have been. Out goes the stun there from Sandy. Sandstorm is ready to go down. O.O could be looking to make their move here off of that. Nice jukes in and out. Fade putting some damage down onto Pam, but Pam is just so tanky. I don't know if this is going to work out. And it's a rotation from the mid Bell. That has been the name of the game here today. Luffy just playing so well around this mid, rotating and helping the teammates at the right times and making sure that they maintain control. 6 to 6 goes the gem count with 2 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, Luffy going to make that mark onto the poker play there. I do like marking the gem carrier for sure. I think that puts a ton of pressure and does change the way in which you're able to go in to collect those gems. You'll be much more defensive, and Fade with a nice takedown can now go in to place that aggression onto the poker play. Good support from Angel, that's going to keep him back there nicely, but Luffy has the advantage that he can mark the Pam if he wishes as well, and a big tanky brawler like her can go down very quickly when marked by a Bell. Let's see what happens here as Luffy goes into the 8th gem. It's neck and neck right now. There's 2 they're going to go into the pocket, their CultuBGBG. Countdown in play, but they've got to keep control of this mid. This can be prevented with a couple of gems from the mid, or 2 gems rather from O.O. There's 1. This next one's very important over the next 5 seconds.
Oh, that's a deep spawn though, Ark. I don't know if they're going to be able to get in there and grab it just to reset the timer, and they do. And Fade makes it out alive. Nice rotation there from Easy Levy. That's a big kill into the back line, but I don't know if they're going to feel comfortable enough rotating to actually grab all of those gems. 11 to 11 here. Somebody needs to get the next 2 gems in a row if they actually want to comfortably start this countdown timer. There it is. Those gems are going to drop. Luffy's going to move in here, trying to tie this one up. This is anyone's game, and it's going to stay that way for a little while. We are at 24 now, 25 gems out on the field. Only 38 seconds left to play before the game clock is just going to call this one over. Luffy in a very dangerous position here. Can he escape with all 12 of these gems? He's going to go down, but his gems are safe. His teammates are nearby. Can they stop this timer? 3 gem lead? I don't think so, Ark. We're going to have to see O.O make a move.
Yeah, I think that Fade now as well, being on such low HP, is not going to be able to contest this. The healing station is thoroughly down there as well. But honestly, I don't know, man. I've got to hand it to my boy Fade. He really did an amazing thing to just delay his advance onto the gem, to base out some shots to even get to that point where they could contest the gems in any way at all. If he went down in that instance there, it wouldn't have even been an additional ending to that matchup. So great from him. But fantastic result from CultuBGBG. And in those intense games of gem grabs where it's going back and forth, you've really got to be patient, and that was a great display for them, especially being on the back foot, to come back in the way they have, and now we've really got an intensive match on.
We certainly do. On to the 3rd set, as we have done in every quarterfinal here today. Lots of Brawl Stars action for your money in the quarterfinals, as none of them have been settled in just 2 sets here, and we will be going, I believe it's to Backyard Bowl, to play some Brawl Ball to decide the winner of this quarterfinal and who will move on to the semifinals on the bottom side of the bracket here. Great plays here in gem grab from both teams. Very, very close. I like what you said about how when you know it's 11-11, then 12-12, and it really is coming down to the wire, you have to stay calm, because really in the heat of those moments where it is so close, that's where the mistakes that cost you the game happen, as we see that happen here. Luffy grabbing so many gems, Togeplay grabbing a ton of his own. Just a couple of key kills and key moments here in that 3-gem lead. The big healing station, that being available as well. Like, a lot of things lined up, I think, to bring that final game to a rest there, as we were nearing that fabled 30-gem mark that very rarely happens at this level of play.
Well, Backyard Bowl, you're correct, is up next, and this is where it's all going to come down to. This has actually been a lot closer than I felt it could possibly be, and I really like the way the CultuBGBG have been really, really stubborn in letting ODO have their way with them. I think that they are definitely now very worthy advocates to whatever happens in our final matchup in the quarterfinals today. And I just love things to go all the way. The third and final set inbound, and I'm curious to see what the comps will be.
Yeah, we'll have to see. This is a bit of a longer range Brawl Ball map as it stands, and you can kind of see that back wall of like 6 or 8 boxes or so. That's a very important wall to break or to maintain if you're trying to defend it, right? That adds so much time to having to run around and wrap, and just the angle of attack that you can get on the goal. So potentially maybe some consistent wall break could be drafted here. You know, it is NA, so Brock is certainly fitting that bill, at least for me. He's got the range and he's got the consistent wall break, so that might be something that I would expect to see here in this set.
It was the brother that came first in my mind as well. I don't know. I mean, it's definitely fitting for NA to pick it here. We haven't really seen it too much early on today in the EMEA region, but then again, I do feel like a lot of that region missed a bit of a trick with Brock. We shall see. I think Bell will be definitely reused as well. Yeah, and Leon. Okay, interesting. Yeah, that we still, that kind of being utilized a bit more so today in Backyard Bowl makes a lot of sense. I like the spike pick here as well, and I think that both teams are going with an interesting and very meta idea. Lifeline going down, then will definitely be a good thing for Javier there to have. Slow down though from Luffy was on point, and that's going to allow his Livy and Faye to move forwards here. Togeplay in a really difficult spot and taking shots here. ODO coming out with some really, really early aggression.
And they have some pretty critical map control right now. No wall break to go, no Brock in sight. It's just about tightening the noose, so to speak. They have CultuBGBG right where they want them, but they need to find a way to capitalize and actually take these kills home. Down goes the big cactus, and Fade will answer quickly. Out goes the Sprout Super, and Bell just barely able to make a connection there. Fade escapes with 42 HP, but this is that wall of boxes that is so vital. It is so hard to score on this map while that wall maintains up, and there is not an ounce of wall break drafted here. So it's going to take a very decisive team fight win for anybody to accomplish anything here.
Togeplay has not been hit, which means that no one knows he's there. He's creeping up on Fade, and that's a really nice play to get out of the spawn. However, now that he's got his position, he's got to hold it, and that's where he's struggling, as both as Livy and Fade are focusing massively on him. And a couple of shots from as Livy could easily ricochet between the rest of the team. Togeplay goes down, but Fade is low as well, and it should be able to be defended there. 2 versus 2.
Wow.
But again, ODO have just got this absolutely bottlenecked in, and CultuBGBG are feeling it.
That felt like an opportunity to go in. Luffy will finally use that super now, but just gets dusted so quickly. And I think you can see his reason for wanting to hesitate a little bit there earlier on in the match. Forgot that the lollipop drop was still there from way earlier on in the game. 25 seconds on the clock before all the cover gets destroyed, Arkin. Somebody's got to make a move here. Range, a little bit favoring CultuBGBG. No supers ready to go for this Crow, so overtime is going to be spicy for Luffy. On low mobility and low range, he's going to struggle a little bit.
I also feel like Luffy has a bit of an advantage, though, in able to just jump in when everyone is low. If they can really look to hold the control here and whittle down, slowly chip away at CultuBGBG, then Crow jump there and here and there could go a long way. But at the moment, I've got to say, it's CultuBGBG that are straight out of the gates. But a nest egg pop by Angel. We'll see to that as Livy can get the pass with Fade potentially here. Who's in a perfect place to get the ball in the goal. goal.
There it
and
is.
That is going to be O.O now, moving on to match point as quickly as that.
Very, very nicely played there, confirming the goal. Patient play, my goodness gracious. They felt like they controlled almost the entirety of the map, basically the entire game, but they did not get too hasty with it. They maintained control, and it actually was a forced overtime that decided this first game here of Brawl Ball. And even being so safe as to not let that ball leave his foot, he wanted to walk that goal in to make damn sure that they win this game after as hard as they fought for it. For post-game stats here, 3 kills for Fade. I thought he played a really awesome game there on the Leon, getting in and getting out of some really sticky situations, avoiding most of the deaths that you could see that Toga Play was just forced to take on the chin. 0-0-3 after the first game there. I don't know if we see the Leon run back or not, but with that new gadget is definitely looking pretty strong here for that character.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you can't really take it for granted. You have to just be very, very passive in your approach and very cautious at the same time. If you put one step in the wrong direction or waste too many shots just trying to seek out your opposition, then it's going to put you at a disadvantage. So
yeah,
it's one of the reasons why Lollipop Drop is where it is at. And for me as well, though, Bell is a good brawler to really kind of get it eradicated. If you can hit a shot and it then ricochets onto that, it can get taken down. So it's not the most of OP gadgets as I did feel it was when it first came into the mix. It felt to me a bit too strong, but there's definitely some deterrence for it as well.
Into game 2 we go. O.O with a chance to close out and claim victory here in the quarterfinals, and they will rock and roll with the Mortis Primo Max. Very different composition this time around, but CultuBGBG looking to score early here. Can they get it going? We need the super from Fade. Luffy is going to do his best to try and contest, but spawning with no ammo leaves him a little bit out of resources. The game's not over. Plenty of supers are available. Fade wants to get in here and mix things up, and will do just that if they can suplex this Bell, and they do. And an interesting opportunity for a very quick goal. Once the supers get rolling, the story of this game is very different. Primo Super is available to try and help kickstart this fight in a similar fashion.
I mean, goals everywhere you look right now, but I think the Mortis pick is working out really, really well. Luffy, as Fade comes in for support, the ball left behind, but at the same time, I feel like the tankiness is going to be there enough. The walking is going to be there. O.O have done it, and they will proceed then on to our semifinals.
Very quick victory there after the overtime. The clock almost having to decide the game for us in game 1. Very different story here. Very different comp, with the same level of success. Congratulations to O.O. Another long quarterfinal here is awaiting us. We're, upwards of an hour and change into this broadcast. We haven't even gotten through the corners, and we still have a very important one left to play. Our Tribe Gaming still has yet to play their quarterfinal. The current leader for North America. Let's take a look at some of these highlights here. If you remember, Hot Zone was our first match played on the day. Fade had a great performance here on the Barley. Luffy played awesome here on the Rico as well. Really, really good stuff to highlight from this team. O.O has just been looking solid all day long, and this was certainly a marathon of a match where a lot was asked of them, but they rose to the occasion.
I gotta say, I like the way the CultuBGBG as well definitely came out well prepared. They had the right comps in mind for a lot of their occasions, and it's moments like that where they were faced with an unpredictable comp that had a lot of HP and aggression behind it. If credit to O.O in that respect to really kind of mix things up, and the perfect time to do it as well. You saw just how quickly that round flew by. Luffy on the Bell there as well. Pretty evenly matched in terms of the kills and deaths, but definitely providing a decent amount of support for his team with that 33% team damage.
The stats are the tail of the tape. There they are, and there they went. This quarterfinal is done and dusted. It's all about what is up next. We have got ourselves an incredible quarterfinal lined up. Again, Tribe Gaming versus The Lab. I don't know how I feel about the chances of another upset here, but this day has shown us that nothing is certain here in North America. Nothing is certain in the standings either, with only 2 World Final spots up for grabs in this region. The points are simply too close to call. We try to do as much pre-broadcast math as we can and work out the situations, but this was a region where we just had to throw our hands up and say we have to see what happens today. There is too much that could go right or wrong. There's even it's a real long shot chance for O.O to make it into one of those second spots, but they are not necessarily out of the running yet. It's just an astronomically low chance that they do actually make it into one of those 2 final spots. Tribe Gaming, though, that is not the case for them, Ark. They are sitting pretty in North America, and they are here to show us why, and hopefully have a dominant performance there in their quarterfinal.
Yeah, Tribe have got 3 monthly final victories under their belt. They're looking to make it a 4th today. Alec, Madison, by the way, CR7, Toxic Gene, looking to stop them in their tracks again. The Lab are not going to be in a position to be able to make it to Worlds, but they can make a huge, huge difference here, especially if they're able to get the win over Tribe. And like you rightly said, PrettyHair, we've had many instances already today where things did not go the way that they've done in previous months. So let's not take anything for granted. Let's see each game as it comes. And the Lab are an accomplished team of very, very strong players. So I think that Tribe are going to be playing this, by the book and looking at it for the fact that as they should. It's definitely still a challenge nonetheless.
Yeah, nothing is certain here in North America. So I think Tribe Gaming, if they're watching the broadcast today, and I'm sure that they are, given what is at stake, they are not going to be messing around here in this quarterfinal. I don't know what to expect. Today has been a day of the unexpected. It's time to take a look at some of the bands here. Rico, Crow taking a seat. Stu and Buzz will join them on the bench for our final quarterfinal. We will play Heist on Safe Zone. You already got a look at that map earlier. But Ark, now that we can actually see the bands and what is available to be played, it's time for you to give me your thoughts.
I do like what the Lab are trying out here. I mean, Alec won't because he loves Crow, but ultimately I do feel like, banning a brawler that's specific for the very first game mode is, in their idea and their strategy going to give them the edge. And Rico as well is a brawler which, despite being so viable in so many places, we never see banned. Not necessarily going to come into play for Shooting Star, but definitely for some assembly required and safe zone. So I actually kind of prefer the bans of the Lab over Tribe NA, but I mean, ultimately, banning Stu, I feel is something that Tribe Gaming would do more so than the Lab. The Lab can take a bit more of a risk here, whereas Tribe Gaming have to go with like the kind of core meta brawlers, and Buzz is one of those ones as well, which is in a place you can cycle really, really nicely on. It's a bit of a risk, a bit high risk for me, probably more so viable than some assembly required. But either way, I do like these bans from the Lab.
There it is, folks. The breakdown from the master himself. Safe Zone is going to be our first game. We are loading in now for the first game of our final quarterfinal today. A lot on the line here. I know I've said that a lot today, but that is just because it is what it is. Lots and lots of range drafted here for the Lab. They have the Brock. They have the Piper. They have all of the North American. We got the double NA Classic, a Brock on both sides as well. Big shots landing on a Zulon. Corey is the most range-restricted brawler here today on the Amber, so it'll be about, for me, his teammates need to get him in a position to actually clear some of the distance on this map and have a way to make an impact here. The Oil Slick on the ground, just waiting to light that one up and trying to get some damage on the Toxic Genie. No damage on the Lab safe so far. Tribe Gaming safe has taken a whopping 3%. It's a very tight margin here. Zulon finds the first kill here of the game, though, and now an opportunity for Tyrant Star to grab himself tons and tons of damage on the safe. 25% damage dealt before Tribe Gaming is forced to back up.
Peep coming in is going to set Silver Tyrant on the right-hand side, and that's going to allow CR7 to move up a little bit, but Zulon is shutting down the right-hand side lane down pretty well. In all fairness, this Oil Slick on the left-hand side is really causing Toxic Gene a problem. Corey can just sit there, and I'd imagine he's earning a super off the back of it as well. We shall see in a moment as to whether that's what he's running. At the same time, it's going to force all the action to the mid, and that's not really necessarily where the Lab want to be. But a nice, really nice rocket fuel from Toxic Gene will clear things up. But if the team can't push up, but that's going to change things massively. Now CR7 with that pop-up can then move up with Alec and Toxic Gene, and this is a bit of a situation for Tribe to have to take care of now.
Corey has another super ready to go and charged up. Toxic Gene is looking worse for wear with 296 HP to his name. Out goes the super. So much oil on the ground right now. Corey's done a good job at not lighting this up earlier than he wants to. Just the threat of it has been enough for him so far. And now he'll rip it all. Goes up in flames. The safe catches on fire. Another super goes out. That one won't actually land or make much of a difference here. But Tribe Gaming is really starting to run away with this one. 58% left on the Labs safe as the countdown begins. Final 15 seconds here, but with almost 30% separating these two teams, I think this one is safe to say Tribe Gaming's victory.
Really solid start for Tribe. I did like the nanny. I think that's kind of a bit of an underrated thing, but you can just see the control that was honestly there from Tribe. Having that bell for the mid to shut down that, and we know that Zulan is very good at hitting those shots on the bell side of things. We haven't seen that much of Amber realistically on safe zone, at least for my side, and a lot of the time, we see her banned out if double switch is in the mix. But in this instance, it worked out super well. You can see how well Corey was at shutting down the left and kind of giving Toxicine very little options. Brook, I mean, it's NA. Who doesn't love to see it, right?
Yeah, definitely. Enough said there. And that was a look at actually that peep landing and being a really consistent source of eliminations early on, but it didn't end up having much of an impact there. That was that first push that most of the damage was done to that save. 14.4K to be exact by Amber. Corey did a great job, I think, that game, throwing down as much oil as he did, but being very careful not to ignite it before he was ready to do so. And it was one of the most spectacular explosions of flame that I have personally ever seen here in Brawl Stars. But a great job, and a tall task, right? Everybody else playing something very long range, what I would call pretty standard and probably expected for this map. So good on Corey for running something range restricted there and really dependent on his movement and his timing of these attacks. And he does a great job of it. And you can see he gets a lot of damage done to that safe as a result.
Yeah, a little bit less than team damage side, but that makes a lot of sense because his role was primarily to be very territorial, and it worked out fantastically for them in that respect. I'd like to see if Alec does go with this. He's actually going to steer away from it. Okay, I was going to say if he was going to keep the nanny peep combo, I'd like to see a little bit more of the warp portal, bringing things back and bringing Tribe back onto their spawn. But I do like the Byron Colette. It's a bit underutilized now since it's kind of shifted away slightly from the meta. I don't know whether it's going to be hard hitting enough really for me, but let's see what happens here. As Dylan gets a nice amount of shots onto Alec early on. Corey as well, I imagine going to be running that similar idea of making the oil slick go down, and yeah, already that's going to cause some problems for CR7 on the left-hand side, who's Madison, for those of you that have maybe just joined the chat wondering who is Madison.
Yeah, there it is. Big damage from Corey, and gets another super charged up and ready to go. Trying to find an opportunity to move himself up into a position to contest Madison again. And we'll do just that. Not a ton of damage done to the safe, but, only a little bit is necessary to actually win the game here. Opportunity has struck for Tribe Gaming NA as they do some massive work onto the lab safe. 60% health remaining, 40% separates these two teams here as Corey spreading more and more oil to be able to play off of. Lighting Madison on fire yet again. The Noose Titans here, man. There is just so much oil, flames, bullets flying from Tribe Gaming. And not a moment's rest for the lab as they simply cannot find a way to get out of their spawn, much less even have a hope of doing any damage to the lab or to Tribe Gaming safe.
Yeah, having Colette's a great thing, but ultimately, this is what Tribe are doing very well, is shutting the idea down before it even gets to the point where it can, create any damage. They've got not a single shred, not a scratch on their own safe right now because, when there's Bell to play, I feel like you've got to play Bell in some way or another. It's so often banned that we don't get to always see it, but even more rarer to see it not be banned and not be played. So Tribe are absolutely loving this right now, and already over 70% damage and 30 seconds remain. I can't see how the lab can come back from this.
No, I don't either. And at this point, I think the goal should just be get some damage done to the safe here. Madison moving out maybe in frustration does land the time to collect at least one time there, and it does so much damage. It's 13% per super, but it's simply just not enough. Too little too late here. Corey is down. Plenty of ammo to let loose out onto this safe. He may even destroy this safe if he's given enough time, but Madison's going to move down to contest to at least save that from happening there. Dominant 2 games of Heist played by Tribe Gaming. They're going to claim this first set and put themselves, at least in my mind, in a very confident spot to, I think, take this quarterfinal. Could potentially be our first 2-0 quarterfinal today. Every other one has gone to all 3 games. I'll be honest, Ark, my eyes were glued to Corey. I think that is the most interesting brawler for me to watch in a game like this. because his movement is so important. Every move that he makes, when he chooses to light the flame patches, where he chooses to throw these oil slicks.
Look at that.
That's just, yeah, I mean, that is literally the largest explosion that I've ever seen in the championship series so far from Amber. A character that's been kind of in and out, pretty solid, I think, for the majority of the series, but not super often picked up these days.
I'll be honest, I hate Amber. Not because of the pick, but because of what it is to have to handle. And that's, for me, the reason why a fantastic brawler, one that's kind of been often underutilized, I would say, recently. We used to see a lot of her being banned, and now it's more of a kind of like a map-specific ban with double swoosh, mainly the prime target in that side of things. But you can just see there, like with certain bans at play and certain brawlers, being able to shine, it's a great place to bring her in. Shooting Star up next, and this is a great opportunity really for the lab to come back here. We saw, Alec playing with the Nanny in the safe zone set. Yeah. This could be an ideal time for him to get his hands back on that particular pick and, bring out some Piper. I'd love to see a Brock mid over a tick. But again, we have seen some really, really interesting experimentation going on in particularly the EECA region on Shooting Star recently. I'm kind of curious to see what NA might have up their sleeves.
Yeah, this is a map that really does almost have a set composition, and it's one that sort of carries from region to region as well. I think given that we are in NA, it's wise to bring up Brock. But, it's the Nannies, it's the Pipers, it's even the Ticks here. And I think that's what it's going to come down to is how these comps are drafted and how effective potential throwers might be. We actually see a Jean here as well. Double Brock because it's North America. Only one Piper this time around, and the double Nani to round things out. Nobody managing to grab the blue star just yet, but Tribe Gaming's Corey looks like he will go ahead and do the honor of breaking the tie.
Great rocket fuel from Corey onto CR7, and actually Tyrant's going to focus entirely onto Toxic Jr. Gets the takedown as well. I do like the way that Tribe are coming out the gates swinging here. They mean business. Tyrant's going to bring out the peep in just a moment as well, and that's going to smell potential disaster here for the lab. We've already 5 stars and the blue star in their pocket. They are starting things off with a bang.
Here it comes, and no super available for Madison to dodge that one, so that is going to lead to a 7-0 lead. A little return to sender damage actually looks like it will clean up the Brock, if I read that correctly. 9-0 now. Tribe Gaming looking dominant here, not leaving anything to chance in a such important match where every other contest team in North America for the top 3, top 2 spots even have not looked solid today. Ark, let's be honest. I mean, there's been some incredibly close quarterfinals. Zulon might go down here. It's actually going to be Corey, and just like that, a couple of big kills go back the way of the lab. They do get the blue star, but we're not really in tie territory anymore as Tribe Gaming take a pretty confident lead.
Keep coming in, and actually he's going to choose to target, I guess, Toxic Gene. Yeah, there it goes. It would have been ideally really there to take out CL7, but I could see the Tyrant had bigger things in mind, wants to get the bigger fish, and down goes Alec as well. It's a very, very strong performance.
Look at Tyrant Star.
Still not done yet.
Oh my goodness, that man is shining. Absolutely 7-star juking the peep as well. My man is looking clean and crisp, and he is not even going to leave with a scratch on him. What a performance there from Tribe Gaming's Nani player. My goodness, I don't remember the last time I've seen 7 stars in a Brawl Stars Championship Series bounty game. I mean, that is something special.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest, I don't know whether the Tyrant is the go-to for the Nanny, but he was making it work, and that's all that matters, really, at the end of the day. Nanny is actually a brawler which I've seen banned by Tribe, actually, in Brawl Masters recently. I thought that was a really smart ban. I don't really necessarily see enough Nanny bans, in my opinion, especially with Shooting Star as the second set. I feel like that's actually a really worthy one to have as a targeted ban, as you can see just why Tyrant was absolutely putting it to so much work. Return to sender, a really, really strong gadget, and Peep is kind of guaranteed kills. As long as you're piloting correctly and making those Peeps hit the mark, then, it's a really advantageous brawler to have in Shooting Star.
Yeah, my goodness gracious. 13 stars gained, total 6-0 for the boy Tyrant Star. What a legend there on the Nani. That is, it's a funny thing to watch play out, because normally that composition It's got the last hurrahs. It's got the return descenders. There's a lot of like weird back and forth that almost happens. Very different composition this time around in game number 2 from the lab. They are fighting for their tournament life here. If Tribe Gaming claim victory in this game, it is going to be all over here for the quarterfinals, and we will move on to the semis.
Poco.
Yeah, let's talk about that.
I don't know about that. Talk to Gene. I think you might be wild in there, dude. Poco, Gene, and Max. Max I have seen in Shooting Star, to be fair, but more combined with ideas of Leon and Pam. Let's see, though. It seems to be working. This is kind of a aggressive stance. If the lab can push up further on here and then utilize some of that max speed to really herd the sheep into this corner, it could work. Let's see. Corey's very low and is forced to use the rockets over the wall. Didn't quite connect as much with Anakin. There, CR7 with a fantastic pull. It's not going to be enough for the lab to take the lead, but it does display a little bit for me of some promise with this comp, despite my earlier skepticisms.
Yeah, still a lot, I think, left to prove here. Backing up with the blue star, but not with the lead. Tribe Gaming still in the lead by 1. Here comes the max speed. So much healing to deal with. Just out of range is Tyrant of that grab. Lots of damage going out, but Arc, there is just so much healing flying around for this lab composition that any damage Tribe Gaming feels like they can make is just healed right back up. It's going to take a lot of burst to actually penetrate through. Both the Gene and the Poco healing is substantial. Tyrant has this peep ready to go. Tribe Gaming have a lead. Oh gosh, that's a big kill in the last 15 seconds. I was going to say, is this the lab just biding their time, waiting for the right moment?
Dylan goes down here. It's 5 stars with the blue star in favor of the lab. That could be the turnover. No! Tyre with an amazing takedown and full off as well. It's going to bring
what a legend.
Word.
Wow.
The team wipe for Tribe. Okay. And the Protesto seals the deal.
Okay, man. Okay, we get it, Tribe. Dominant performance here from Corey, Zulan, and Tyrant, as they will claim the only 2-0 of the day in the quarterfinals. And I think I can confidently say that this is probably the only time that has happened. I mean, quarterfinals usually a pretty quick phase of this tournament. Things heat up in the semis, but given how competitive both of these quarterfinals have been, we are in for a treat today, ladies and gentlemen. Do not go anywhere. Tribe Gaming is here to stay. IX Gaming, they fall short in their corner. STMN will go up against Gallant in the next semifinal. But I mean, what do you have to talk about here except for Tribe Gaming dominance? I think they looked great in everything that they played. I give Lab a lot of credit for going for that Hail Mary play, that Hail Mary comp switch up in the final game of Bounty, but Tribe Gaming stood their ground and just simply knew how to handle it.
Yeah, they just seemed very sure of themselves, especially with Savestone. They chose the comp that was, in my opinion, the strongest, and they just stuck with it. And in Bounty, there just didn't seem to be anything that was stopping them from just doing exactly what they wanted to do, and just seemed to be very much in control. Corey with the 35% team damage, and then again, the kills far more in favor of the deaths. I've got to say, I'm liking the way that Tribe are coming out today. I'm very curious to see how they proceed on, as again, it's been a really unusual start to this region with some big upsets early on. You just can't take anything for granted. Anything can go either way.
It certainly can. This has been one heck of a show so far in North America. Remember, the story for today, it's really placement. It's really about who's going to go and grab one of the elusive. It's only 2 spots up for grabs. This is no EMEA where there's 5 slots. The top 5 get to go. Everybody gets a trip. You get one. You get one. This is only 2 spots. And we have 3 teams in contest. Now, I'm no math major, but that's not working out. Somebody has got to take a step down today, and it's looking like it might be IX. I mean, with the upset in the quarterfinals, STMN and Tribe Gaming are really in a good spot here to put some distance and add some comfort. Potentially even looking at a clinch here. If you're Tribe Gaming, if you can win today and you've got upsets happening for your 2 and your 3rd seeded spot in this region, you're looking very, very comfy cozy.
Exactly that. And, you know, again, that upset with IX dropping out of today's competition is going to have a huge impact. They can definitely still go all the way, but it's going to make that climb to get to the top ever more important for them to be consistent moving on forwards from whatever happens with other teams today. STMN and Tribe are definitely looking like they might have a good day here.
That's going to do it for the quarterfinals, guys. We have a really nice little commercial break here teed up for you as Tribe Gaming and STMN, top 2 teams in North America, contesting for those spots to the World Finals. The enemy of my enemy.
Hello, my name is Sar.
Hey, my name is OG.
Hi, I'm Bobby. This is Stamina, and we're from a mix of Canada and Mexico.
Hey, what's up? My name is Zulan.
Hey, what's up? My name is Tyre.
Hi, my name is Corey. I play for Tribe Gaming, and we're from North America.
I've played with OG basically since the start of Brawl Stars. This year we added Toonie and Zar. It's our first year with Stamina, first year playing with them, but I've been with OG for quite some time now.
All right, so our team is Tribe Gaming, and we've been playing together for almost 2 years now. And last year we were the North American champions, and this year we're currently sitting in first place in North America, so looking strong.
And one of our biggest rivals is Tribe Gaming.
One of our biggest rivals is STMN. Our rivalry with STMN, pretty intense one. They got a couple wins over us in the past monthly finals. Especially this last one, which was a little bit unfortunate. We lost last set, last game. Super intense series.
We started off in the first set. We should have won that set, but Corey missed the goal, open net, which is kind of unfortunate. Then in the second set, in Bounty, we were winning by a lot, and then Zara kind of popped off on his own. We kind of came back on the last 2 sets, and then the last set, it was so close at the end of the game.
Zara gets the kill. Bobby's alive. 3 seconds left, and Stamina are your BSC champions.
We just couldn't keep the control in hot zone, and we lost.
This time we took the win against them. I think we were more prepared.
I'm pretty sure we're the only team to actually take them down in the finals, and we've done it twice now. So I think our overall record is 2-2 at this point.
This last match in particular, I mean, that one was just crazy. I mean, kind of got carried by Zar. We were all really hyped after that one.
We went all in.
STMN with their first ever BSC win this year.
STMN, especially OG and Bobby, they're pretty good at holding control. OG's very good at mid. And then since the addition of Zar and Toonie, they're both very aggressive players. But yeah, they synergize very well. One thing they're good at, obviously, is Bobby's Mortis. He has shown it in multiple monthly finals. And that's something we're very aware of, and we try to, look out for every single time we play them.
STMN is definitely one of the strongest teams in North America. They are very good on specific brawlers. Sometimes I don't think they think out their game plan as much as we do, and I think our strategy sometimes is just a little bit better than theirs.
Bobby and OG have been playing together more than any other duo in Brawl Stars, which gives them a really big advantage.
Yeah, so what makes Tribe good is obviously they're awesome at the game. Like, mechanically, they're very good. But on top of that, they make very few mistakes. Like, I feel like we can outplay them in a game, but because they don't make any mistakes, they can recover so well, and they're coached well, and they make a lot of really good adjustments in between sets or in between matches.
It seems like they always go into a game like knowing what they're going to do and who's going where, and they have really good teamwork.
The strongest point about Tribe is their synergy. That makes them very difficult to win against.
Individually, they're all really good, but as a team, they just mesh really well together.
Formality. Corey does it to her one more time. Jump forward. Welcome back, Tribe Gaming.
Hope to see you guys in the next final. I know it's tough getting there, but I'm sure we'll cross paths again soon. And Corey, please stop dipping Bobby on Viper.
I hope we face again in the finals and have another exciting finals. Good luck to you.
I'm sure we're going to cross paths again. It's going to be a good match, as always. And Zula, and please stop clapping OG on Bell.
Zar, you're my brother. I love you, but you're not going to beat me again. Good luck, bro.
Next time we meet, I'm not going to make that many mistakes again, so you better bring it.
Next time, hopefully, we won't miss open goals, and we'll be able to beat you.
He's just laughing. I don't know.
Yeah, bro.
Great to see some healthy competition, and today is far from over in that respect. Up next, STMN versus Gallant Esports, who again, with the team that knocked out IX Gaming already today in a huge upset. So I don't think we can take this one for granted, really. I think we've got to kind of take Gallant very seriously today, because they mean business, right?
Yeah, and I mean, we look back earlier in the year and we saw IX take the victory over STMN, so like they are a pretty formidable foe, and by proxy, right? If Gallant are able to take down IX, then I would say really anything is possible here today in NA. We almost saw Aqua take the win over STMN, so they're not necessarily rock solid either. I think this is going to be a fantastic first semifinal of STMN Esports versus Gallant Esports. Right after that, O.O versus Tribe Gaming NA. Two very strong rosters that, well, could both be a realistic competitor for the grand finals. Can't wait to find out.
Yeah, it's going to be a really stacked semifinals, and again, moving on to the best of fives now. So, going to have to work that a little bit harder to earn your place in the grand finals today. The brawler bans then make an even bigger impact, and it does give teams a little bit of a chance to experiment early on and try to rekindle any mistakes along the way. So, very keen to see what the bans are going to be and what the map pool will be as well. And you know, I wonder how STMN are looking upon Gallant's performance today as well. And I'm sure they probably took a couple of notes from that quarterfinal, and will be cautious around how they approach this one, probably taking it to, you know, be something which might not go their way every now and again. They've got to remain composed and make sure they don't fall into any bad mistakes.
Yeah, I mean, they're kind of playing versus an unknown enemy, one that they have not really had to compete in such a high-stakes competition with before. So there's not really much preparation you can do in terms of facing your enemy, knowing your enemy. It all comes down to how much they have prepared on these maps, which they have known for a while, and undoubtedly they've been practicing the semifinal much more than the quarterfinal. So I'm expecting to see a much more practiced approach to the semifinals. And oh, also, you guys get to submit your predictions for who you think are going to win this monthly final. Use the appropriate hashtags to cast your vote.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see what the viewers at home think, and they are your hashtags there. Make sure you get the spellings correct as well, guys, and check and double check as well, because yeah, that one could be a troublesome one. Hash STMN, hash Fear the Tribe, and hash Gallant Esports. That I am curious to see who is going to come out on top. I think it's going to be quite close actually today.
Yeah, it is going to be pretty close, and most times it also appears that the winning prediction is the actual result. So we are going to ask you guys what you think, and hopefully for you guys that appears to be in line with the actual outcome. Y'all, we are going to be getting into STMN versus Gallant Esports. Bobby, OG, Zar, you know well, and Jaws Guerrero and Steven TM. You better be betting or getting acquainted with these guys, because they are seriously shaking things up.
Curious to see whether OG is in fact playing, whether he's got his cat secretly doing some wondrous things in the background. I really do love that new illustration. But Hard Rock Mine is going to be the first gem grab map of this series. Super Stadium for Brawl up after that, split for Hot Zone. And if you get that far, Nuts and Bolts for Siege, Hot Potato for Heist. But a very, very OG map to start the day off, and one that is one of my personal faves, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, I love this map because there are just so many different ways you can approach it. You can play tanks and run Rosa up that mid lane, plant a bunch of bushes and dominate your enemy from there, or you can play a more calculated approach, go for the individual lane fights. You can try and flank your enemy real hard and spawn trap them as long as possible. It will come down to what our bans are to determine which brawlers are really going to be played here and which strategies are going to be more viable. We do have them flying through Primo, Sprout, Stu, and Buzz, so no duplicates here. And it's also going to leave Bell still open.
Yeah, Bell and Brock, you know, that's the dangerous one as well to leave in NA. I feel like the Stu ban is definitely necessary, with a lot of these maps catering really well to that particular brawler, so no surprise on that side. Bit of a risk from STMN to actually leave that as not a brawler that they were going to choose to ban, but El Primo definitely worthy, but I don't know about it being strictly necessary for me. I think that this map pool does cater well for that particular brawler to be banned. However, Sprout as well out for STMN. Pretty decent bans, but like you say, you know, Bell is going to be running Riot machine as well is a really good one to have for both teams. Prediction results, however, are in. What did you guys vote for, and what is the verdict in this pretty close war, but not for STMN? I started on the left, and then as I gradually got there, I realized that that's a pretty hefty margin in favor of STMN right now.
And this is, I think, the first time that STMN has graced that second World Finals spot in NA throughout the entire year. And evidently, people think that they are going to be holding on to it, and by a long shot, too. If these hold true, that means STMN will be your monthly finals victor, and Tribe will be winning their semifinal. We'll find out if you guys are correct, but we have some Brawl Stars to play between then and now.
Well, I mean, STMN had a fantastic month last month and did come home with a victory. So, you know, Tribe having 3 monthly final wins, it would be fitting for STMN to close the gap a little bit more with that too. But let's see how things go. It's going to be Piper for Bobby, Bell for Steven there in the mid. OG going the Leon pick, I think it's an interesting one. Definitely going to struggle a little bit with the Rika, but utilizing that lollipop drop really nicely there to give himself a little bit of an edge. And that positioning is going to be hard for Gallant to really take care of. But now moving forward, Jazz will do just that, and in a good spot to aggress this position now.
Yeah, I think this was a good lane switch up to switch Amber over onto the right. It's going to be so tough to deal with Zar here on the Rico. And perhaps breaking open the bushes is going to be instrumental, but it's not really going to stop Zar. He is powerful in any position here on the right lane. Bobby also at mid is playing the classic Piper. Ouch! Zar goes down, and STMN are going to have to retreat a little bit. Bobby is going to have this expanded radius, though, of invisibility. Pretty much an extension of the bush. Looks for a hit on really anyone at this point, or perhaps just to pick up some gems. OG keeping up the pressure on the right lane. Jaws now switching over to try and get the optimal lane matchup. OG stopping on the spot. Ouch, and that never feels good to perhaps disconnect, or maybe his cat walked on the screen.
Yeah, yeah, I think that could well be a factor there. I saw Jaws using a super there to try to get on a lollipop drop and didn't really even connect that much with it. Either way, it's going to be countdown for STMN. Gems are split. OG would probably prefer to go down there, but might have preferred to have gone down a little bit closer to spawn. Bobby now looking to make a snatch and will jump away, I imagine, from this position. Yet nicely done. It will mean, however, not having that super on the defensive puts a little bit more pressure on Zar and OG to hold this one. But Gallant have got to make this push. They're holding the mid a bit too long for my liking. They've got to make a push. They've got to make it now.
Yep, Steven might be able to get that final shot. No, Bobby untouchable. OG coming in with a flank. And STMN Esports untouchable from here. That is going to be game number 1 going to STMN. I really liked the Leon pick from STMN. It gave Bobby a lot more room to work with. It seems like just a little, but he's able to get much closer to mid, and it gives a very large area of influence around mid, which helps keep Gallant back significantly as well. I think this is also a smart choice with the Piper over the Bell, because really when it comes to a long-range duelist, Piper is going to do the job better than pretty much anyone else. She has that really fast shot in the super long range. It was a good pick in my opinion.
Yeah, I'm a big Piper advocate. I've got to say, I do tend to prefer Bell over Piper myself on Hard Rock 9, but when you're tapping as well as Bobby is right now, I see nothing wrong with it whatsoever. The only thing to consider here is whether, you know, Gallant do decide to go with something a bit more of an aggressive stance, maybe a Mortis to really kind of push Bobby out of position. It kind of depends more so on their strategy, and also whether STMN want to continue that approach, whether they want to be unpredictable or keep with what is currently working for them. I think that you've got to have that Rico lane. It goes such a long way, and Zar with that Robo Retreat star power really utilizing a lot of the map and getting some advantageous spots on that left-hand side there for me. And like you rightly said, I think that the Leon here can work really well. I do kind of wonder whether Leon's a little bit overrated, but it's a bit 50-50 as far as the poll that I do with the community was concerned. Either way you look at it, I think having unpredictability is so important, and that's what this map kind of caters towards, is that lollipop drop is quite difficult to kind of get eradicated, unlike some of the other maps.
Oh man, okay, this is different. STMN, I mean, we talked about unpredictability, Ark, and this is kind of out of nowhere. Bobby G, we're used to that, but OG here on the PAM at mid, he has Scrap Sucker available to him, and this is what has kind of launched him back into the competitive sphere recently. We'll see if that is a bit overrated, though it is quite powerful, and it's going to be giving Steven a rough time taking away all of his ammo, especially playing as a brawler that has low reload speed to begin with. is going to be just devastating if we see those shots connect. And it looks like we just might. Sort of a spray and pray operation here as that lollipop is shielding Steven from being seen by the enemy. Guerrero now rotating over to the right, picks up the kill on Zar, and now he's lurking in the enemy bushes, one of the most powerful positions you can be on as Leon.
I like the idea of G in lane. It's not very often you get to see it, but Ham here is actually a really smart idea. It's going to counter the Piper, and that could have been a strategic measure put in place by STMN, thinking that they were going to match the Piper, bring out something which is going to be causing a bit of hassle with that healing station going down in the middle. If OG wants to put it down again, it could cause a problem here. The homing recipe will connect with Bobby, but not enough to really cause that much of a dent. The healing station down now is going to be a great thing to have in this defensive spot. So with a really nice clip onto Guerrero there on the right-hand side, doing wondrous work for STMN. They should be able to hold on just long enough to take the set. They will. What a result there in the first set for STMN.
Yeah, I mean, STMN with pretty much the sweep there and with some kind of unpredictable comps there as well. The Pam I did not see out of anywhere, and the Piper was a little bit unexpected. I mean, it's Bobby on the Piper, so, you know, it's not completely out there, but I do agree with you, right? Bell is a very strong pick, and it's pretty much the go-to here. If you're able to put those bear traps down at mid, it can seriously impede the enemy's progress and their ability to push in a mid. But if you're Bobby on the Piper, then you're just kind of built different. He's hitting so many shots, and look at him jump out with the 11 gems there. Yeah, OG also helping Bobby heal up here and get into good positions to grab those pulls. We saw an excellent pull right at the end of the game that was able to lock down those gems towards the end. Well played by STMN. We'll see if Gallant's able to catch up in the subsequent sets.
And, you know, again, on those both countdowns, you know, the gems were split. So it really goes to show that STMN didn't want to have the game drawn out, and they wanted to ensure they could, you know, handle that defensive measure. 38% team damage for Bobby as a lane Gene with 4 kills, 0 deaths. You know, this is the wondrous thing about the Brawl Stars competitive meta and how things are constantly shifting. And the introduction of a single gadget can bring Pam into the mid and put Gene on lane. Who'd have thought?
Yeah, and we're going to be moving into Super Stadium for our next set. This is going to be an interesting one because we have some tanks available here to be played. Super Stadium is an interesting map because if you get unlucky and spawn at the center, you can get sniped out relatively quickly. So you do not want to fall victim to those long-range brawlers. We also have those lanes on the side with some bushes that are going to allow mid and short-range brawlers to profit on the sides. So we will see. I love that big box with the energy drinks in it. I don't know if that's Diet Max Energy or GT Max Energy. It does have the different color scheme. I would love some GT Max in my fridge, but unfortunately I'm just stuck with other energy drinks at the moment.
I mean, I don't know. We've seen a bit of Max already today, actually. I don't think we're going to necessarily see it here, but I'm ruling nothing out. For me, I do like a B mid. There's not going to be any B this time round. I'm going to go with the Bell for OG. It's a great thing to have just in the event of any tanks, but it's going to be Barley, Gene, and Tara then for Gallant. I think the Barley here is very, very strong, but Zara is doing a wondrous job as well of placing the pressure down. The shot from OG will ricochet on the Joz there, who goes down. Tara, I feel, could be a challenging brawl to make work here. Let's see what Steven can do on this right-hand side. But already, I really feel like STMN are coming out with a lot of control early on, a lot of aggression as well, and definitely are putting the wheels in motion so far. Push back a little bit here, but a great start nonetheless.
Yeah, I just don't really see many optimal lane matchups here for Gallant. They are bringing out the double pull, which is going to be strong once it gets in a rotation. Once these brawlers start getting their supers off of each other, Steven is going to be able to get that super, but he just can't escape the influence of both Bobby and Zar with this super down. There is a sandstorm from STMN that is going to be so much control as they push up. It's going to come down to, do we see any kind of pull from either of them? Well, there's the pull on OG, and Steven is not able to get his black portal off of that. Still 2v2, and STMN are looking to push in and grab a goal here. Zar still playing very cautiously. He's not going to really sneak around the corner. Bobby has a combo ready. He's going to go for the sleep, but he's able to get that one anyway. STMN with the first goal, game number 1.
Yeah, great pinch from Bobby there, and he kind of actually thought he did actually waste a Sweet Dreams before, but now look at this push up again. Oh, that was a bit of an error there. I don't know whether it was the communication. I think it might have been so. I didn't see the replay, but Sweet Dreams will unactivate with any damage, right? So she could have gone for a shot there as well and chose to be more on the side of caution. Not really necessarily a miss, but just an unfortunate circumstance there for STMN. That could have easily been a goal.
Yeah, it appeared to be the Barley super that interrupted the Sweet Dreams right there, and that always hurts. Yeah, I mean, I've definitely been in the position before where I'm running Root Sands and I sleep someone and they are immediately woken up by my own Sandstorm, and you're just shooting yourself in the foot at this point. But STMN are going to be in such a strong position, pretty much no comeback possible for Gallant. Maybe they'll be able to pick up a goal here at the end. OG supers in on the goal. That is it for game number 1 and a 3-game win streak for STMN.
Yeah, I felt like, Bobby on that Sandy was doing absolute work. Again, yeah, he did miss one of the Sweet Dreams, but the other two were absolutely on point, and it just kind of goes to show that maybe he didn't need all three. STMN looks very, very composed and very comfortable. I feel like the comp was better as well. A great moment there, and just Bobby finding the gap. This is the moment he hit Sweet Dreams, and that was the shot from Zar there, which basically unactivated that moment. But either way, I felt like it was really STMN all the way.
It was STMN all the way, and it has been STMN all the way throughout this match. Let's take another look at Bobby here. 22% of the team damage, but 6 kills versus 2 deaths. No question, the Brawler getting those crucial eliminations when it mattered the most. I mean, we're talking about Sandy. Sandy is a Brawler that's able to get good wall peek and is able to get lots of burst damage, get the eliminations when possible. He also has pretty short range, so he's not going to be playing long range control like we saw from OG and Zar with Barley and Bell. But if you're able to get in at the right time and have your teammates assist you and pushing in, you're going to be able to pick up those kills, even if you're not dealing the majority of the team's damage.
I kind of wonder whether Gallant should change something up here. I hope they get rid of the Tara. They are going to bring out BB, which wasn't quite the change that I was expecting, but Sandy in the mix here definitely going to do them a lot of favors already in the early Sandstorm. Is going to put STMN very much on the defensive, probably taking the risk to pocket the ball. I think it's not the worst of ideas under the circumstances, but nest egg goes down from Steven as well in the mid, and I hope that STMN have clocked where that is. They're going to have to be very cautious here. A much more aggressive comp out of the gates from Gallant.
Yeah, Gallant, we've seen them pull out the BB already. In the quarterfinals, they did it versus IX, but they're switching to a different star power this time. Batting stance becomes home run. That's a speed star power, and we'll see if Jaws is able to make much of it. Zar is so controlling here and oppressive on the left lane. OG hardly even needs to pass that over to the right. Wow, Bobby isn't able to make it in the goal, though. Great defense there between Jaws and Guerrero. Guerrero gets that ball over to the right side where it's inaccessible to STMN, and what was almost a goal is going to turn into a Gallant Esports defense.
Well, Bobby coming out the right, has to juke his way forwards here and does take a shot from Steven. I think that Zara's going to struggle here as, again, running the Herbal Tonic is probably not... well, he wasn't really expecting a BB, in all fairness. I know that I wasn't, but would probably have preferred the Sticky Syrup Mixer under the circumstances, looking back on things now, as Juz is just juking so much. Zara doing what he can on his right, but I don't know how long it's going to realistically last. The Sandstorm from Bobby is a bit of a saving grace, allowing everyone to maneuver themselves forward just a little bit. Sweet Dreams activated, but no reward for Bobby, and that's, going to see to his demise. OG's going to have to do a lot of work now on this right-hand side to keep things flowing.
Yeah, OG with a good prediction, hitting Guerrero once and keeping the control up here, though he doesn't really know where the enemy is. OG narrowly avoids getting taken out. Bobby is going to look for this matchup versus Guerrero here on the right lane. Do we see a gadget coming out? No, not quite. One more shot into Guerrero. Nope. 10 health. And he's going to stay in the business. Still 0-0 here as we approach overtime. And this is probably the optimal matchup for Gallant in this situation of overtime, though they are lacking the supers and they are lacking the Bell as well. Here's a pass from Bobby. OG wants to put this in, and Johns, unfortunately, is not in front of the goal. That is going to be the last minute score for STMN and the victory in set number 2.
I mean, I've got to shout out Zar. I mean, it's not an easy thing with a BB, with home run coming towards you when you haven't got anything to slow it down. He had to really make sure he was hitting those shots. But again, I feel like STMN are performing really, really well. I feel like Gallant maybe have met their match a little bit here. It's still a bit early to say, but I've got to say, STMN are looking very, very good. That first game of Brawl, particularly Bobby as well, made some fantastic plays. Despite on the scoreline as well, having the lower of the team damage there, I felt like he made a majority of the plays happen for his team. And yeah, it just goes to show Sandy being so dangerous in Brawl now.
Yeah, we saw Gallant pull out the Sandy too, and it was super impactful, but it just wasn't able to save them from the likes of STMN. Such a strong roster, and they have such strong synergies between each other, as well as I think just you know, a really good comp here, right? We saw OG and Zar working together really well, and from that point on, it didn't really matter if Jaws was pushing up super hard on the left lane because there was the assistance from OG at mid, and well, it prevented Zar from getting pushed back too far. Here's the stat comparison, and there's no question about it. OG lays down so much control as Bell. Perhaps this would account for some sort of switch up from Steven, but we'll have to wait till set 3 to find out.
Again, such a hugely important moment for STMN, considering that this was the team that knocked out IX in the first stage of today's competition. If they get this win, they'll be 60 points ahead, and more so if they can carry on their success into the grand final stage. Again, they've got to get through split first. At the moment, I just feel like they are performing so well and haven't really dropped the ball at all. This could be a quick way to round things off for them if they can stay composed enough and encounter any problems and just be able to overcome them along the way. This could be their set.
It could be their set, and it could be just as fast as you mentioned. Y'all, it's split. Even though there are two objectives, don't let that fool you. It can go by so quickly if you're capturing those points concurrently, especially if you're running some kind of meme comp, as some might call it. The Gale and Frank or some kind of tank is entirely possible to take the game with. We have seen Gallant pull out the tanks, and they're no stranger to the BB, which does perform pretty well here. A tank counter could possibly be warranted here, and yeah, I mean, I think the votes kind of tell most of the story, and it's been a sweep so far by STMN. I think of all maps though, split, and especially just when we talk about the mode hot zone, this is when we kind of can see more likely of an underdog upset.
Yeah, I always say that this is actually an ideal place to have hot zone. If you are behind, you are given a little bit of saving grace. It depends upon the team, of course, and whether they even like the game mode, but it can have some unpredictability, can be very difficult, especially on a map like Split, to retake a zone if lost. So I think that those are the things that Gallant now have really got to harness in. I think you've got to have a Rico for me to be able to lock down the left-hand side, and that is actually what Steven's going to do, but Zar kind of almost seeing that strategy coming into play and makes an early break. I'll be interested to see now whether Steven will get nearly as much value from that side lane. And again, it feels like STMN are coming out with a lot of preparations for the mind games that could be at play here. The Gale as well could do a lot of predict to be able to protect the zone on the right hand side, but not enough to put OG and Robbie to rest.
Yeah, I like this comp from STMN, though. They have Colt over here with Silver Bullet and Bobby with Amber. Amber really does profit off of these open, long-range situations, and that is exactly what Zar is creating over on the left lane. Another thing is that OG is over here with the sandbags. Unfortunately, does go down to Jaws. It's not going to stop Zar, though, from seeking control of this point. Colonel Ruffs is going to give a hard time to Rico with his main attack. It's not going to be able to penetrate through those sandbags at all, and you could call it a bit of a counter to Rico. But with all these walls broken open, Rico's not even going to have a chance. He's basically going to have to play like a Colt. And even though we've seen STMN with a pretty good gameplay so far and some good plays, it is still Gallant Esports taking the lead here.
Yeah, I'm surprised. I'll be honest, I've been watching Zara, he's been tapping a lot of shots, but Gallant have just been able to put a ton of pressure onto STMN whilst holding the zone. And I feel like despite a lot of these promising moments from STMN, they haven't really been focusing on the zones themselves, and that's going to really go against them here with surely a poker to hand. They can push this Nova throw. Bobby and OG on this right-hand side, especially with the Gallant. Let's jump pad, and that is going to surely, no, not quite. But I don't know, can STMN do this now? I'm starting to think they can.
If one person jumps onto the point, it's over. There's the knockback, and the jump pad goes off. No, and STMN, they are not going to be able to prevent Steven from getting around the corner. That was almost the most insane comeback ever, especially because that jump pad is literally a free ticket into that last percentage, but they were holding back Gallant from getting it so many times. But in the end, Steven was able to come around the corner. What a game. This is gonna call for a switch up from STMN.
That knockback, honestly, that could have been one of the biggest brain plays that I've seen in a long time. Look at this. It was there perfectly to push the Gale away off the jump pad. I was really rooting for STMN there. I really was. It would have been such an amazing comeback, and so many plays along the way to make it happen, but just overthrown towards the end. Even when I was looking at the scoreline, I thought there's no chance that Gallant would not take it. I've got to be honest, I was so impressed with how STMN really gave it their all.
Yeah, y'all saw the stat, I guess, leaderboard right there. Jaws with 1 kill and 5 deaths. But see, that was the difference that we saw in this last game, was that STMN Esports, they picked up a lot of kills, but they did not play the objective in the same way that Gallant did. And that is exactly what we saw with the Gale pick. Gale, and like I mentioned, that jump pad is a free ticket to capture on the point. And STMN were very well prepared for the Gale, especially if a tank were in the mix, but they just weren't able to play that objective in the early game, and well, that caught up with them right at the end. A 2% differential was the game winner for Gallant, and this could almost be a set victory for Gallant if they're able to pull this out once again.
Exactly that. I think the STMN have got to make a change. I love Colt here, and I think it can work wonders, but again, you've got to be in the zone when you're making those shots happen. Tick for me is the way to go. Rico as well, and Zar is very accomplished with that role, but Steven's been warmed up to it now on Split. So Surge as well, I really like to see. I'm a big advocate for that particular brawler in Split in particular. Let's see what fares this time round. Bobby going to be staying on the zone and healing up now nicely as well, trying to juke these shots out from Jaws. I think it's a better starting comp for STMN for sure, but they've got to be consistent with it.
Yeah, I completely agree. This is a much better starting comp for STMN. We see the Colonel Refs played as a Surge counter, most likely, as well as being able to secure some control on the right lane. Bobby already just throws up the preemptive sandbags to allow OG to take this position while he assumes the right lane post. Zar gets a kill on a Guerrero, and Zar is just really locking things down over here. He's using extra bouncy, which is a key difference between him and Steven. Steven is running Robo Retreat, but he's not going to be able to retreat from that kill. Guerrero comes in to take the kill, and the kill on that tick super. STMN, they have the lead by a long shot, but Gallant Esports are quickly getting some capture on the left lane. Guerrero actually with the teleport through. I wonder if he meant to do that because there's not really anyone for him to get. Does get taken down by OG. Jaws now gets the kill on Azar from close range, and Gallant, this is the beginning of a comeback if there is one.
That ticket, I felt like that should have connected earlier for OG, but it didn't, and nonetheless, he will get the takedown for it. OG's actually running Mind Mania as well, which is kind of interesting to see on Split, and it does make a lot of sense. See Joz running last hurrah, but just kind of goes to show how both were kind of viable here. But as now STMN approaches final zone, I feel like this one is in the bag for them, and they will be definitely in a great spot now, having been able to turn that one around, moving on to match point.
Yeah, match point is up next. And STMN, if they're able to bring this out once again, it is just their ticket to the grand finals. This is exactly what they needed to maintain that second world final spot. If they get that grand final spot, then they will have such a lead over IX, and perhaps an indomitable one if they're able to keep up the momentum in the coming months. Here's our last game. Gallant, they took game number 1, and I mean, I think this was the appropriate switch up from STMN. They chose something a little bit more traditional, and definitely something that accounted for all possible, I guess, common counters. I really like the Colonel Ruffs played as a Surge counter, and that is really the thing that was most notable to me was a Colonel Ruffs. So this is going to call for a Gallant switch up in game number 3.
I think that for me, STMN have got to stick with the same idea, same comp. It was working fantastically well. It demonstrates to them that they can really use the same brawlers and play them better. But I don't know, man. STMN like in this position to bring out random stuff. I think more could be on the cards for Bobby. I've seen it time and time again. I don't know what it is about match point. They just kind of get super into the idea of maybe ending on a real high and something that's kind of unpredictable. But I think they've got to stick with the same idea. I think Rico's working fantastically well for Zar, utilizing a lot of those bouncy castles to great effect. I think that OG is doing a great job as the tick as well, and Bobby also. I would stick with it, but at the same time, they might be anticipating a change from Gallant as well, so that has to be taken into consideration as well.
Yeah, I mean, with that, like, what kind of switch up do you make? Gallant Esports, they could definitely go for something more focused on wall break, right? You go for the Colt and B, but we just haven't seen that from them yet. Are they going to do it? No, they are going for the classic Gallant Frank strategy, but Frank is actually assuming the left lane, and Steven is just going ahead and setting up on the right. OG is going to have to hold down this post. Bobby on the Surge and Zar on the Rico. This is a much different comp from what we saw in game number 2 from STMN, and it doesn't appear that is really going to be able to get the lead. Never mind. Bobby just stomping on them all, and STMN Esports assumed control of these 2 points.
Bobby and Zar, calm yourselves. They absolutely annihilated that left-hand side lane together in perfect harmony. Bobby doing wondrous work with the teleport in on the Frank, and now full stacks. That's how quickly he's been popping off. And Zar now holding his own. My goodness, we STMN are all over this ReddySet.
Oh my gosh, and Bobby just cannot be taken down. He is unstoppable at this rate. STMN closing in on that 10% mark. And we just count down the percentages at this point. Guerrera is keeping OG off of the right point, but that's not where the objective is, man. Zar and OG can't be stopped by Steven. That is going to be STMN advancing to the grand finals. Bobby, OG, and Zar are your victors. Who will they have to face off against? Will it be O.O or will it be Tribe? Well, we'll get that question answered pretty soon.
I am still in awe. I'm honestly still in awe. Bobby and Zar in that last game, the synergy on that was honestly really remarkable. Pogo Frank, not an easy thing to get out of a hot zone, and I think that they played this to perfection. They just danced around the situation. They're obviously really in tight comms the entire way through to kind of dance in, dance out, have someone else take the aggression whilst the other person healed. It was honestly textbook from them, and obviously OG was doing a lot himself. I'm not trying to take anything away from him, but that side lane left action was something to be desired massively. So I think a lot of regions can take a good leap out of their book on that side.
I completely agree. This was just such great synergy from STMN Esports through and through. Gallant, they did put up a really good fight. It just looked at multiple turns, they were just kind of out-comped, and that was really their demise. Here was Jaws. Jaws was just not in front of the goal at the right time. He's just not in the right place at the right time. Though this was the Gallant Esports victory at the last moment. Steven was just able to barely grace at that point, and that was the victory right there. And I was really digging Gallant Esports' performance here, but Bobby and Zara just completely stomped on these guys on the left side. Look at Bobby once again, ready for that. Oof, man, that was beautiful arc.
It really was fantastic to see, and Zal, yeah, absolutely popping off with the Rico. No surprises there on the 41% team damage. Again, it's like my favorite month in Mob League Finals because Rico's in such a strong place. I've always loved the Brawler, but he's never really had that much of a look and always been a bit niche and a kind of rarity to see. But when you see people like Zal like that, just doing the Brawler justice, it goes a long, long way for me and thoroughly enjoyable.
Thoroughly enjoyable indeed. Y'all, that does it for our first semifinals match, but we have one more left to go. We got to find a suitable opponent for STMN in the grand finals, and it's either going to be O.O or Tribe Gaming in both teams that have had a great last month. Tribe Gaming, they suffered a crushing defeat at the beginning of July, though, at the hands of none other than STMN. So we could have an incoming grudge match, or we could see just the meteoric trajectory that O.O has been on. They are missing one of their key players, which is Toast. He's recovering from surgery, so he's not able to play in the monthly finals, but they have been doing super well nonetheless. We'll see how they're able to fare without him.
Well, he's down as on the roster at the moment, but I did chat to him today as well and wished him fair luck with the surgery side of things. I know it's been something which has been troublesome for him, so I would love to see him play, but ultimately at the end of the day, you know, health comes first. Let's see. But either way you look at it, I think we got ourselves set up for an amazing grand final today. If anything from last month to go by, if it is to be Tribe that go through that matchup last month, I would love to see the garage match of and again, if O can do the unthinkable and actually knock Tribe out at this point in time, then that's even more exciting for me, because ultimately I do like the underdog stories. Let's see though, going into Canal Grande up first for Bounty. That'll be our first map to kick things off. Ring of Fire for Hot Zone, Triple Dribble for Brawl in our third set. For the fourth set, Double Swoosh for Gem Grab, and if we get that far to the fifth and final set, Safe Zone for Heist.
Yep, all amazing maps. Canal Grande is a strange one, I think, to start things off, just because, well, Canal Grande is a strange map as well, and of course I'm not talking about our friend here, the animatronic dinosaur, or the very, very cool Buzz chilling there. It's really the playstyle of this map, because you spawn on opposite sides of the map, top and bottom, and yet sometimes the fight just becomes east versus west for the entire game. This is, you know, usually the result of a Sprout blocking off mid and getting rid of that choke. Though this being NA, maybe we have a Brock to start breaking that open. We'll have to see what the bans are for these sets upcoming.
Yeah, very curious to see how it might affect, or maybe not affect things yet. Stu on both sides, I think, is wise. Battles again seems to be a common theme. A lot of teams want to eradicate that particular brawler, and Gene, I think, is a really solid ban that could have definitely been a factor in Canal Grande. Well, okay, I think then this could be open to maybe some tanks. I think depends upon, you know, how both teams want to play this. I kind of like the idea of breaking open the mid with something, so you could well be right on the Brock side of things as well. I think Ruffs is a good contender here as well for Canal Grande, depending upon the surrounding comp, but definitely some options nonetheless. I think there's more so having the double Stu ban on both sides.
Yeah, I think that is entirely fair, because, especially because our first match of the day, we saw the Stu in play, because both teams were like, I guess the other team will ban Stu, and now really no one wants to take that chance. No one wants to play Stu. No one wants to play against him. It's either one or the other, or both. He is such a powerful brawler at the moment with the breakthrough, so it's going to come down to other brawlers' responsibility to break down the wall. And like you were saying, the Brock, I think that is a very, very viable pick here to break open the obstacles and the bushes. It can be a frustrating place to try and flush your enemy out of, because if they get the lead, they can just camp inside of those bushes and create a sort of bunker over there and just not budge for the rest of the match. And you really do want to try and push your enemy back into their spawn and then start getting some kills from there. It seems to be one of the most reliable strategies on this sort of unreliable map.
Yeah, and the Gene ban as well is an important one, not just for, you know, Double Swoosh and others, but I know Canal Grande is kind of a key factor there to have the healing puffs coming with the Ruffs and the Tick, so it might eradicate some of the effectiveness of that combo. We're actually going to see Griff coming out for O.O. That's a really interesting choice for them. I kind of got to give my feelings towards Tribe having the kind of better comp. I say better with a pinch of salt, because ultimately I would say more ranged comp. It's going to be Fade who's the first to go down, and Luffy out of position as well. See to another player for O.O going down, 5 stars to Tribe, and a missed super FL as well there from Tribe on the left hand side, maybe some over caution. Let's see now whether O.O can bring back this deficit.
Okay, and of course Toast over here on the Brock on the right lane. Tribe, though, they just don't stop pushing in. That is their play style. Play passive and then push in gradually. Luffy really trying to stay alive, but Corey picks up the kill. Corey, the classic epic Sprout player, is going to continue to keep pushing in. Once the next super off of Luffy, it's not going to come quite yet, but it is soon incoming. Fade actually going to push up here. Corey breaking open some of those bushes so that Fade cannot get the wall peek onto him, and Tribe Gaming maintain their lockdown over mid 13-0. A dominating lead so far with just 40 seconds left in the match.
Well, I feel like Zillow was actually opening up some of the map, but to be honest, Tribe have been up the other side of the spawn for so long, we haven't even really been able to see what he was hitting. 15 stars to nothing. Tribe are not giving O.O a single look, and then Tyrant taking the bell pick with the 6 stars, showing Zulan how it's done. We saw that piece in that segment in the my enemy is my friend earlier on today, and it was definitely some shots fired towards Zulan, and Tyrant is making it look just as simple as easy. Look at this. Who's going to be the one person from Tribe to not have 7 stars? It's between Zulan and Tyrant. Can all of them finish on 7 stars? What a display, ReddySet.
That was absolutely a display. Such a flex there. 29 stars to nothing. Big fat goose eggs there from O.O. Not the way that you want to start off a match, and that is really a momentum killer. If they had any momentum coming into this game, that really hurts, because ask any pro player, they will tell you all about momentum and how sometimes you take a little while longer to ready up to kill the enemy momentum, or just winning games in a row gives you an advantage because it has a psychological effect on the enemy. This, no doubt, has a psychological effect on O.O. Look at Corey getting 6 kills and doing his fair share of the team's damage as well. He blocked off that right lane for pretty much the entire game, didn't let anyone through, and that seriously enabled Tribe to control the remainder of the map.
I mean, like you say, how do O deal with this? I mean, this is the worst of starts for them, but one that they've really got to put aside and focus on. Okay, like this is clearly something which Tribe are showing patterns with. They do like their battle picks. And I think that, with Brock on the cards here, and clearly one that Tribe are happy to play, you can't really depend on anything other than, I feel like, a long-range combat. Then you got to kind of match the bell. I don't really kind of see many ways around that one, and you got to play Tribe at their own game here. They are leading this very much so. I don't think the Griff and the Stanley is going to work for O.O. They've got to make some changes, and they've got to make them now, or we'll be swiftly moving past Bounty at this rate.
Yeah, I mean, all credits, like credit where credit is due. O.O, fantastic team, but at the end of the day, man, you're playing against Tribe NA, and you gotta play like Tribe's game here. You gotta account for what they're gonna play, and this is really interesting. It looks like more or less the same comp that O.O is running in game number 1, now being attempted here by Tribe Gaming. This could be a big brain strat, because Griff is going to be pretty good versus the tanks, getting good range on them, as well as that super being super useful, dishing out large amounts of damage all at once. And O.O now adapting themselves to go for Byron and a tank. This could be exactly what Tribe Gaming was hoping for.
Yep, the hills are going to be there for Toast and to Fade, and to be fair, at the moment they are. I'm still on the fence a little bit on Griff on this map. I can see it having some good defensive capabilities, but let's see Fade going in onto Tyrant, and it's a good value, but the ticket should finish him off there. Yeah, nicely done for Tribe. So we've 5 stars, though, still in favor of O.O. Plenty more to be done. Toast bringing up to pop Gachi here, but didn't have enough time. And we'll see his demise to that mine from Corey. Tribe are swinging the balance, and they are doing it pretty quickly. Fade is going to be pretty much waiting for his teammates to come in before he can go on the aggressive here. And even so, look at the amount of damage coming in from both Tyrant and Corey on that right-hand side.
Yeah, Fade is really just trying to soak up as much damage as possible. He does have the super, so really he's just looking for any opening possible. Tyrant is not going to let him in at any point, though. He just goes straight for Zulan. Zulan's not able to stay alive, though Tyrant picks up the kill with the super. But Tyrant is now superless. Toast wants the damage. He wants vengeance to avenge Fade here. Fade, though, steps back up to the plate. They got to pick up 3 stars here. That could be almost anyone on the enemy team with the exception of Zulan. Of course, Tyrant is the optimal target. They need that blue star to break the tie. Fade with the super, and Tyrant is not able to get the super off. Fade has to jump out. Toast picks up the kill. O.O take the lead, and that is going to be game number 2 going to O.O.
Oh, that was a tasty turnaround. Wow. Okay, well, that is very surprising to see, and a delight for O.O to have made that work. And Fade going in here really got his value in with the throw of the head to get the ticket at the same time with those shots. Very crucially done, and you can see just how happy he was about it. Oh my goodness me. Well, that's going to level things up pretty quickly, and in a big contrast to what we saw in our first game.
That might be like the best play that I've seen today. That just really caught my eye, because you just don't see Primo using his super to get away. His ideal situation is right next to an enemy, but you saw like how do I even put it? How desperate he was to keep Tyrant from getting that super off on him, and Tyrant uses the super, and Fade knows, oh man, okay, I'm dead if I don't get out of here now. And he had the super and he just used it as his, emergency escape button. Toast is able to pick up the kill. That was just remarkable to me, though. At the end of the day, that was a clutch, and O.O cannot be relying on that. That's not consistency clutching up. So it is going to come down to game number 3 to determine who has the momentum as we head into set number 2.
And this is the dangerous thing now, at this stage of the first set, O.O have got some big momentum behind themselves. They've had a really nice moment of glory that they can then, be bringing into this next and final game for this first set. I think the Tribe are going to take away the Griff. I think that would be the wise thing to do and just kind of go back to what they had at the beginning. I think that they looked more comfortable with the idea with the Bell and the Brock. Let's see whether they do it.
Oh, man.
They're going to keep the Griff, bring in and take in. I'm not sure. I think that maybe O.O, if they play this right, could handle this.
Yeah, Fade is going to go in super aggressive. Tyrant is going to suffer major damage at the hands of Toast. Fade now pushing in. Zealand has a super. Fade is going to go down. Toast a little bit slow on the heel, though, unfortunately, just wasn't able to get that super charged up in time. O.O in the hole by 1 star at this point. We'll see if they're able to take it back. As Fade tries to push it on Tyrant, but he's focused down by both Zealand and Tyrant.
Hail Fade going in now. Zuran gets the takedown he needs and has to jump away. Really importantly, so he gets knocked back from the last. Zara goes down himself. I don't know whether that was a positive or a negative Alexa trade in that respect, but either way, the jump over the cards from Tyrant there, or over the checks or the dollar bills, I guess they are, the Star Park bills. There you go. Really got to give Fade a ton of credit for some of these really sharply calculated primo plays, because it's so easy to go in there and just cause a problem, but it's very methodical what he's doing to evade a lot of these moments. Now with a really good pinch off here, the heel's coming in from Toast as well, gets the takedown again, launches the tick head over his head with the suplex off. Amazing stuff, gotta be said from O.O.
Big jump for the tick super. I like how you put it, the positive elixir trade, right? OJ would be proud, though not a lack of deaths, much more than 0 deaths here for Fade as he launches in once again and does have to pay the price. Or, well, maybe he's being paid the price. Tyrant is shooting coins after all. Toast trying to cover up his retreat here versus the tick super. This is the last chance. Do or die for Fade. There's the super. Is he able to get the kill? No! Tyrant survives with 2 health. It wouldn't have made that much of a difference anyway, but still remarkable to watch till the very end. Set number 1 closing out.
And again, Tribe Gaming have had 3 monthly final victories. So, for O.O to be giving them this much of a run for their money, I think that's an exciting thing to see, especially in the best of 5. That final game there, I felt with a couple of placements here or there could have gone O.O's way. Tribe, they were able to stand firm and did get that Griff pick, and it did work out much better for them. It's nice to see a brand new brawler coming into the mix and working out so well. It was definitely like the Sandy pick in the early stages that was costly for O.O, and they did adapt accordingly. They were able to really look at what was weak about it and came back so strong. But Tribe now with the 1 set advantage going into our next set, have got to be feeling in a good spot.
Oh yeah, they are definitely comfortable here. After such a close set number 1, this would, have been perhaps O.O's chance to set the pace of this match, but since it has gone the way of Tribe Gaming, this is going to be quite a bit of a blow for O.O. We'll see what both teams have to bring in set number 2. I would definitely be feeling comfortable if I were Tribe Gaming.
Yeah, that was the moment that Toast tried to give Fade a little bit of healing along the way, but like you rightly said, probably wouldn't have made that much difference. All things considered, the push needs to be a little bit more ahead of time, but the 38% team damage for Tyrant on the Griff just goes to show that particular brawler definitely one to consider. You can just see that it's pretty decent at being able to hold back a lot of the action when you're going back towards your own spawn there. And, being in spawn in Canal Grande is not where you want to be at all. So I can see why that was the play that they made. Ring of Fire, though, up next for Hot Zone, and definitely a very different affair. Only just the 1 zone in this particular map to capture. So we're going to see a lot more variety in terms of the brawlers here. And yeah, looking forward to seeing how O will fare against Tribe on this one.
Yeah, historically, this is where we see Lou come out. Just like the one Lou pick of all of BSC is here on Ring of Fire. Though, with Bell in play today, it's going to be a much different story. Lou's really just played in the absence of Bell. Though, I don't know. Maybe we see it. Rico is absolutely a go-to on the right lane. You want to be able to flank behind your enemy. It's also tough to fare against if you're playing on the left lane. So something to account for that would definitely be warranted in our upcoming game.
Leon. I'm expecting Leon as well. But trust me, I always forget. It's such a weird thing now that Leon's meta in, in Hearthstone, who'd have thought. But yeah, I feel like that has kind of, in a way, changed Lou a little bit in terms of effectiveness. But I still think a really, really good, solid choice. There's a lot of choice in this particular map. Like I say, I love the Rico lanes. I think Surge can work. It's a bit more risky. Stanley can work here. There's like a lot of potential for ideas. But look at this. Look at it's going to be Poco, Primo, and a Mortis for O.O, going in with that same similar idea with the heals and the tank and the aggressiveness, but that is not working out too well against the Griff and the Bell and the Rico. It's all range for Tribe and not the best of times to bring out your tanks and heals.
Yeah, the three brawlers who are super, super effective against tanks. Look how much damage Fade is taking. He's able to cycle out the super too. It goes to show how insane Griff can be. Look, he already has another super already. And there it goes. And he's going to charge up yet another one. That is really the thing about Griff that strikes me the most, is how quickly his super charges up when he's able to consistently hit a bunch of enemies. Luffy, though, is going to try and put a stop to that. There are the bats, and he's going to get another super off of this, and the double bats as well to finish off the enemy. O.O now looking to take the lead. There's a super from Zulon. Fade having to go for the retreat here, but he does have the super in his back pocket. Zulon looking for the kill on Toast. He gets some damage on Fade. Toast gets the kill, and O.O resumes their lead.
Yeah, Zulon got the piggyback down just in the nick of time, which is going to be a potential factor here for with no cover now. The disposal of Tribe, the disposal of O.O, it's going to make it very, very difficult to be able to utilize their position, but O.O got some good value in the bank. Luffy absolutely popping off on the Mortis as well. If he can do that same idea again and just keep juking his way forwards, he's going to go through. He may have earned some off the back of that, but probably not much too more than that. Fade and Toast doing a wondrous job on the juking side of things. It's got to be Sid, but only 10% in it now, ReddySet.
Oh my gosh, Fade stayed alive for so long there, especially with the help of Toast with the healing. Luffy now getting the bats off. Is he going to be able to get another super up before the time expires? No. O.O, they take game number one, and I really did not anticipate the Gallant would work that well, but Tribe Gaming, I don't think anticipated to work that well either, especially when they're bringing out something that counters it pretty well.
I am pretty amazed by that, and it's a massive testament, honestly, to just how well Fade and Toast were juking and Luffy. This was an entire comp that absolutely needed to get all those jukes on point. The heals had to be on point. Everything had to be coordinated there against such range. I think they did a wondrous job. I really do. I think that was a comp that shouldn't have worked, but it did, and it needed to have that level of communication and just very, very quick thumbs to keep Tribe guessing, and keep them guessing they did.
I mean, this was a fantastic game, and like you said, just a testament to how good they are at dodging and juking and bobbing and weaving, right? What did they say? Float like a butterfly, sting like a bee. That is exactly, yeah, what O.O managed to bring out there, though. Was that just, them clutching up there? Was it just O.O making the best of a poor situation? Or was this what they were prepared for all along? We'll see if they use the same comp once again. Tribe Gaming, I'm not sure how much more they can do to account for the same comp being used again, but as I always say, when in doubt, mirror match it out.
Yeah, I gotta say though, I mean, this is really worthy contendership for Tribe. You go in with what is so meta with the Bell and the Rico, and you get countered by something which I don't think they were preparing for, and even when they had that range to their disposal, just were not able to maintain their positioning. I think that this is going to blow the competition wide open in the series. I think that O.O now are kind of, being able to have that unpredictability. That's a really, really powerful thing. If you don't know what your opposition is going to do next, then you can't realistically prepare that well and make sure that you got everything battened down in terms of your lanes. O now have a great chance to be able to level this one out, and they're going to go with the same comp again.
Oh my gosh, both teams going with the same comp once again. Let's see if Tribe Gaming is a little bit more prepared. It looks to be so. Zealand gets that first super up, but Toast is farming up his super with some good jukes as well. He's going to have to retreat now. Zealand almost picks up the kill. There's a super as well from Zealand, and, well, I guess a gadget drop there for perhaps a preventative measure from Fade pushing in. Luffy goes for some damage, is able to get off 3 attacks, and keeps on charging up his super for a big combo here. Fade looks for the damage and the kill on a Tyrant. Not quite able to get it, and Asteroid Belt is not going to make contact either. Tribe Gaming and A with a massive lead off the beginning of this game. They are handling this a lot better than in game number 1.
Yeah, this is the thing. Luffy there did, I think, earn his super, but at the moment, I'm kind of pushing in one player at a time, and that's not how this comp needs to work. You know, at the moment, they've got to work as a team more and really time this correctly. As time really is ticking down, they've got to capture the zone and get a pop-off, and that's not happening. Everything's just out of sync this time round, and it may have been a mistake to go with this same idea again, because Tribe are now very much more savvy to it, with only 10% left now to capture. I can't see how O.O are going to be able to bring this one back.
Yeah, there's practically no way, even though we were hopeful in our previous match that, like, oh, maybe 98%, that's something you can beat. Well, not here, not in this situation. O.O, they're gonna have to go back to the drawing board and think of something else. It was not the comp diff there. It was, I think, Tribe Gaming not being prepared for that strategy, but after one game, they have already adapted, and that is a consistent theme that we see throughout our really talented competitive players, is that their adaptability is just off the charts. And in a game where the meta is just changing up every 2 weeks, it is absolutely something that you need in your toolkit.
Yeah, it's not like it's the wrong time to play the comp, honestly.
Yeah.
I think that you could just see, I mean, it can still work, but everything was wrong in the way that the supers were not being timed effectively to keep everyone around. Luffy didn't quite get the pop-up that he was looking for. He's trying to get an early super, 46% team damage for Zulan, might I add as well. 0 deaths. It was night and day in terms of the performance between the first game and the second game there for Tribe. And, you know, now you can ask yourself the question, you know, do O.O go with that same idea again, having, you know, faced off that time round to no avail, or do they run it again and, you know, and hope that Tribe run the same comp twice, but they get everything right again? It's a high-risk comp. It really is a very, very high-risk comp, but it can have big rewards. I just don't know whether the risk of going 2 sets down is enough to warrant it this time around for O.O.
Yeah, and it also plays into why we sometimes hear people say, like, you know, sometimes this game feels a lot like rock, paper, scissors, because you got to get in the enemy's head and think about what they're thinking, but what are they thinking that you're thinking? And it gets so convoluted, and it seems that at the end of the day, it comes down to what comp you picked before the game even began. Let's see, though. O.O is switching things up significantly. Luffy picking up the Rico on the left side, and Toast actually going for mid as B. Fade getting some bushes broken open here, and Tribe there staying on the same comp, and it looks like O.O is in the lead, and they are at a point of advantage from the beginning of this match.
Yeah, Luffy's doing well here against Tyrant and locking this side down, and Toast this whole time has been consistent in capping the mid. Now low on health, has to be very careful about this next shot, and Corey will be looking to line one up and can't find him now, so great job from Toast may remain elusive and goes really on the offensive. Gets a lovely takedown on Tyrant, who did not see that coming. Piggy bank there, goes down, but not enough to take down Fade. The Star Park credit cards had to do the job, or the checks there. But at the moment now, Tribe are back in control, and they'll bring him back this deficit slowly but surely. Tyrant going through a nice takedown there, and Luffy, and continuations on towards Post, and it's going to allow this collective idea between Corey and Tyrant to focus on the mid now, and Tribe now starting to gain composure.
They absolutely are, and they've taken the advantage now. Toast is going to have to rotate over to mid to look for a kill. He has that killer be ready to go, but it's not going to make contact with anyone. Unfortunately, Luffy also trying to make the best of the situation on the left side. He's healing up, but he's going to have to do a lot more than that. He's rotating over to the right now. Unfortunately, that shot reflects off of Luffy and onto Toast. Zealand goes down, though, and this could be a potential opening. Luffy slowed it down, but he's still using Robo Retreat. He's able to dodge out anyway. This guy can't be touched. What? Luffy, relax, man.
It's just bobbing and weaving and feeling very much at home. But I do love that combination between the Robo Retreat star power and the new introduction of Bouncy Castle, because you can ultimately choose when you want to have the speed, when you want to take the risk, when you want to heal up off the back of that, and in your new position. But look at this, only 15% now needed. Toast goes down, but Fade's going to try and come in with some burn towards Corey and Zulan. I think it's going to get overthrown in the end, and this is where Tribe are going to try to hunker down. There's not much time left. We really need to see O.O with a retake here. Luffy's still staying low. Doesn't connect though with that super. That could be costly for O.O here.
Okay, Toast has the super. He is able to slow down the enemy and get some good control for O.O. Luffy really on low health, all sped up. He looks for really anything. The timer is now activated, and Tribe Gaming has the lead by a considerable amount. Luffy trying to get those dodges. Fade much of the same. Toast also trying to push in. They're barely able to touch the point. 94 to 94. And in the last few seconds, it is going to go to Tribe. They will be heading into set number 3.
Corey, the last man standing, and what a time to do it. That game, this series between Tribe and O.O is honestly so enjoyable to watch. The scoreline does not nearly reflect how close this one is, and my goodness me, genuinely could have gone either way.
Absolutely. I mean, just really at any point, it seemed this was game number 2, and this is when Tribe Gaming really seemed to get a handle on what O.O had to bring in terms of team composition. Fade did get a nice kill there, but really every single other push was just a brawler jumping in, getting good damage across all brawlers, but they all stayed alive at the end. And then here in game number 3, it got so close at the end. Luffy with amazing dodges here. Just look at that. Cannot be touched. Ooh, and this is probably how Luffy actually felt. This is probably what he saw on his screen. Everything slowing down to a snail's pace, and he's just dodging in slow motion.
Yeah, quite literal bullet time there for Luffy. It just wasn't quite enough. You see there how important it was for Corey to stay alive, because if he hadn't been able to do so, it could have been a very different story there. But my goodness me, Luffy didn't quite get the same DPS as Tyron there, but and none of the kills either. But the dodging and the weaving honestly made up for that fact alone. Very enjoyable to watch. But we are moving past Hot Zone now. And again, I just feel like the scoreline doesn't nearly do justice on how well O.O have been performing against Tribe Gaming, who are such an accomplished team with many victories under their belt here. It's not too late. We can see the comeback, and I'm still kind of rooting for it. I'm not going to lie. I feel like it does deserve to go all the way to the 5th and final one to decide this. Up next, however, we triple dribble for Brawl, and I feel like this could be a quick turnaround for either of these two teams. I mean, Tribe obviously are only two wins away from their one win away from their match point, but O.O could definitely have some comeback potential here.
Yeah, I would tell you with absolute confidence, O.O Brawl Ball is like probably their best mode. And I am really anticipating how this match is going to go on here in set number 3. It is going to be an absolute spectacle. Our bans, of course, coming into play here, and also tanks being very playable here as well. This is what we've seen O.O really master so far in our first couple of sets. They managed to bring it to 1-2, and really, as you said, the scoreline doesn't tell the full story. I think it was closer than 1-2. I think it was more like maybe like a 1.9 to 2, if you're catching my drift there. So let's see if that crosses over to like a something kind of different, more favorable for O.O here in set number 3.
Yeah, let's see. And again, like you say, they've already shown the cards with the tanks, and 30% for O.O, 70%, so the wider margin, it must be said, in favor of Tribe, and that would make sense. They have got, on paper, but much more experience in monthly finals, and let's face it, they're rocking the leaderboards right now. If anything continues on this way, they are going to Worlds, so they are definitely the favorite going in, no doubt about it. But that's in a way why it's so enjoyable to see a team like O.O come in and really give them a really good run for their money. Let's see what the picks are in this next game. I feel like it's going to be an interesting one. No surprise with the tank on the side of O.O, but no heals there to back it up, so Fade's going to have to be a bit more cautious this time. I do prefer the Tribe comp here, going in with the B and the Rico, and already in a very advantageous position. Fade, though, goes down past the Tony. He can walk this in. Oh, the sweet dreams! Oh, the Toaster! What a play!
Yeah, give me that, and I'll put it where it is meant to be. Tyrant says much of the same to Luffy as he walks it in. This is a good call by Tribe to pick up B here. B is a good pick here on the left lane. That plus, they know that O.O is going to be bringing out the Primo here. Fade has been consistently playing Primo today. He does get the kill, but he gets taken down by Corey just as well. Tyrant really trying to get this one in the goal. Luffy, no, he's not able to get it, unfortunately. That is already Tribe with the victory here in game number 1, and now they're bringing it to match point.
Very fast game, and this is the thing about Brawl that it can cater sometimes towards the team that are on the back foot, but more often than not, the team that are in front are going to be able to secure it quite quickly. I felt like the Tribe comp was much more my thing. I think having B is always a great brawler to have in triple dribble, just to be able to ensure things go your way in any potential overtime, and the tanks as well. Great to turn on that. I love that little play from Toast. He was absolutely in and out now, but I didn't feel like it was going to serve to too much avail, but considering the lack of DPS coming back up the spawn there for Luffy, I'm not really sure about the Crow. I think that's definitely worth considering swapping that over to the B. But nonetheless, a worthy attempt to stop Tribe at match point now. And 44% team damage for Corey. But again, the game being so short, it would just kind of like boost that up a little bit in that respect. But definitely was hitting a lot of those shots. 4 kills and 0 deaths.
Yeah, 0 deaths, the classic indicator of just having great control throughout the entire game. I want to talk about the Crow pick, right? Because we're both thinking, I think we're both on the same page when we say, yeah, let's switch out the Crow to something else. Maybe they really wanted to slow things down. Maybe they just didn't want to face against Poco and healers, healers and tanks, that combination. Thing is, though, I mean, Crow was not able to slow down the tank there, unfortunately, like there towards the end. He didn't have much health left either, and it still just wasn't enough. I don't know, I feel like tanks and healers are most powerful here in Brawl when they first respawned, and Crow's just not going to be able to slow them down or get the anti-heal much value between them spawning and them being at the goal to score that ball in. It is going to be the comp switch up from O.O to account for it, though Toast is going to fall, and wow, Tribe Gaming looks like they were going to run it all the way up this left side. No.
No. Tyrant trying to get the slam down as well. He's crying because, the time ran down before he could get there. Fade going to go for shots. Oh my goodness me. What a return from O.O in quick succession. This is absolutely popping off, but 1 goal is all that Tribe Gaming NA need to secure their place in today's grand final, and that's a good start. Zulan with the gadget pop for the bounce castle heals to bring things forward. Tyrant in a great spot. The extra bell. Oh, he couldn't thread the needle though. Fade off the line and puts the ball back in the corner.
Oh man, okay, Fade is gonna try and push this out. Zulan is trying to put a stop to that 1 tank versus 2 tank counters. Who will win? Well, Fade is not losing, but he's not winning either. He's gonna have to retreat over to this right side. Zulan looking for all those angles. Of course, Zulan, one of the best Ricos in the business here in NA. Fade is gonna be able to elude his grasp for just a little bit longer. Fade's gonna go for it. He's just gonna try and bring this over to the enemy side. Corey is almost gonna go down there, actually. Fade kind of popping off on the Primo, even if he didn't get that goal in. This is going to buy some time as well for O.O, the remaining members, Toast and Luffy, to push up to mid and gain some control for themselves.
Luffy not going to quite connect as well as he would like. Zulan, though, does on the other side of things, and Toast was the victim. The jump from Fade is not going to be enough. The ball is pocketed from Zulan, and Tribe will be moving on to the grand final to face off against their rivals, STMN.
Okay, well, grudge match incoming, everyone. Grab your popcorn and get ready for an amazing, amazing matchup. It is going to be a real nail biter. So, my mind is kind of blank right now. I didn't think we'd be seeing this matchup again, but honestly, I should have anticipated a little bit more fantastic gameplay from both sides here in the second semifinal between O.O and Tribe Gaming NA. The scoreline does not tell the full story, but Tribe Gaming, they're advancing on to the grand finals.
I mean, yeah, huge shout out to O.O. I really thoroughly enjoyed watching it. I mean, again, Tribe did seem to have the edge more often than not, but I do love a team that like to experiment. They like to be a little bit more out of the box and trying to vary things up. It's so much more enjoyable than watching just a straight up mirror matchup. And there were some fantastic moments. Probably some of the highlights of today will come off the back of that matchup there. But it is going to be Tribe Gaming that advance through. I cannot wait to watch from the wings this matchup, as last month it was so enjoyable to watch, and it went down to the final set of the 5th and final between STMN and Tribe. And shout out to Zulan as well. He got an immensely amount of DPS in one of the games back into the hot zone. 589 DPS, and his performance today was absolutely on point. Overall, the average kills 2.6 and very low on the death side of things. Also, absolutely on the top of his game today. And let's see how he fares off against STMN in just a moment.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the enemy of my enemy earlier on. This is not too bitter of a rivalry. It's like semi-sweet. They both have admiration for each other as players, but they both think that they deserve the title over the other. So we'll see who really earns their way there in our upcoming match. It is going to be absolutely exhilarating. And Ark, I'm totally with you, man. I hope it goes all the way to set number 5.
It would be rude not to. It really would. At this point, it would be rude not to. But that'll be coming up shortly. We've got to have a little bit of an update, guys, as to the whereabouts of our trophy. One of these two teams might well need it.
Yeah.
Trophy, it's gone!
Maybe you should ask someone who wasn't at the party that night.
Her evil plan is working. She has followed her orders.
You're probably wondering how we all got here. They think one of us stole the trophy. Want to know a secret? I know who stole it! Because I always know where everyone is. I know it wasn't those brawlers. They're so awesome! But it wasn't them. Or them either. So who does that leave? I'm sure you can figure it out. I got some more autographs to get.
All right. Well, what's up, PrettyHair? How are you, man? Looking a little bit frozen there. He is, of course,
I am
using
here.
a loose gadget.
We'll figure this camera issue out shortly, guys.
We love it, man.
Yeah,
Yo.
man. It's going to be an exciting one here, Reddy.
We get hiccups every now and then. Y'all, welcome back to the monthly finals here in August. We have an exhilarating match coming up while PrettyHair thaws himself out. STMN Esports versus Tribe Gaming in a. Both teams had to fight tooth and nail to get here. STMN first, they almost got upset by Aqua. Then they claimed victory over Gallant. Tribe, though, first versus the Lab. Then O.O to get here to the grand finals, where we see our grudge match going down once again for the second month in a row.
Yes, sir. This finals is it's the grudge match, right? We get that whole content piece done about it. We got this incredible matchup, and not only is this you said it's kind of a bitter, early. Super bitter. It's not necessarily these guys are at each other's throats. They both have a lot of respect and admiration for each other, but at the end of the day, this is a great chance, I think, for Stamina to, if they win this, put some serious distance in between themselves and IX Gaming in that second position. And that's what's really important. That's probably their goal for today. I don't know if even with a win here, if Tribe is able to clinch, given how close things are and given that we still have 2 more monthly finals, it's a bit too close to call, especially with just the 2 spots on the line here. But this is such an incredible matchup. It's been such an incredible day of Brawl Stars. This has been a really, really tightly contested region, and you love to see that, Reddy, because the season is kind of winding down. It's getting to a close. We have a couple people in EMEA clinching their spots at the World Final, right? To see such an effort put in by some of these other teams, the 4th through 7th and 8th place teams, even, it's just awesome. I think it speaks to the competitive spirit of the region.
Competitive spirit of the region is absolutely for sure. Only one team can come out on top today. It's going to be either Bobby OG and Czar or Corey, Zulon, and Tyrant today. The grudge match is in full swing Going to be super exhilarating. Momentarily, we'll be moving into our bans and our map selections as well for the grand finals, and maybe we'll see a little bit of deja vu as to maps that these guys have faced off on already. We know how bitter Ring of Fire is for one, in the memories of these guys, how it came down to just like a 6% differential for the match point, and the double match point as well last month.
Right.
So maybe, hopefully for them, we don't see that.
Yeah, you know, it really comes down to the wire. I think when you look back at this what is really a grudge match between these two teams, they have a very, very close record going head to head against each other. I think it's Tribe Gaming that does have the overall win, the overall better record against or in this particular matchup. So it's just exciting, man. I'm ready to get into it. I'm ready to see the bans and what these guys are going to be playing. There's so many mind games. I think when you look at two teams like this that know each other so well inside and out, and just the nature of the blind pick in Brawl Stars, it's fun to watch. It's fun to see what ends up showing its face. We got Dry Season here for Bounty. We've got Factory Rush being played on Siege. We've got Safe Zone. And then a couple more sets, only if necessary. This is that best of 5, still just like you've been watching all along in the semifinals. But it's Tribe Gaming and Stamina for all the marbles here in the August monthly finals.
Okay, there is a consistent theme that I am noticing throughout all of these maps. You know what it is? It is the long-range control.
Yeah.
Every single one of these maps, whether it's Safe Zone, whether it's Factory Rush, whether it is Dry Season, it is going to be all about those sniper battles, and that is something that we love to see from both of these teams. We love to see Zara on the long-range brawlers, whether it's like Rico or, you know, he's on the lane usually, Bobby, Piper, the Corey on Bell, and much of the same from Tribe, whether it's going to be, you know, Corey on Piper, or is it going to be a Zulon on Bell? It is going to be an amazing sniper showdown, but we'll have to see the bans first to see if we even really see those guys in play. Something tells me we're going to see the Sprout ban from STMN. Do we? Yup, it is the classic STMN ban. I have not seen a single match where they did not ban Sprout.
Yep, so it's going to be the Sprout, the Byron, the Stu, the Bell, all taking a seat here. And we are going to be starting again, Bounty, the Dry Season map. You just got a little look at that on the map preview. Factory Rush and Safe Zone are definitely going to be played. Minecraft Madness and Backyard Bowl, only if we need them. I would love to see at least Minecraft Madness played between these two teams. Stamina basically do need to win this matchup, though, if they want to have a chance at claiming the #1 spot back away from Tribe Gaming. Obviously, they would get the lion's share of the points if they can win here today, but it's not like Tribe Gaming are going home with nothing, right? Tribe Gaming have a very big lead right now. Even placing second today is going to help further that lead a little bit. So Stamina, they got to win, and then they got to continue to do well if they want to grab the #1 spot. I think if I'm them, I've got my eyes set on at least qualifying right now. I'm just worried about qualifying and putting as much distance as possible between myself and IX Gaming. Seeding, it would be nice at the World Championship, but let's cross that bridge when we come to it. You know what I mean? Let's qualify first, and then I think I'm worried about, you know, my seeding at that tournament later on.
Yeah, there is only one thing that I'm focused on right now, and that is that I hope we got on set #4 for some epic Minecraft madness. Y'all, though, we are moving into set #1. STMN Esports, they take that blue star to start things off. Tribe Gaming, though, they have Colonel Ruffs up here on the right lane, locking down control with those sandbags. It's going to be tough for Bobby to penetrate those, but he's going to be taking them out one by one in combination with Zara. It's interesting to see Bobby and Zara sticking together so much throughout this entire match, but hey, that is, I guess, just the change up this month. And OG over here on the left lane, kind of going for the 1v1 versus Corey. He is a bit outmatched thanks to that power up from Zulon. STMN, they hold on to this lead. They just got 50 seconds left to maintain that 1-star lead.
Sometimes that's all that matters. Let's make it a 3-star lead, though, as the Magic Hand does connect onto Zulon. Corey falling very, very low as well. He's going to be likely trapped in this corner. In comes the Headstrong. A little bit of healing from Tyrant helps keep that tick on its feet. In comes the Super as well, though, from Zulon. The Magic Hand is ready to go for Tyrant. That's going to be very critical, but Bobby hits another one as Stamina take a nice, comfortable 5-0 lead. Czar will go down, handing 3 stars back the way of Tribe Gaming, but no magic hand for Tyrant means this could be a little bit tough to find those last 2 stars heading into the final 10 seconds. Bobby doesn't have his hand charged up yet either. Now he does. Ooh. Andy hits it. Corey gets pulled in, but doesn't go down. Now finally will trade out. It's a 10-5 victory in favor of STMN. Great first game. Pretty solid victory. I wouldn't say a blowout. I wouldn't say it was super close though either. It ultimately came down to the magic hands. All the kills in that game were directly as a result of Gene's supers landing. So that is quite literally how important that super can be. No matter the mode you pick, if you're not landing the super with Gene, that brawler, his impact is going to fall short.
Yeah, look at how much health Bobby had here. 8,000? Are you kidding me? This is El Primo disguised as a Gene here. Thank you, Field Promotion. Look at this. Corey gets pulled, is able to pop off the gadget, but Bobby finishes him off anyway. Zulon trying to touch Bobby, but look how much health he has. This guy cannot be stopped. He is a tank of a Gene. You don't see that every day. Look at the stat comparison between these two. Bobby just, man, such a powerful Gene. One of the best in A, if not the best. Tyrant, though, did a pretty good job. He just wasn't able to hit the pulls at the right times, unfortunately.
It's just an issue of frequency, right? Bobby wasn't really waiting around. He wasn't sitting on a full charge super for very long. When it got charged, he was pretty much positioning, taking a second, looking for it, ripping it, and hitting it. That's the thing, is like, yes, Tyrant hit all of his hands, but he just didn't throw as many as Bobby did. So kudos to Bobby, man. That's putting your foot on the gas and coming out and trying to make a statement and saying, I'm going to hit all these supers. This is really what it takes, I think, at that level. None of those guys are going to miss position. They're not really going to make any glaring mistakes. So sometimes it takes something like the magic hand to make a play and actually get something going. I don't know that I see either team switch up the comp too drastically either. I think both teams played pretty well. I don't really know what I would go to. And the only prescription that I've got is just hit more magic hands.
Yeah, pretty much. It is going to come down to, I think, whether Zulon is able to help Tyrant get that first blue star. It's going to be a risky one. Bobby already looking for the kill. OG laying down the controller on the blue star. It's going to determine who is on offense and who is on defense at the beginning of the game. And Tyrant's able to afford to pick this thing up. So it is going to be Tribe Gaming defending the first portion of this game as opposed to STMN Esports. But STMN, they don't shy away. They go straight in on offense. They're cornering Corey here, and they do manage to get the kill. Now they can retreat on a defense. There is the power for Bobby, and it's the 6,200 health. Gene, no, almost 7,000 held at this point. It's going to be another very, very tanky Gene in this game.
On and on we go, and out comes the first rough super for Tribe Gaming, powering up Corey, allowing him to get a little bit more effective poke. Interesting in the difference of who's the target of that first field promotion. It's Corey for Tribe Gaming, and it's Bobby for Stamina. They've gone for, one team wants to juice up the Gene, one team wants to juice up the Tick. So far so good. I like juicing the Gene a little bit more, right? So we can get more poke damage. You can get his super out a little bit more often. No magic hands landing just yet. Tyrant is certainly looking for it, though, as you can see him positioning closer and closer. Another field promotion is going to go out here. OG is going to look to grab it, but currently getting zoned out a little bit by Corey. And he's going to walk all the way through. Magic hand connects, and that is going to be good for a kill. And out go Tribe Gaming with a comfortable 3-star lead with only 20 seconds left on the clock.
All right, Tribe Gaming, they just got to keep up the defense, but Bobby is walking in with so much health and a magic hand ready to go. Just has to find a suitable target. There is the super for Zar, but there's already a knockback available. Bobby goes down to Zillon super. Tyrant has the pull available, and, well, that sandbag is going to meet an unfortunate demise. That is Tribe Gaming to take game number 2.
That's it, and I think we're just going to see another run back of that. Both teams have played this comp. Both teams have won with this comp. It just comes down to small, little moment-to-moment adjustments and micro plays for who is able to kind of eke out the win in such a close game, such a close team. You can see Zulon just barely out of range of that magic hand. Zulon, 2 kills, 5 stars, and no deaths. And Zar with the Agent 001 there, which is it's a result of the magic hands, really. I mean, people are just getting pulled in and fed to Zulon's roughs. That's kind of how this composition is set up to work, right? So it's not necessarily a knock at Stamina's roughs. It's just that, you know, the hands weren't landing this time. And it's an interesting thing to note because Stamina are the ones who are their field promoting their Gene first, probably in hopes of getting more magic hands up and often and having a better chance at actually landing some. But it is still Tribe Gaming. Despite the late promotion there of the Gene, they managed to get the win regardless.
Yeah, we'll see in game number 3 who's going to be the first one to take that blue star, because it does appear to be the deciding factor in who is defending and who is on offense, in a really tough offense at that.
Yeah.
Right off the beginning of the game. My personal opinion is, right, you either have to go on offense because you died trying to get the blue star, or you know, get the blue star and then you, right, just go for it. I think STMN will be able to get this one. They are trying to get a kill off of Tribe Gaming's aggression off the beginning of the game, which is not the position that Tribe Gaming is usually in. So, STMN, they will be able to catch them off guard. Let's see if they're able to do it again. Bobby and Czar, very cautious about approaching this thing. They're going to be going for a kill. Tyron on pretty low health. He's a pretty optimal target. Zulon trying to retreat behind these sandbags. OG is not going to be able to escape. Bobby tries to hold the back line, but isn't quite able to do so. Tribe Gaming now in the lead with that blue star. Pretty much the hazard that we just talked about.
And these teams have sort of flip-flopped their strategies in terms of who they're field promoting first. OG is going to get it this time, and Tyrant is going to grab the first one for Tribe Gaming. It's a micro, you know, little adjustment in strategy, but that's really all we have to sort of go off and to talk about between these two teams. They're playing the same comp. They're doing the same things outside of these tiny little micro adjustments that are really making the difference most of the time, make or break, win or loss. Next game wins here between Tribe Gaming and Stamina Esports. Only a 1-star lead separates these two. However, if there is a tie, the blue star is in favor of Tribe Gaming at the moment. Now, both targets field promoted up, ready to rock and roll. Tribe Gaming has never been more ready to fight.
Yeah, they are ready to defend here. Zilon has the sandbags ready, but only for an emergency defense. As you know, they're going to have to push in if they want to gain any progress. It's a 1-star differential plus that blue star, but just a single kill will net them the lead. That is all they need. Zara is going to be forced to back. Oh, and the massive pull from Tyrant onto Bobby. STMN could not be in a rougher situation. OG is able to get the super off for the kill onto the tick super, but he does fall to Tyrant. It is a victory for STMN. Unfortunate, the whip super for Bobby. Tribe, they take set number 1 in a 2-1 victory.
Even if they were able to hit it, it probably still would have been a long shot that they would have still been able to claim victory here in this game. Tribe Gaming, after dropping game number 1, come back with 2 in a row to claim the first set here on Bounty. Here's a look back at some of the action from this first set between your 2 grand finalists here in North America. And the tale really was told by that of the magic hands, and often is when Gene is a part of it, and it often is when Bounty is the name of the game. Just a couple of kills and a couple of key moments, and there is no more key moment than a magic hand connecting onto a would-be safe backliner. A couple from Bobby, man, just hairs, pixels off the mark. Would that have turned around game number 3? I don't think so. Would it have turned around game 2? Maybe. I think there's a chance. But we'll never know. That's the way it went. Tribe Gaming are going to take this first set.
Yeah, I wonder exactly what the case was, but the point stands. Those magic hands were not hitting their intended targets. Let's look at the comparison between the two ticks, because really, OG and Corey were locked in a practical 1v1 for the entire match, not just game number 1 or game number 3, like the entire set. It was a 1v1 between these two, and OG unfortunately died a couple times, and Corey was able to pick up the kills, and that is really the difference maker at the end of the day when all is said and done. So let's see if that carries into Factory Rush. We're not going to see necessarily the Tick 1v1 here. Tick's not the optimal brawler for picking up bolts as well as getting that long range control on such an open map, but we could see it, the Piper diff between Corey and Bobby. We could see the Bell diff between OG and Zulon. Let's see how it turns out.
Into our second set here, Siege. So much strategy goes into this mode. Whether or not you want to go for the full offense, whether or not you want to play for control, if I have mid control, do I purposely tie the middle siege so I can guarantee myself the third siege? I mean, there is so many games within the game of Siege, and I'm really excited, honestly, to watch these two teams in particular go at it in this game mode, because it is just so spicy, and there is so many layers of depth where I feel like in Bounty's pretty straight up. Bounty's just like, that's the game, kill the brawlers, you're doing the thing. Are you on offense? Are you on defense? Where's the blue star? That's kind of it. There's so much to talk about when you look at Siege, how it's going, whether they're gonna commit. What are we expecting in terms of maybe compositions, if you could throw out or field some type of guess based on what's banned here? Ready?
Bell, Rico, Piper, all strong picks here. Crow, also a possibility. And also Leon, since he's available, could be instrumental for getting that long range control. We could see an OG on the Leon, and then maybe Zar on Rico, or Zar on Bell or something to match Tribe's Bell. That's pretty much what we're expecting here. Of course, the Bob Marley Piper is almost a guarantee, but combine the Piper and combine the Bell with the Lollipop drop, it is a massive advantage on your enemy. Also, Colonel Ruffs wouldn't completely rule him out just yet. He's good for getting the wall break, and he's good for getting lane control on one side or the other. Does do a pretty good job versus Piper as the game starts off, as each of those sandbags is able to absorb a shot versus Piper. Let's see if that is really the case. Oh, and I completely forgot about Spike being in play here. Yes, we do see the Piper 1v1, but we are going to see Amber, Barley, and Spike in play as well.
So not precise mirror matches here, but a nice healthy variance, if you will, between these two teams. First Siege is going to be a tie, 1 bolt apiece. Not too much. That happens more often than not, and even if somebody does get that first spot, it usually is fairly inconsequential. Tyrant gets the first takedown of the game onto OG. Corey takes a bit of poke here in the mid lane, but all in all, it's a little close to call of who's got control, but with that elimination there onto Zar, I think it's safe to say Tribe is going to have control of mid, at least for a little while here. OG throws a couple. Doesn't really find home here, but Zulon is just so poked out. He more or less has to cede that bolt for sure. Corey lands a big shot there in mid. It's coming down to the wire here. Next Siege is in 9 seconds. Tribe Gaming have a pretty comfortable bolt lead right now, and I think they will maintain that, and they will be first attackers of our grand finals.
Okay, level 9 Siege bot coming in, and a slight advantage for STMN Esports in the next Siege. And slight is really the proper term, just a 1 bolt lead. Let's see if they're able to prevent a bunch of damage to the safe. Level 9 Siege bot does make contact. Bobby is forced to take on the defense. Tyrant laying down the control in the right lane, and really taking advantage of that choke point. Bobby looks for the homemade recipe on OG, but the life point comes in clutch. Zulon still does not let up for even a second. Is going to be forced back by OG, though. Of course, you are talking about OG, very good at Spike. He does take substantial damage, though. Bobby also kind of getting diffed by Corey here on the Piper. Let's see if he's able to pick up the kill, though. There's the kill, and Bobby completely turns things around. Level 10 Siege bot goes to Tribe, though. They have managed to keep control throughout this entire game, and it is going to be a Tribe Gaming Game 1 here.
Certainly will be. I mean, even with that first, well, I guess I should say the first offense of this game, but the second Siege overall, they got a lot of damage done there. I mean, especially when you have characters like Barley who can just throw and don't really need to go for that full commit or look for any specific angle. You can get so much damage done with so little. I think it's one of the, it's one of the strengths of playing Barley there and risking that pick. Slight differences in the composition. I don't know, who did you like a little bit more in this one?
Honestly, I think it was Tribe Gaming that, takes my, I guess seal of approval.
Right, I mean, the difference there is the Amber and the Barley, and I felt like Amber was fairly quiet in this first game.
I was not too fond of the Amber in this situation. I think Bobby did a good job on the Piper, but he wasn't getting too much assistance from Amber. Amber is usually played as a sort of counter pick, but it just was not really able to make anything happen here. I really do approve of Amber when it comes to breaking open bushes, but in any other situation, it is going to be one that you're going to struggle with if the enemy composition is not just exactly right.
Yeah, you know, it can be tough. I mean, it's blind pick at the end of the day, and sometimes you take a risk going for certain things, and it doesn't always pan out. Doesn't mean this is the end of the road, certainly for either of these teams. This is a best of 5, meaning that even if Tribe Gaming claimed this second set, we will be going to yet another set, and you guys will see a little bit more Brawl Stars action. It's been pretty close here on the whole of the day here. We'll have to see as we load into game number 2. Tribe Gaming can continue with the momentum that they seemingly have built after what was a fairly dominant set of bounty for them. A little bit of back and forth there, but I would say all in all, Tribe Gaming got their feet under them and came out on top. Very different composition this time from Stamina as they pull out a little bit of that Leon over here in the left lane.
Oh, yes. We love Lollipop Drop. All of my homies love Lollipop Drop. It is really useful for getting that additional range with Piper, that additional range of influence. Czar, hopefully for himself, though, does not suffer over here. Also, Bobby on the Dino this time. Our favorite Dino, of course, Buzz is going to be pushing up here on the right. Do we see the stun? No, not quite yet. Bobby does have it available. There's the stun. He looks for the kill and is able to pick up the kill on Corey. Bot connects with the save, and Czar and OG have been damaging it down all the while. Great first push for STMN, especially considering it was just like a level 2 bot there, and so much profit off of that one little scenario. OG still going to push up on the right lane. Tyrant has that pole ready to go. He is going to use it. OG is not able to do much, though. It did get a get hit out of Tyrant, and that is a dub in and of itself. STMN Esports, though, with no lead here, it is a complete tie. Never mind. No, yes, in fact, STMN Esports tying up that 4 bold count as soon as Tribe deposited there for it. It's going to come down to the final siege.
Well, Tyrant and the rest of Tribe are going to have their work cut out for them. This one comes down to the final siege, and it certainly looks like it is going to. Normally we talk about the tie, and the first siege doesn't really mean much there, but Stamina gets so much damage done there. They do everything right. Czar gets to use his super to destroy a wall, opening up another angle for them to shoot at the Ike. They're wiping people out. They're getting damage with the bot, damage with the brawlers, and then they still have enough time to retreat and take back control of mid. Now with a 15-7 lead here, Tribe Gaming have confidently wrestled back control of mid. They're just going to back off, heal up, bank this last bolt, and run it down with this level 18 bot. Here we go, folks. The number is 52%. They need to get this lower than 48 on the whole, and it looks like they just might be able to. That is one big bot running it down. Damage is going out. Full commit here. Expect everything to be left on the old gridiron, and it is more than enough. They surpass the mark and, in fact, destroy the Ike. A very, very rare occurrence, I feel, at this level of play. But Tribe Gaming, after a real rough start to that second game, they managed to close it out here in Siege and put their foot down and say, we're here to stay, we're here to win, and look good doing it.
Look good doing it is absolutely correct. Let's roll back some of the highlights of this game. We see a level 10 siege bot coming in from Tribe, and Czar trying to defend as best as possible. Bobby just not even attempting. The game was over at that point, though. I mean, maybe he could have done something to defend it, though. Look at game number 2. Bobby with a massive stun and the double kill right here. Corey didn't even super there. Tyrant was ready with the pull right afterwards, though, and level 18 siege bot, OG doing his best to defend it. There, the heart bombs, Zilon and Tyrant completely wailing on the safe. It was an unfortunate situation for STMN, but it's not one that they cannot get themselves out of. The reverse sweep is entirely possible.
It's just such a big lead. I mean, they tied the second siege at 4 bolts apiece, and then, the control just completely flips to Tribe Gaming from there on out almost entirely. I think Stamina got another 4, maybe 5 bolts to the 10, 14 bolts that Tribe Gaming were able to secure. I mean, level 18 siege bot, that is a big boy, especially given a tie in the second phase. It's just a lot of bolts to handle. It's too much to tank up. They did a pretty good effort at it. They did all the things right, but just ultimately did not have a real defensive brawler makeup, and the game is almost lost at that point. When you got a bot that big coming down the home stretch. We're headed to Heist, folks. This is where it could all come to an end if Tribe Gaming complete the sweep in what is, typically a very competitive set. Not saying that this hasn't been, but I would love to see Stamina at least get a single set here and not be swept.
Yeah, they do not want to get swept at all. That would be, pretty indicative of a, STMN just getting that win as a fluke, don't you think? But this last month has been completely wild, and we've definitely seen some ups and downs over the course of the month. This has been a nice comeback by Tribe so far, and I wonder if STMN will be able to make such an impact on Safe Zone. Of course, these are some more comfortable picks that are possible here. I anticipate to see Zar on the Brock for one. Let's see if we see Zilon on the Brock just as well. No, not quite. In fact, it is something completely out of nowhere. What on earth is this comp? Wait, Tyrant's all over STMN's Safe already, and STMN's just gonna let it happen.
They kind of have to. I mean, they have to go for a bit of an all-in here and get out onto the Safe. You can hear BB schwapping away up top at the Safe, and Corey's now coming down to continue the offense here. And this might end up turning into a bit of a base race here, but with all of Stamina up at the top, Tribe Gaming's Safe is looking worse for wear. Too much healing, too many brawlers, too much damage uptime, and that is the way that this one is going to go here. Very quick. I wouldn't say cheesy victory here, but they took a risk with that composition, and they played it right. They ran it down. BB almost got taken out there at the start, but there was enough healing to go around and get her there safely. It's a bit of a risky play, akin to something like maybe a cannon rush in StarCraft, if you're familiar with it, but it pans out here. An early game all in from Stamina Esports pans out. And Bobby's going to be doing a hell of a lot of team damage there. High DPS and damage to the Safe, and it all works out.
Yeah, this is giving me flashbacks to the decider between this STMN roster and this Tribe roster last year. It was a very, very close game of Heist, pretty similar to this, with a base race that decided that the Tribe roster was going to Worlds rather than the STMN roster. And I think this is a little bit of deja vu for the players as well, though in a turn of events, it is STMN to take the victory here, but we'll see if that was just a one-time thing and whether Tribe is going to set the record straight and claim that base race victory for themselves. Strange comps, in my opinion, coming out from both teams. Something tells me we're going to get a bit of a return to normalcy in our next game.
Yeah.
Set number 3.
You mean you got to ask yourself, right? Some adjustment has to be made. I think you can't allow yourself to just get bulldozed over like game number 1 went, but ultimately, this is where those mind games start to come into play. And what are they thinking? What are they thinking that we're thinking that they're thinking? And you start to just maybe spiral a little bit. And that's when I think you do see those return to normalcies. Let's go with the comp that's solid here. That's going to work against most anything. I think if anyone's at risk here of getting out mind gamed, it's probably Tribe, right? That really tests your mental strength to be able to be run over like that, and just a quick game of Heist that normally will come down to the wire, and Safes getting destroyed is not a common occurrence at this level of play. So I'm curious. I'm ready to load into this one and just see what happens.
I'm ready to load into it too. I mean, it is going to be...
Do you think they're playing that game? Are they freezing right now? Or Tribe Gaming taking a little bit of time to start this next one up, to ready up and ice the kicker, so to speak?
Yeah, that is funny. Yeah, and we, we've seen this in Brawl Stars before. I believe there was a bit of a different rule set last year, and SK over in EMEA was pretty well known for the momentum breaker, if you will, taking a little while to ready up to disrupt enemy momentum, though they are getting right back into it. And Tribe, they are actually sticking with Tyrant on the Cole. I thought it would be a one-time thing, but it is not at all. It is important to break open the walls. OG is opting for a little something different to break open things on the left side. It is going to be Rocket Fuel. And he's going to have to face up against Zulon, and Zulon is going to be using those obstacles to his full advantage. Zulon still able to heal up as he advances up the left side. There needs to be wall break over here, but Tribe Gaming are going to be breaking open the Safe. Corey is all over that, like white on rice. Bobby, though, still trying to push up, does get the kill. 2 taps onto Corey, and looking for another onto Zulon. OG gets the pinch kill. And Bobby now looking for damage on Tribe Gaming Safe.
Pretty close one here, folks. 81% to 75 with Tribe Gaming just barely in the lead. Tyrant picks up another pretty big kill there. Jukes out the shot from Bobby. Zulon is going to take down OG on the left-hand side, and lots of damage starting to come through for Tribe Gaming. They've built themselves a 40% lead. Pretty confident here with 2 brawlers alive to defend. Zulon now returning, trying to put some pressure on OG. He'll find a few shots here. It's Tyrant that is the lowest health right now for Tribe Gaming. Can he find a way out of here? Zulon is going to find the opening elimination and bail the pressure out away from Tyrant. And I don't know, we're looking pretty solid here if you're a Tribe Gaming fan. 45 seconds on the clock, 40% in the lead on the safe. Zar looking a little bit worse for wear, and barring any major mistakes with this little time left, Tribe Gaming looked to be in a pretty confident spot, especially with Corey finding a couple more snipes onto the safe.
Yeah, Corey is going to have to keep up the defense now. STMN, they are going to have to get super explosive to bring this back and prevent themselves from going to the match point and a potential 3-0 sweep. Bobby now looking for a couple taps. There's a homemade recipe. Corey not going to retreat very much. Bobby now looking for damage on the safe. OG goes down, and there's just about no hope for STMN to come back in this game. They still could take the set with another victory, but Tribe Gaming will be taking them to match point, and they will have to fight their way out of that match point.
Bit of a return to normalcy here. I think this is where I want to talk about those mind games again. I'm Tribe Gaming. I get steamrolled in 40 seconds, if that, in game number 1. If I'm Stamina at that point, I'm almost hoping, daring them to switch. Like, we'll just run that composition again. You guys better switch your comp to stop it. Then they end up running a pretty standard comp, and Tribe Gaming, they stay stalwart. They hold their ground. They run the same composition back again, and they just play it a little bit better here. 4 kills for Zulon, having a pretty high impact game here on the Rico. Dying a good amount, but he's getting in there, getting the frags, kind of being the entry fragger, so to speak. And damaging the safe as well.
Yeah, this is really interesting to see because Zulon was actually on the left lane versus a Brock, and Zar was on the right lane versus a Colt. So who exactly is the optimal wall breaker and lane DPS in this situation? It's a tough call. I think really this is just like better mechanics from Tribe Gaming NA. In my opinion, STMN had the better comp, but Tribe Gaming NA, they had the better performance overall. And I mean, the safe percentage speaks of volumes as to just what a gap that was, just what a margin that was in terms of mechanics. STMN, I think they need to bring out some kind of counter comp here or just switch things up, because obviously just playing on what they're comfortable on is not cutting it.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe like a little like Poco, BB Jean, something. I don't know. Just spitballing here. Could be a good idea. Could potentially work out. I think there's a lot of ways that they could go here, but we'll see. We'll see what happens as we load potentially into game number 3 here. Could be the last one. If Tribe Gaming take this, they will claim the sweep. They will be your August Grand Champions. Claim the lion's share of the points here and keep things interesting, quite frankly. I think IX falling as early as they did. If Stamina win this month's monthly finals, they're going to be in a spot where they're feeling pretty comfortable there qualifying for Worlds. But ultimately, it's going to come down to this, folks. Into game 3 we go. Stamina Esports, Tribe Gaming, North America here for the August monthly finals. Tribe Gaming on tournament point here on Heist.
Okay, here's the Amber, and this is one that we were a little bit uneasy of, and well, the uneasiness is certainly starting to culminate here on the match point. Bobby trying to keep the defense safe. Look at that thing, 45,000 health. That's a lot of health. I would love to see who's attacking STMN at the moment. It appears to just be bullets flying all over the place. Bobby gonna push up. A homemade recipe does connect. Here we go. Zar now pushing up. There's the super onto the safe. Tribe Gaming taking so much damage at this point. STMN, unfortunately, they're gonna get punished for it. And now this comes down to defense.
Nice jukes here from Zulon to stay healthy and continue to put pressure on the safe. Damage is answered and more or less equalized there with the one quick push back. Nice shot there from Bobby downtown. Not only gets the kill, finds another shot on the safe, 2 shots on the safe, and on the Tyrant as well. Bobby is firing on all cylinders right now, cracking everything, is finding its mark. Big damage onto the safe here. Stamina does not want to go down without a fight. They've put a ton of damage out on the Tribe Gaming safe. 20%, 19% left here. This is dire straits for Tribe Gaming. 14 now. Bobby is just letting everything fly, and everything is connecting. My goodness gracious. Basically an all-in at this point from Stamina could get them the game here. Zulon and Tribe Gaming have got to be on the absolute defensive at all points.
Yeah, this needs to be a Tribe Gaming clutch up in order to take this one back. And it is going to be tough. Bobby is going crazy. He's going to be forced to retreat, though, and Corey is going to find the offense before Bobby's fully able to heal up. Bobby has to go for it. Corey now looking for the kill on Czar. Tyrant pushing up on the right. OG is going to hold him back, and Corey actually is going to be pushed back even further by Czar. Zulon now trying to get around the left side, but there's just not really a target for him. He needs Czar to come over here, but Czar is just going for Corey instead. Zulon now forced to rotate over to mid to find some damage. Tyrant looking for the kill. There is the fire fuel. It doesn't make contact with Tyrant. Just a few seconds left. It's going to have to be so much damage from Tribe in order to take this one back from the clutches of STMN, but there's just not enough time. There's just not enough damage. Bobby gets the last left. Oh, well. And he ends the game perfectly in the air. Y'all, STMN are not going to be taken down at the match point here in set number 3. They have another set to work with, and they're heading into set number 4. PrettyHair, as you put it, Minecraft Madness.
Did I say Minecraft? Minecart Madness
noticed,
here.
But you had me cracking up, man.
No creepers this time. Stamina Esports stay alive, fight off the 3-0 sweep, and they will force a set number 4 here. Pretty close. Tribe Gaming almost got back in there. If it wasn't for such a devastating performance from Bobby, hitting every shot, every homemade recipe. He was landing kills. He was putting damage on the safe. He was truly a one-man army there in game number 3 to fight for his team to stay alive. And alive they are. Alive and kicking here as we head on to set number 4. Playing a little bit of gem grab and then brawl ball only if necessary. I believe we would be playing backyard bowl. Almost a moment there. If Bobby goes down and a couple of members of Tribe Gaming are alive there was a big Colt super that was basically whiffed over on the right-hand side coming down the home stretch. That could have been enough damage if that ended up being on the safe. A lot of ways that could have gone there. Tribe Gaming was not quite as far out of that as it may have looked down the home stretch. Always potential to come back, but that's it. Heist is done and dusted. Stamina Esports has fought and stayed alive as we head on to Minecart Madness to play a little bit of gem grab.
Minecart Madness is always just such an X factor. Of course, we're talking mostly about the minecart here. It feels a lot like RNG. It's not, but it does feel a lot like RNG. You spawn on one side of the map, you're gonna have to face that minecart right off the bat. It is a tough situation to find yourself in, but it does create some amazing moments and some great gameplay comebacks and some crushing defeats. Of course, being crushed by being run over by a minecart full of gems. I think we can see the Piper once again. It's going to be a strong one. Bell also within the realm of possibilities. Amber also strong. Crow strong as well. All Piper or all brawlers that these players are known to have in their arsenal. And it looks like the predictions have shifted a little bit. People still think that Stamina is going to win though.
People are holding out their hope here for their second-seeded team in North America. The vote is equalizing a little bit here, 56 to 44% in favor of Stamina. If you guys remember, our bans are Sprout, Byron, Stu, and Bell for this set. So Sprout and Byron not necessarily... Well, Sprout's, I would say, decently common on Minecart Madness. We've seen that a little bit today. Bell's strong everywhere. I mean, if she was available, she might be being played. We've seen some BB here. We've seen some Mortis here. I honestly don't know what to expect. A lot of like fun NA style picks are open here, but this is a serious business match. This is no funny business. I don't expect any of these picks to be selected and locked in unless they are truly going to help get the W.
Yeah, I think we saw Buzz earlier. Buzz was certainly able to make a splash, if you will, in Siege earlier, and he could definitely be making an entrance here on Minecart Madness as a very aggro brawler to try and bring back the game from destruction. So that is one possibility. Obviously, like we said, Bell not going to be played. We're not going to see any Sprout either, which usually means that we're not going to see Mortis, unfortunately, but we get to see some other awesome brawlers. Tribe Gaming. Okay, they're pulling out El Clasico back from must have been March. It was the Magic Trio, Gene, Sandy, and Max, but they're back at it again. Max received a serious nerf, but let's see if Zealand's really able to put her to work.
That movement speed just ever present here at this level of play. It's so strong to be able to just hit the gas pedal, especially with a bit of a shorter range composition here with the Sandy and the Max. You want to be able to go when you're ready to go. You don't want to have to wait for the opportunity to present itself. Zulon is in trouble, though. The minecart has put him in a bit of an awkward spot here. Pretty even game overall, though I don't think Tyrant is going to be looking to move up here and grab this gem. He's going to be looking to defend it. The minecart will help split up the map here and allow Tyrant to grab. Oh, and he gets magic handed in as the minecart comes through. Bobby's going to stay safe from it. Grab all of those gems. Not quite enough to start the countdown. There's the 10th gem, all on Bobby. Safe and sound. The minecart comes through to make things even more awkward for Tyrant, who is caught between a rock and a minecart. 7 seconds on the clock. Bobby misses the hand, but it is fine. More than enough damage here to hold on to these 10 gems and grab the first win here of Gem Grab. Pretty quick victory there. We may end up going to Backyard Bowl and seeing some Brawl Ball here sooner than we think. Tribe Gaming can't figure out a way to bounce back.
They're going to have to bounce back, that is for sure, and hopefully they're not bouncing off of the minecart. Otherwise, well, that is exactly what they don't want. Bobby, look at the colossal pull on the Tyrant. That is exactly what they needed, and Zar knew just when to go aggressive and slow down the enemy to allow Bobby to have this retreat here. Bobby picked up the kill on a Zulon, and then he was able to make the full retreat. Just amazing play from Bobby throughout this entire game. And Tyrant, you know, don't take away any credit from him. He had great play throughout it, but it was just unfortunate that he got pulled by Bobby there. Just a little bit of poor positioning can go a long way in terms of, unfortunately, setting yourself up for defeat.
Yeah, this could even up the set here very, very quickly if Tribe Gaming aren't careful, especially with a very momentous victory there on Heist. Really kind of one of the more decisive wins of the Heist set overall. Pretty quick win here in game number 1 of Gem Grab. Stamina look like they're on a roll. They have the crowd backing them as well, winning the lion's share of the vote as well. So we're about ready to load in here to game number 2 of Gem Grab. Stamina looking to equalize in the grand finals here, and they are in a position to do so, as we see young man Zulon bringing out some of that new here on Minecart Madness.
Yeah, the new stuff, you love to see it, and sometimes you hate to play against it because often a new brawler is good just because no one really knows how to play against him yet, and Zulon is just going to be breaking open these walls. He does have one wall at his disposal, so that is going to be perhaps useful, perhaps also a curse. There's the last to piggy bank to break open some more walls, but here comes the speed from Zar. Zar goes in super aggressive, is not going to be touched by that super from Zulon. Zulon can't seem to hit him, and he does get trapped between the minecarts and the enemy team. STMN now finding this opportunity to push up. Tyrant, though, is going to get the retreat, and Corey is helping him out as well. Minecart now going to come and create a sort of a resistance to retreat for STMN, but they just press on, though they are going to get punished heavily. OG pops a gadget as well, but he's just not able to get close enough to the enemy to get that off. Tribe Gaming now with a dominating performance so far here. Zar's going to have to pick up the gems and hopefully enable STMN to push in once again, though it is going to be a tough situation as they are entirely outreached here.
Especially with all of the gems on Max, who really kind of is almost leading the charge here alongside Sandy. In an awkward spot now, Red Team has their countdown started. Zulon throws out the super, in and out the cards will go, and I think that is going to be Tribe Gaming equalizing here in our fourth set, excuse me, of our grand final. 2-1 goes the clock. Tribe Gaming with a pretty confident victory there. There was one critical moment where the magic hand is ready, Max's super is ready, stamina hit the go button, everybody charges in, and the magic hand misses, right? That's the moment where you're positioning yourself in a risky spot, but it's okay because you're going to hit this magic hand, you're going to get a free kill, and you're going to win the rest of the team fight. When that magic hand doesn't happen, then you're just positioning riskily with nothing really to kickstart your team fight. And that's the risk that you run with that type of composition there. You're putting a lot on the magic hand connecting. It does not, and so no kills were had. Everyone died, and all of the gems went over to Tribe Gaming. I think the breakdown for that game is as simple as that.
Yeah, but The breakdown for the next game is going to be, I think, a little bit more multifaceted. We find ourselves once again at the match point, and STMN Esports find themselves on the verge of defeat. This is definitely stressful for them. I wonder what their approach is going to be. Doesn't seem like the prediction has shifted
Unwavering
too
crowd.
much. Yeah. Crowd still believes in STMN, though. We got a lot of Tribe believers as well. Their journey isn't over yet. I think they will be bringing out a Piper this time, but what is Tribe gonna do in the event that a Piper is likely? They could very well counter Piper somehow, and there are a handful of brawlers that are able to counter her pretty well, but you know, they are not good for general purpose, unfortunately. So we'll see.
It's a risk.
Game number 3.
It's a risk to go for a bunch of counter comping and counter picking, especially when those counters are niche and, like you said, not generally useful outside of that particular matchup in which they are picked to counter. So if that counter doesn't happen, this game is blind pick. There is a chance, a good chance, that doesn't happen. So typically these teams go with what they feel is best, not being too worried about what their enemies are going to run, but we're going to run something that's solid for us. You see every once in a while you get those cheeky compositions like the BB, the Gene, and the Poco just running it down on Heist, but that is more of an exception to the rule in these cases. So let's look here at the Gene again. I think for sure we actually see the Griff and the Pam. You did call the Piper. I don't know if you meant for Tribe Gaming, but there is a Piper here nonetheless. Zulon immediately getting trapped by the minecart and insta-gibbed between a literal rock and a minecart there. Not where you want to be on our big coin tossing friend.
Yeah, not even close. And I wonder if this match will be a coin toss here, as Tribe Gaming are pushing out once again. Just really the main difference here is going to be OG on the Pam, and of course Corey on the Piper. OG is going to try and get that scrap sucker onto Corey to take away his ammo and really do a number on the enemy team. Wonder when he's going to pop the gadget. Bobby still holding on to 5 gems. There's the turret as well. He's able to retreat past that super from Zulon. STMN Esports keep up their lead. There's a super from Zulon. It's not quite able to make contact. There's some more chip damage from Bobby. And do we see the pull coming in from Bobby? No, not quite. That minecart is going to force him to back up, and we're all tied up here on the gem count. It's 2 minutes and 20 seconds left on the clock.
Finally taking down that healing station. It's going to be, or it was, wow, look at that. So much damage into Pam. Hold the phone. She manages to stay alive. The healing from Jean is just barely enough to keep her on her feet. So much poke going out for both squads. Finally, an elimination is actually going to fall. Goes the way of Tribe Gaming. Bobby can't take too many risks here as he is the gem carrier. There's so much pressure as a Gene player. You're carrying the gems. You got to hit the magic hands. Like, you got to be the guy when you play Gene. Bobby is certainly more than capable of stepping up to the plate. The countdown has started. In goes the magic hand. That's a big one there, Reddy. But counter magic hand is going to be good. You got to be the guy. You got to step up when you're playing Gene, and Bobby will do just that, claiming a critical kill to keep Stamina's dream alive.
Oh my gosh, and here's the super from Zara to push Tribe Gaming further back on the right side. They just need 1 gem here. That is all they need. And Tarn has the pull. There's the pull on OG, but STMN, they're still in it, and they're still looking to win it. Zulon gets pulled and bumped into the minecart. Bobby trying to pick up the gems, but he just can't. He wouldn't be able to make it away from the minecart in time. Zara and Bobby's on such low health. OG looking to keep up the defense. Corey now playing aggressive to try and keep up the offense. Tyron looking for the next super, but it's just not going to come. Just a few seconds left. Zulon needs a super, but he just doesn't get it. Countdown is interrupted, though. But STMN hang on to the 13 gems. They are all the way backed up here, and they are not guaranteed the win at this point. Zar needs the super, but he doesn't want to risk giving it to Zulon for free. There's the pull on a Tyrant, and STMN picks up 20 gems total.
There's so much damage going out from either side, but Bobby has just simply amassed too many gems to be taken down. The back and forth was insane. Kudos to Tribe Gaming for staying cool and staying alive as long as they did in that dire situation. But an even bigger congratulations to Bobby. He was the guy. He stepped up, he carried the gems, he hit the hand on the target when it mattered most, and he has kept his team in this match and pushed it to a set 5.
that has to feel absolutely terrible from the position of Tribe Gaming. We saw 2 times that crucial pull from Bobby be the game decider. First in game number 1, and then in game number 3. Game number 2, though, don't get me wrong, super exciting stuff. This is when STMN Esports decided to switch it up by running what Tribe was running, and now they're faced with the Griff here, and it just really did a number on them. But when we moved into game number 3, STMN, they just had that pull from Bobby at the exact right time. It was there to snag Corey, and then he gets the pull on a Tyrant too, and furthers that decision that STMN Esports will in fact be taking us into set number 5 to decide this match.
No kills for either of the Gene players, but Bobby certainly earned those 15 gems that he grabbed, those hands that he hit. He was the player of the game there for me, for sure. He had the biggest moments, and he has kept his team in the race and forced the set 5. Brawl Ball is the game that will decide these teams' fate. Who will get the lion's share of the point? It's only right after the game after the day that we've had here in North America, that this one come down to game 5 of the grand finals.
I want to take it back to set number 4, where we saw 0 kills from Bobby, which I mean, Bobby, he gets the pull and he uses Lamp Blowout to bump Corey into the minecart, and that doesn't count as a kill for Bobby, which means that
minecart MVP.
Somewhere we are keeping track of how many kills the minecart has, and I just want access to those
numbers. That's a great
man.
stat.
I just need the data, man. I just need the data.
Yeah.
We need a new data point on minecart madness for environmental kills. But maybe that'll have to wait for World Finals if anyone's listening. Though, let's take it back to Backyard Bowl. It is where everything is going to be decided here. There are possible ties in replayed games, but one thing is for certain, that after the first win by one of these teams, it is going to go to a match point for either STMN or Tribe.
Yeah, both teams fighting hard. I mean, Stamina, shout outs to them. I mean, there were some rough patches during this match, both during Heist, during Siege as well, looking like they might be getting swept. But these guys fight hard. I mean, this is why this is a grudge match. These guys know both teams are good enough to take this win. So anybody who misplays, missteps, or in Bobby's case, steps up, are certainly more than poised to take the victory for today. This is really going to decide a lot for this North American region. The points are extremely close, so each one of these games matters tremendously. If you're Tribe Gaming, you're trying to put yourself even further in first place, chasing down that opportunity to clinch one of the top 2 spots. If you're Stamina Esports, you're looking to further your lead more than you already will be. Stamina have already come and they've already done good work today, and they should already be happy with what they've accomplished and what they will receive in terms of points. But obviously they want to be as safe as possible. They want to get this win too, just for pride's sake. Neither of these teams absolutely need this win more than anything in the world, but like, there's pride on the line and there's more comfort, and it's one bigger step closer to clinching that spot, which is ultimately, man, that's what we're playing for. That's what we've been playing for all the way back since March. We're getting close to wrapping this one up, and it's time for some Brawl Ball. It's time to decide who's going to win in August in North America. And would it be any other way than dropping some lollipops?
Yeah, drop the lollipops and enable the Jeans and Pipers to push up. Tyrant's going super aggressive. This is very uncharacteristic of Tribe, and he is going to get punished for it heavily. Corey trying to retreat here, and Bobby narrowly misses the tap onto Corey. Zolon still finding the push up on the left lane with curveball. Really great for clearing out large areas. OG trying to get the dodge, but is getting hit a little bit here. New lollipop for Tribe Gaming NA on the left side. Zulon blocking off the left lane and is going to force things over to left and mid. Zulon now still trying to get some damage. Pretty much a stalemate at this point, but Tribe, they are going to find their first kill on Azar, and that is their indication to push up.
Having the Gene here with the magic hand, it's very situational wall break, but it's still incredibly important to keep an eye on, because if they manage to break down this wall, any of these 9 boxes in the center, they open up a really good opportunity to score goals here. A lot of HP to throw at this one. The up down is not good enough there. Sneaking the ball through. Zulan will score the first goal here on Backyard Bowl.
All right,
Yoink.
and the pull.
Oh, you can
the
grab the
lollipop.
lollipop. Interesting.
Oh, like stealing candy from a, I don't know, like preteen in a shark outfit.
Hard
I
to
guess
say.
is yeah. It's,
that one
I
doesn't
don't
have
know,
the
I
same
don't know.
ring to it. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe we just put a pin in that one and we'll get back to it later. STMN, they are going to lose Zara on the left lane, and here comes the ball. It's in great position to go over to Corey. Corey's completely invisible. He's going to be able to get in the goal.
Yes, sir.
In fact, in Tribe Gaming, we'll be heading to match point once again.
Incredible stuff there from Tribe Gaming. Nice ball movement, nice grab on the lollipop, doing all the little things right. I love the confidence as well, just to sort of ignore the Crow Super, the attempt to slow down that first goal as well. Let's take a look at some of the highlights here from game number 1.
Of course, we have OG unfortunately going down the right lane. Zar trying to get the defense, but Tyrant and Zealon are just too tanky. Zealon's able to put that one in the goal, and look at the positioning here. Corey gets tapped once, but he's just too elusive. The pass over to him, and even though we see Zar respawning and Bobby circling over, Corey's still able to get it in so close there. Though Zealon definitely an MVP of this game. 45% of the team damage in this last game. Certainly remarkable.
Zulan from Texas? Is that what I'm seeing there? The Lone Star flag?
I believe that's Puerto Rico.
Oh, he's Puerto Rican. Gotcha. I was going to say, you guys should be friends if you're from, Anyway, favorite brawler here, Rico. Swing and a miss there on my part. But we are lighting up here as potentially coming to a close now on set, match, game, tournament. All the points here, ready to rock and roll for Tribe Gaming. If they can find one more victory, they will be your August champions here and grab the lion's share of the points, putting themselves that much closer to qualifying for the World Championship.
Yeah. Sorry, I just can't get over Puerto Rico, man. If only it were Texas. I'll say something about Tribe. They're based in Austin, Texas, which is I guess where I'm based in, and yet I haven't met up with them. But maybe that could change if we get some lands back in first. It would be certainly amazing. I'm so looking forward to Worlds, and I can tell you for a fact that STMN and Tribe are thinking much of the same. Both of them slated to go to Worlds, but their showdown is still going to be happening here in our next game. Game number 2 is in favor of Tribe from where we stand. It's the match point, but if STMN wins, we're going to a double match point. Things are seriously heating up.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm expecting any comp switch ups or what really at this point. I think I'm pretty confident, obviously, if I'm Tribe Gaming, but ultimately, something's got to happen here for Stamina. They have found moments of greatness in this set. They have found moments where they have bounced back, and this has to be one of those again. I mean, their back is against the wall at this point. There is no more duos. There is no more mulligans. We are about ready to load in here to game and get what could be our final game of Brawl Ball started. The compositions here, switching up a little bit. Seeing a little bit of Mr. P coming out from Corey and Tribe Gaming.
All right, Mr. P. Wonder what that's here for. Perhaps a bit of a counter to Piper. Those porters are so useful for absorbing her shots. Zara over here on the left is going to be looking for the lane versus Zealon. Zealon just kind of cracked on Spike so far. Does look for the angle, and he's able to get Zara and Bobby. Next life plant is forced out of Zara, and he is going to go down at the hands of Zealon. Now, a 3v2. OG trying to find some damage on the right lane. Corey does look for some hits. OG doing a really good job of dodging. Zar is looking to find his place at mid, but he is just being denied that ability so far by Tyrant with the chip damage.
Magic Hand is ready to go. I would expect Tyrant to look for it here as he's poised in the bush with good positioning. He's got a couple good targets and the perfect pull. Gets the kill and opens up mid, more importantly. The porters are coming out. Spike's super is here to slow things down, but Reddy, that is the critical pull and the critical conditional wall break that Tribe Gaming needed, and I really like their chances of winning this game as a result of that one single pull.
Yep, STMN Esports really going to struggle to defend here. Tyrant's getting taken down by Zar, though. And this is the turnaround as STMN now pushes up towards Tribe Gaming's side of the map. OG is going to have to fight his way through these porters. All of his damage is soaked up by porters as well as with Corey's gadget. Here's another opponent for OG, and they're just going to keep on rolling out. He's not going to be able to do much versus that, and it's going to be a real thorn in the side. Bobby just decides, you know what? I'll pull it. Yeah, and now you won't be able to do anything. OG gets pulled in response, though, and the next quarter goes up on the left side. STMN struggling now as Tribe Gaming tightens their vice grip over control just outside of STMN's goal.
Hitting some big shots here. That's a great spike super from Zulon just to slow things down. 10 seconds on the clock here before all of the cover blows up and we head into overtime. Currently, Tribe Gaming have the better map positioning here. All of the cover is gone. It's overtime. It's time to decide who is going to be your August Grand Champion. Tribe Gaming NA with a victory here would be an Orkin stamina fight to stay alive for another 40 seconds and hope to cling to what would be a Game 5, Set 5 victory.
All right, Zar keeps pushing up on the right side, but he is a little bit outmatched here. It's a mismatch of him versus Tyrant. Tyrant's going to be able to chip him down even more. There's the super blocking off the right side of the goal. No one can get in there. No, Tyrant's not going to be able to get it. OG gets pulled. Bobby looks for anything, but there's the spin. He knows it's all over. In Tribe Gaming, the boys in red are your monthly final victors once again.
Gotta hit that quick spin there just to let him know a little bit what's at stake here. A grudge match come to a close with another victory for Tribe Gaming North America. Congratulations to them. They played one hell of a set. Congratulations to Stamina and all the other teams that came out here today. This was an amazing showcase of the talent here in North America. The standings are going to basically stay more or less the same. Obviously, Tribe even further out in front than they were. The big thing here is IX getting knocked out in the quarterfinals and Stamina going all the way to the finals here. Obviously coming in second place, but that is still a big jump in points for them and a much greater likelihood now that they do lock in that second spot. Nobody has clinched yet in North America, but we're looking more and more likely to lock in our current standings with the way things are going.
Yeah, take a look at the recap from this match. We saw some clutch moments from STMN, but they were sort of outshone by the consistency of Tribe Gaming. They brought it to match point in set number 3, and they started slipping just a little bit, but they brought it back with the sweep in set number 5. Though, here's some awesome moments. Look at Bobby with the last second pull and then the kill on Corey. This was the beginning of the matchup when we thought, okay, from here, STMN, they got the lead. They so have this. But there was the pull in just the last few seconds from Tribe to completely turn around the momentum of this game. It was absolutely unfortunate for STMN, but it's such a hard-fought and well-earned victory by Tribe Gaming.
That's a long set, too. I can barely remember these plays from almost an hour ago, it feels like. These guys had a lot of ups and downs to deal with in this set. This was very, very close. I don't know if we expected too much differently, though. I mean, this is the type of show that these teams tend to put on when they square off against one another. But you got to definitely give kudos to both of them. Tribe Gaming looking very, very solid in Siege, not dropping a single game there. You got to give credit to Stamina, though, for being able to bounce back after what looks like it could have been a potential sweep, winning 2 straight before going down when it's all said and done in Brawl Ball. So many great moments here. A giant level 18 Siege bot blowing up the wall. Devastating amounts of damage done here in Siege. Actually seeing an Ike destroyed, which is something that I feel it's fairly rare at the grand finals level of play. Usually it comes down to percentage and how much damage we're doing to the safe. Speaking of the safe, this set in Heist was just as close. A couple of safes destroyed, a couple of cheesy, almost like, just rush down compositions, a base race. I always love getting to see at least one base race, much less in the grand finals with this much on the line. Super, super fun day today in North America for Brawl Stars. And very, very happy and thankful to the teams that all came out, especially those teams that don't really have, they don't have a chance of making one of these top 2 spots, but they still come out and they give it their all, and they show us that, next season might be their year. There is a lot of talent in this North American region that has the chance to win on a good day.
Now, here's the pull from Bobby, and this is when things started to come back in set number 4, right after that extreme clutch up to take things in set number 3, just back from the brink of defeat. And this is where we thought, okay, STMN Esports, they are on a roll. It was just a rough first 2 sets, but when we moved into set number 5, it was a totally different story. Look as Tribe bring us back to match point once again with that kill on a Bobby, and STMN, they brought it back in game number 3. It was back and forth, and there's no question that both of these teams have fought so hard to get where they are and are so worthy of those World Final spots that they have earned with all of their grit and their perseverance throughout this competitive season.
Got to see so many different brawlers here today. Everything from Bell to Lollipop Drop to a little bit of Griffin Minecart Madness to some Spike, Poco. I mean, everyone feels like they were represented at some. Did you guys have a Frank in one of your Hot Zone games in the semis? Did I see that right? I just feel like,
yeah,
there has been such a great representation in North America for the versatility and the amount of brawlers that these guys are capable of running and executing at a high level. And that wraps up all of our highlights from what was an incredible 5-set match between Stamina Esports and Tribe Gaming NA. Quick look here at some statistics for you from Zulan and Czar, the Double Z gang. Average deaths a little bit lower there, just a bit of a better day in Brawl Ball for Zulan, of course, taking the dub here. Both teams played great. I think both should hang their heads high after their performances today, but it will be none other than Tribe Gaming in the El Clasico this time around. But don't get comfortable, Tribe, because Stamina, of course, they've always got their number, and they're always looking for that victory.
They absolutely are. Just amazing perseverance throughout this entire matchup. And as you said, such a great representation of the versatility and the adaptability of this region. Can't wait to see what we've got coming up in our next months, because we absolutely could see even more upsets. It is always exhilarating to see these matches.
And just looking at the points and the way things are shaking out here, Stamina can still take the #1 spot by the end of the year. It's going to be tough. It's still possible, but we're starting to get to that point where there's only a couple of these finals left where you can score points. And it's going to come down to Tribe Gaming slipping up a little bit, right? Like it's in that area of it's not always entirely in your control, and it's going to take some other teams slipping up, which can and will and does and did happen. I mean, you look at IX Gaming; those guys get knocked out in the quarterfinals. That is an absolute wild turn of events. Something that we're not really expecting. We're going to actually take a quick time to interview one of the winners here, Corey. We're going to go ahead and bring him on in and have a quick chat. Corey, my man, how are you feeling? I mean, this is we know this is an absolute classic matchup here in North America. We know you and Stamina have a ton of history. First and foremost, man, how does it feel to get a victory in such a close set like this one?
I mean, this one was a nail biter for sure, especially after the gem grab set when I probably shouldn't have got pulled when I got pulled. Let's just say we had a little bit of an argument right after that. So to come back and focus on the last set, it was good. So, yeah.
Damn, that's incredible stuff, man. How are you guys feeling about the day? I want to ask you a little bit about how these quarterfinals went, IX getting knocked out, how the points landscape feels like it's shaping out to you in North America. I mean, do you feel like you guys, with especially IX falling as early as they did today, do you feel pretty confident in your ability to lock down the #1 seed in North America? You're not clinched yet, but you guys are getting pretty damn close.
I mean, definitely, we're getting close to being clinched. It feels good. We are. This win was huge. I mean, this win meant so much. But technically we're not clinched yet, so the nerves don't go away until I see that. Until I see someone say we're clinched. So we still have 2 more months to grind for, and
Let's talk about quarterfinals a little bit, man. I mean, where are these teams coming from that are upsetting IX, that are just looking so competitive in the quarter? You guys are the only ones that didn't get taken to 3 games in the quarters. It feels like those nerves are settling in, certainly in the semis and absolutely in the finals. But now you guys, I feel like you got to start preparing almost in the quarterfinals. Every team in North America feels like they could come in and have a good day and potentially knock somebody out.
Absolutely. I think at this point, if like, us, IX, or STMN underestimate any of the top 8 teams or any of the teams that make the monthly final, it's a huge mistake on our part because teams have been upsetting a lot of teams, especially O.O has been upsetting, a lot of the top teams recently. So we knew that matchup was going to be tough. We prepared extremely well for that matchup. And yeah, exactly like you said, these teams are, upsetting everybody, and you can't take them lightly.
Yeah, this has been an absolute light show here in North America. Talk to me a little bit about kind of where we're at with the brawler meta right now. Everybody, it's a fast-moving game. If you watch Brawl Stars Esports, new characters are coming in, changes are happening. People are in and out of the meta from month to month. We've got 2 more months left. Who knows where the meta might end up at that point? How do you guys feel about where we're at currently, and how do you kind of prepare as new things come in and old strategies maybe get nerfed or new ones get buffed?
I mean, if I'm being honest, I'm not a huge fan of the current meta. I think the meta right now is very, there's so many brawlers that are available, and it becomes almost like a scenario where you're trying to guess the opponent's comps, and if you don't guess right, you're going to lose games sometimes. And that's the scariest part about the meta currently, is that a team like us that likes to be comfort picks and run some comps that are well-rounded enough to win against everything, you can't really do that anymore. So the current meta is very diverse, and it's a little bit scarier than we would have liked, but we finally, I think, got a pretty good grasp on it, and I think we showed it this month especially. So we're feeling a little bit better about the meta.
Damn straight. Good stuff, Corey. Last question for you, really. You're close to being clinched, not quite yet. What are the keys to success for Tribe Gaming in these last 2 months of qualifications to stay on top, or at least stay in the top 2 to make sure that you guys qualify for the World Championship?
I think for us, it's just to, not settle for, that we're close. We have to keep winning, and until we, again, hear that we're clinched. Because otherwise, you never know what can happen. I mean, I don't want to, just settle down, and the next thing you know, we lose the next monthly, or if we don't qualify for a monthly, everything changes. So we have to be ready to play and keep grinding.
Corey, thank you so much. Giant congratulations to you. You guys are one step closer to the World Championship, returning to where you belong and where you certainly look like you deserve. We're going to go ahead and bring back some of the other casters here to wrap up our day. Again, a big congratulations to Tribe Gaming, to Stamina, and to all of the other North American teams that played here today. Do you have any final thoughts for us, my friend, before we let you go?
Just want to say thanks to all the fans, and Tribe win.
Beautiful stuff there. Tribe win indeed. Corey, thank you so much for joining us. ReddySet, Arc, I want to get you guys back in here and involved. Give me some thoughts. You hear that interview, you hear, his thoughts on the meta. What are his keys to success? Arc, let's start with you, because, obviously Reddy casted the games. What are your thoughts on the results for today and what we might be expecting in the months to come?
Hugely enjoyable for me. I really have missed casting NA, and it's just, you never know what to expect, and you can't take anything for granted, like Corey says. I think that's a really, really valid point to say. There's still a slim chance that STMN can maybe overthrow the top spot. It's going to be very tough. It's going to basically mean that STMN are going to have to win every monthly final from this point on. Tribe cannot appear in a grand final, in a monthly final. That cannot happen either. And also, STMN have got to have the #1 seed in both of the following monthly finals to come. So there are a lot of ifs and buts. It is possible. At the moment, Tribe are really in the driving seat for me.
Beautiful stuff. Let's take a look at the points leaderboard for North America. Arc just did a great job kind of breaking down where we're at. It's close, a little bit less close after today. Our 1, 2, and 3 finished 1 and 2, and IX Gaming unfortunately getting knocked out in the quarterfinals. Did not score very many points here today, as opposed to the nearly, I think, about 100 points scored for Tribe Gaming coming in first. They are now 104 points in the lead. It's really still about Stamina and IX Gaming. If Stamina continue to go on and have good months, and IX Gaming can't find their way into at least the finals moving forward, then you could be looking at Tribe Gaming and Stamina going off. I think, those are, for what it's worth, 2 very worthy teams, ReddySet. to qualify out of this region and represent them at the World Championship.
Yeah, super worthy rosters. I would love to have like all three of them, but only having 2 spots does promote that competitive spirit and the sort of race to get better than each other. And that is the sort of competitive spirit that is going to prepare our teams to face off against other regions in the World Finals. So it's why we love to see the competition here locally, domestically, and it is also why sometimes we need to see our favorite teams, and we like to see our favorite teams brought to their knees so that they can improve in time for the World Finals, so we can see our region represented with just, the creme de la creme at the World Finals.
Let's take a look at our play of the day. There were certainly lots of good candidates as we had a hell of a lot of games, period. A lot of these not resulting in sweeps, a lot of these going the distance here. I believe this was one that you guys casted earlier, Tribe Gaming and N.O.O. Playing a little bit of bounty here. And the last couple of seconds here deciding just 2 stars between them. So many intense moments, and I love that we got to talk to Corey a little bit today, and he specifically brought up O.O and ARC, that a lot of these teams in North America cannot be slept on, and they have to be absolutely given all the credit that they can come in, they can have a good day, and they can win, they can upset you. So you got to prepare for every matchup that you have going into these monthly finals.
Exactly that. Honestly, that was one of the highlights for me today. I really enjoyed watching O.O and Tribe face off and see how clutch that was from Fade. You can't take anything for granted. You really can't. There's some fantastic teams in this region that are really ruffling some feathers. O.O, and I love that Corey mentioned them as well and considered them to be really worthy advocates. We saw, Aqua doing some fantastic things as well, and Gallant today with a huge upset over IX Gaming. This region really is blown wide open, despite that kind of the top end of the leaderboards being where it's really at in terms of the competition. There's a lot of deciding factors and teams that are really making an impact to try to distract them from their goal.
Yeah, certainly, guys. And we mentioned some of the international teams clinching a little bit. Let's take a look at how things are shaping up around the world. Ark, you had the pleasure of casting EMEA earlier today. INTZ, Aphelion looking good in LATAM, of course, Tribe and Stamina here in NA. Zeta Division and Queen Nai looking good in East Asia. That region has been a lot of fun to watch and cast as well. Navi in the EECA, Team Flash down there in SESA and ANZ, Trick of China, TIG Origin, Nova Esports, Tribe Gaming EU. So both tribe teams actually having potential to make it onto the world stage this year, fellas.
Tribe in a fantastic spot. Yeah, I mean, we didn't see much of Tribe Gaming EU this time round, but they are still working out the points really nicely within their favor. But they had a lot of movement already in the EMEA region today. Reply Totem, a new face to be seen there as well, and Bunker Rog as well. Very different, the shifting that we've seen in the EMEA region. Obviously, AC Milan Clash and SK Gaming still very much in that top part of the control there. But yeah, so much diversity across all the regions, and really only Tribe Gaming and the team which kind of come up twice.
We're getting close here, fellas, to the end of the line. ReddySet, just a couple more months for these teams to score points. Are you expecting a lot of movements through some of the other regions that I know you cast a lot of these smaller ones, or are we expecting what we're seeing on this regional leaderboard now to be who is actually ending up to be qualified for the World Finals?
Yeah, I mean, in East Asia, we could definitely see some shakeups with our traditional, Jupiter kind of falling off just a little bit as rosters have changed up quite a bit. SESA, ANZ, probably not really going to see shakeups there in terms of who's qualifying, but we saw a major defeat. Team Flash there in the lead, and they got taken out in the quarters yesterday in a clean 4-0 sweep.
Wow.
And it was just such... It was exhilarating to watch, and we could maybe see a comeback by another team in that region, but it is still looking like Team Flash is going to qualify. So definitely something to keep your eye out for. East Asia, we're seeing some movement there. Our next monthly finals are going to be on August 14th for East Asia here on Twitch and YouTube.
That's right. That does it for this weekend's broadcast of the Brawl Stars Championship Series. Congratulations to Tribe Gaming for their victory here in North America. Ark, any final thoughts for us as we close out our show?
So massive thank you to everyone watching at home, to all the teams, the players, the coaches and analysts, to yourselves for having me stuck in the middle here. It's been a pleasure being back with you guys and casting a region that I really love.
Absolutely. ReddySet, any thoughts from you before we go, my friend?
All I got to say is smile.
Yes, big smiles in the chat, guys. Thank you so much. Thank you to production. Thank you to Anthony and everyone over at Supercell for putting on an amazing game that is incredibly fun to watch. That does it for all of us here on the broadcast team, guys. We'll catch you August 14th for the next one. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you next time.
Mm-hmm.